The story begins with a startled cry as Lee Seon bolts upright, biting his lip. Damn it! The young man's eyes widen in terror. How is this possible? He tears at his hair, then stares at himself in the mirror. This face belongs to the fourth young master of the demonic cult. Seon cannot accept what has happened. What kind of nonsense is this? Unable to contain himself, he screams into the night. How the hell did I end up inside the most useless piece of trash villain in my own novel? Seon has asked himself the same question hundreds of times. Why did it have to be that hateful Hellion Yun? Why? By the time the sun fully rises, Seon has been sitting with his head bowed for 3 hours. He bites his hand as sweat pours down his face. Calm down. Seon is not originally from this world. My name is Lee Seon. I'm just an ordinary 32-year-old man from South Korea. He stares at Hellion Yun's face in the mirror again. How did an ordinary person like me get transported into the martial arts novel I wrote? He falls silent and searches his memories. Think carefully. Something strange must have happened before this. In his previous life, Seon had been carrying several boxes into his apartment. He exhaled in satisfaction. Finally, I'm done. Seon reached for a nearby can of soda to quench his thirst. He also took a moment to scroll through social media. First, I finished moving. Then Seon suddenly read something that shocked him to the core. A news report appeared on the screen. Famous actress Yu Soo-ae falls into a coma after an accident. He muttered without thinking, how could this happen? Now he remembered. He had read the report about Yu Soo-ae's accident. After that, the box containing his laptop suddenly fell open. Seon sat down wearily, looking dejected. I knew things wouldn't end smoothly. But then something else caught his attention. The laptop screen lit up even though no one had touched it. Why did it turn on? There was only one icon on the screen, the hero's path. It was the folder containing the novel Lee Seon had once been so proud of. He ran his fingers lightly over it, recalling the embarrassing days of his youth. The hero's path, the martial arts novel I wrote 10 years ago, is still here. He became so engrossed that he lost all sense of time. It's been ages since I last read this unfinished novel. I wrote it when I was in college. Suddenly, Seon frowned and stopped scrolling. What the hell is this? Did I write this? A moment later, a voice came from nowhere, and the laptop's light grew blindingly bright. You must return to the hero's path. In truth, Seon could no longer hear anything after that. As a result, he was transported straight into the body of an arrogant character from his novel. He stared into the mirror and repeatedly asked himself, when I woke up, I'd already become like this. Should I at least be grateful that I retained Hellion Yun's memories? From now on, Seon would have to live under a name that felt both familiar and strange. He quietly reviewed the situation. In this world, I'm Hellion Yun, the fourth son of the leader of the demonic cult. I was unconscious for an entire month after he frightened my horse, and it threw me off. The moment he thinks about it, a headache suddenly strikes. Seon clutches his temples and screams. And what is this? Memories appear of the original Hellion Yun indulging in a life of drunken debauchery, with a woman on each arm. He had even assaulted an old man in the street. Drop dead. Go die, you filthy beggar. There are also memories of Hellion Yun behaving insolently toward his teacher. Train my ass. Bring me some wine, young master. Siun's faceturns deathly pale. Hellion Yun's memories from this life are flooding into my mind. My head is going to explode. Siun esse breeding becomes erratic. Hellion Yun, you worthless bastard. He curses the character he created himself. He's even worse than I thought. Seon suddenly lowers his head, his arms hanging limply at his sides. But the real problem is, an image appears of the original Hellion Yun's terrified eyes as a sword blade flashes across his throat. Seon feels a sharp pain in his head. Overcome with helplessness, he collapses to his knees and screams. Seon cannot stop asking himself, why did I have to enter the body of this contemptible piece of trash? Hellion Yun is destined to be killed instantly by the protagonist and become nothing more than a stepping stone on his path to heroism. This guy is just a disposable villain. Why? Before the protagonist kills me, I have to find a way back to my old world. I need a plan. He remains kneeling on the floor without moving for a long time. After the panic finally subsides, Seon suddenly remembers something. That's right. Fortunately, Hellion Yun is the fourth young master of the demonic cult. In modern terms, he may be a total bastard, but he's still a potential heir, almost like a prince. He has plenty of money and power, so I'm sure I can quickly find a way home. A faint glimmer of hope appears. That's right. This should be easy. Sion roars to encourage himself. Who cares about the protagonist? I'm not going to sit around waiting to die. I'll survive and return to my old world at any cost. His outburst startles the servants. Has the fourth young master gone insane? Inside his room, Sion studies himself in the mirror. This guy really does look pathetic. He sighs in exasperation. Hellion Yun is weaker than weak. However, Sion now controls this body, so he must do something about it. Should I try using martial arts? Once the thought occurs to him, he steps into the middle of the room. He takes a deep breath and tries to regulate the flow of energy through his body. The result immediately seems promising. This feeling, Sunesse Aiswaiden. That's right, I remember now. This is the Hellion clan's martial art, the peerless destruction sword art. Having unexpectedly found a lifeline, he cannot let it go. Let's try that again. I can feel a faint current of energy surrounding my body. This must be internal energy. Sion steps back and shifts his weight forward. A current of air coils around his hand and surges outward. Sion's face stiffens with concentration as he lets out a powerful shout. Then he brings his hand down in a mighty slash, producing a flash of light. His eyes widen with delight. It worked. However, Sion's frail body cannot withstand such an intense exertion. His screams echo throughout the residence. Sion lies sprawled awkwardly on the floor. Damn it, I have a cramp. I'm cramping up. No one is there to save him, and his face begins turning blue. A doctor. No, a royal physician. Summon a royal physician. Hearing Sion's cries, a female attendant opens the door and enters. Young master, did you call for me? She recoils in shock when she sees his twisted hand raised toward her. At that moment, Sion hardly looks human. The attendant screams in alarm. Young master. Time passes, and thanks to her, Sion is eventually saved. Incense smoke drifts through the room. Dozens of fine needles are inserted into the acupoints across Sion's bare chest as he lies rigidly on the bed, while the physician sighs in exasperation. He tries to clench his hand into a fist. I almost died in this pathetically weak body. My muscles seize because I used an advanced martial art. His lips twist bitterly. Why can't this bastard even throw a normal punch? The peerless destruction sword art is an exclusive technique of the Hellion clan, a family that has produced many generations of demonic cult leaders. Not only is it in danger of being lost, but it is also extraordinarily difficult to learn. Besides consuming enormous amounts of internal energy, it requires the user to understand every movement in order to execute it properly. And Sion knows the original owner of this body all too well. Hellion Yun neglected his training and only chose techniques that were easy to learn. He never seriously practiced regulating his internal energy or mastering the proper forms. Of course, he became the weakest. There's no way Hellion Yun could use a martial art like this. After a lengthy acupuncture treatment, he can finally move with difficulty. Damn it, why did I have to enter such a weak body? That afternoon, Sion strides purposefully toward a certain place. It is a row of buildings behind the clan estate. He has now made up his mind. I don't have time to sit around. I have to find a solution quickly. The library door soon opens, and Sion immediately searches through several books neatly stored in a corner. After skimming them for only a few seconds, he reaches for another volume. Dozens of books are tossed to the floor. Sion quickly flips through their pages, searching for the information he needs. Something in the book he is holding catches his eye. The writing is old and slightly faded. Fortunately, I can read the script used in this world. Sion sits down and carefully reads through the book, pondering its contents. First, I need to learn more about the demonic cult, but its members don't call it that. They call themselves the Divine Cult, and its full name is the Sun and Moon Divine Cult. During the Yuan dynasty, the Sun and Moon Divine Cult spread its name among the oppressed Han people. It established a base in the Central Plains, gathered its forces, and helped Zhu Yuanzhang overthrow Yuan rule. Zhu Yuanzhang eventually overthrew the Yuan dynasty and founded the Ming dynasty. Despite receiving immense assistance from the cult, the emperor feared the power of the Sun and Moon Divine Cult and sought to protect his throne. Therefore, he expelled them shortly after ascending the throne. They migrated to Xinjiang, far from the Central Plains, while the remaining cult members struggled to survive. The cult remained there until its third leader, who deeply resented the people of the Central Plains for driving them away, gathered enough strength to return. However, his ambitions were repeatedly thwarted by the Imperial Army and the martial sects. Hellion I, the 15th leader of the Sun and Moon Divine cult and Hellion Yun's father, defeated the Western Army before turning all his remaining forces toward the Central Plains. Sion sighs after reading this. So that's why Hellion Yun ends up fighting the protagonist. At the upcoming Demon God Festival, Hellion Yun will announce his plan to advance into the Central Plains and select a successor. He shakes his head helplessly, and I already know whom he'll choose because I wrote this book. After the Demon God Festival, the successor will dispatch an advance party to the Central Plains. After suffering a humiliating defeat in the succession contest, Hellion Yun will force his way into the advance party to redeem himself. He will travel to the Central Plains, serve as a joke for the celebrated protagonist, and die from a single sword strike. The thought makes Sion tense again. There are only 2 years left until the Demon God Festival. In other words, I have just 2 years before the protagonist kills me. He suddenly springs to his feet. There has to be a way. Sion immediately thinks of the first step. He places a blank sheet of paper on the desk and carefully straightens its corners. He picks up a brush and prepares to write. Step 1. Write down everything I remember about this novel. Meanwhile, outside in the main corridor, the female attendant hurriedly approaches the elderly steward. He cannot hide his surprise. The young master wants to meet me in the study. She nods timidly. Yes. The elderly steward grows even more confused. How strange. The young master never goes there. The attendant quickly adds, there's something even stranger. As soon as he woke up, he spent a long time shouting in an incomprehensible language. Now he has been sitting in the study, writing something for hours. The steward immediately whirls around. The young master is writing? Startled by his reaction, she answers fearfully, yes. In all his years, the elderly steward has never heard anything so unbelievable. He clears his throat several times before instructing her. You may go. Do not tell anyone about the young master. The attendant bows and answers at once, yes, sir. Once she leaves, the steward rushes toward the study. He stops before opening the door, his breathing increasingly unsettled. Lowering his head, he sighs. Could it be because he hasn't fully recovered? What if he starts behaving like a madman again? A moment later, he steps inside and speaks. Did you summon me, young master? Hearing him, Sion glances back. You're here. He quickly adjusts his expression and tone. There you are, steward. His radiant smile strikes the elderly steward like a thunderbolt. The steward stares at him as if he were a stranger. Has he truly lost his mind? Why is he speaking so gently? On the other side of the room, Sion hurries around. Where is the chair? The steward recalls how Hellion Yun once tormented him nearly to death. You useless old man, get out of my sight. Now Sion personally brings him a chair. Here it is. Seeing his current behavior, the steward cannot make sense of it. Just how terribly had Hellion Yun treated him to make the old man this frightened? A moment later, after the room returns to its usual calm, the elderly steward sits across from Sion and asks, What may I do for you? Sion rubs his chin and asks an unexpected question. Do you only oversee my care, or do you manage my finances as well? The steward looks puzzled, but answers honestly, both. Sion glances away, looking slightly tense. Then if I sold everything I own, how much money would I receive? The elderly steward looks concerned. Are you in some sort of trouble? I will resolve it for you. His words are accompanied by an undisguised sigh of disappointment. Sion smiles and raises a hand to explain. I know what you're thinking, but I swear I haven't caused any trouble. The elderly steward's eyes widen. Then why are you asking about the full extent of your wealth? Sion finally exhales and mutters, because money is the answer to everything. The steward looks confused. What does that mean? Sion waves dismissivity. Never mind, that isn't important. Just tell me how much money I have. Even so, the elderly steward remains suspicious. Why do you wish to know? Sion rabzis chin seriously. When someone stands at the boundary between life and death, they begin reconsidering everything they've done with their life. Why hoard gold, silver, and jewels when you can't take any of them with you after you die? Sion takes a deep breath and rises beneath the elderly steward's bewildered gaze. Therefore, he firmly declares his order. Hurry and convert everything into silver. Seeing an expression completely unlike the young master's usual one, the steward answers, I understand. Sion then firmly clasps the elderly steward's hands. He places his complete trust in the man and says warmly, "I'm leaving it all to you. I have a great deal to do, so please hurry." The steward says nothing and scurries outside. "Be sure to record all the silver and valuables. Keep close track of how much each item sells for." After stepping outside, the elderly steward cannot resist looking back. The young master returned from death's door, and now he seems like a completely different person. Is he truly all right? Several days later, the steward brings Seon good news. He places all the silver obtained from the sales into several wooden chests. Seon stares at them in amazement. "I only sold a few things, yet I received this much?" Seon quickly reviews the list of sold items. "I don't know whether this will be enough to carry out my survival plan, but I still have 2 years to prepare for the Demon God Festival." He rolls up the paper and grips it tightly, his eyes shining with determination to defy his original plot. Elian-jun, no, I, Lee Seon, must create a plan to survive within the next 2 years. Converted into modern currency, Helian Yun's wealth amounts to roughly 2 billion won. That's not bad, but it still isn't enough. Let's see. The Demon God Festival is 2 years away, and the protagonist won't emerge from the cave until after the festival ends. That means I'm safe for now. However, according to the original plot, on a stormy day, that young man will be pushed off a cliff. Yet fortune will arise from disaster, and he will discover a cave deep within the forest. Inside were several treasures and medicinal herbs, as well as an ancient sword that remained razor-sharp despite its age. The young man trained relentlessly while awaiting the day of his revenge. Seon recalled what happened next. After obtaining those treasures, the protagonist grew stronger and became the greatest martial artist alive. And thus began yet another cheap martial arts tale. Whatever. Now that I have the money, it's time to move on to the next step. Seon left the study and headed elsewhere to the Demon God Library. This was where all the martial techniques passed down through generations of the divine cult were kept. I'll learn techniques here that will keep me from dying. The gatekeeper opened the door, revealing another room filled with books. There are fewer books here than I expected. In that case, it shouldn't take long to find what I need. CM began searching for useful manuals. He soon lit up as though he had struck gold. Here it is. I found it. The manual Seon had been searching for contained the death-escaping meditation from the hero's path. This technique heightens the user's senses. It's exactly what I need right now. Those who learn the death-escaping meditation develop an exceptionally sharp sixth sense. I'll be able to evade attacks and exploit openings. What's more, once the technique reaches mastery, I'll be able to sense an opponent's strength and emotional state, as well as detect assassins and deadly traps. This technique is practically a game-breaking cheat, he muttered to himself. As for how I know about it, the protagonist learns it around the middle of the story and becomes even more unstoppable. This time, I'll be the one who learns it first. It'll definitely improve my chances of survival. 3 seconds later, Seon lowered his head and sighed. Then again, once the protagonist learns this technique, Helian Yun will inevitably end up dead. Just then something nearby caught his eye. Seon picked it up and read the titles. These two are Scale Armor and Ninefold Divine Transformation. Scale armor strengthens a person's defenses enough to withstand a sword strike without physical armor. As for Ninefold Divine Transformation, the name speaks for itself. It increases the user's strength ninefold. Holding the 3 manuals, Seon involuntarily shouted, "Yes, I found all the foundational techniques I need." Like a madman, he sat in the room cheering. "Let's go. I have a chance to survive now. Time to learn them." A long day passed. At a bustling tavern, a group of wealthy young men drank and caroused together. Guanho suddenly spoke. "Hey, Damping, have you heard the latest rumor?" Mu Damping curled his lips. "You mean that ridiculous, unbelievable story about Helian Yun returning from death's door?" Guanho nodded. "Helian Yun is still as crazy as ever, but this time, he's acting crazy in a strange way." Damping rested his chin on his hand, intrigued. "Strange? How so?" Guanho explained seriously, "When I heard he'd awakened, I went to visit him at the Western Palace. But then something unexpected happened. A servant told me the 4th young master was busy and would contact me when he had time." Damping smirked. What could he possibly be busy with besides drinking and throwing tantrums? Nevertheless, Guanho patiently continued. I thought the same thing, so I looked into what was keeping him busy. It turns out he's been locked inside the demon god library for days. Damping could hardly believe it. Him? In a library? He burst out laughing, spilling the wine in his cup. That rotten Hellion Yin can read? Is he planning to leave his clan and make a new name for himself? Guanho, however, did not share his amusement. Could he be thinking about entering the succession contest at the Demon God Festival? Damping choked upon hearing that speculation and spat out all the wine in his mouth. Damping slammed his cup onto the table. Are you joking? I swear that if Hellion Yun truly enters the succession contest, I, Mu Damping, will become his servant. Everyone here can bear witness. One of the men interjected in amusement. Those are your own words. Don't go back on them. Damping merely laughed mockingly. Guanho, however, had his own suspicions. Is the idea really that absurd? Meanwhile, Sion was still reading the martial arts manuals. His ears suddenly began to itch. Sion scratched it in annoyance and muttered, "Why does my ear keep itching? Someone must be bad-mouthing me." Then another thought occurred to him. Rather than struggling to teach myself, wouldn't it be easier to find someone who can teach me martial arts? Something suddenly made Sion pause. He rose wearily and stretched his stiff body. Then Sion suddenly sprinted outside. If I need a teacher, I could just summon one. He felt as though he had attained enlightenment. Why didn't I think of that before? Outside the library, the elderly steward was pacing back and forth. The steward was startled when someone announced, "The fourth young master is coming." Sion handed him a small note and ordered, "Call the people on this list here, old man, and be quick about it." The elderly steward looked over the list in confusion. Who are these people? Sion smiled confidently and declared, "My teachers." The steward repeated the word as if he had misheard. Teachers? Sion patiently repeated himself. Just summon them. Oh, and take them to my private training yard. The elderly steward cautiously asked, "You mean that rubbish heap?" Sion turned toward him in surprise, and the steward hurriedly covered his mouth. Sion's lips twitched. What the hell? That worthless bastard couldn't even keep his training yard clean? Sion cautiously asked, "How long will it take to clean it and make it usable?" The elderly steward answered without hesitation, "I shall have it cleaned within a day, so it will be ready by tomorrow morning." Sion turned away in satisfaction. Then it settled. After clearing his mind, Sion finally began paying attention to his surroundings. In particular, he noticed his own body odor. I stink. I've been in the library all this time without bathing. I should probably take a bath. Night gradually fell, and lamps illuminated one of the residences. Sion enjoyed a refreshing soak in the tub. This feels amazing. Suddenly, he noticed something nearby. Several young women appeared from nowhere and spoke in coquettish voices. "Young master, we've come to help you bathe." Sion blushed, but forced himself to remain composed. "Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Leave. I can bathe by myself." One of the women looked surprised. "Why are you sending us away?" Sion could no longer stop the blood trickling from his nose. "I said leave. Get out. Hurry." The two women stared wide-eyed, unable to react. Finally, Sion stood up and shouted, "Get out. Right now." A short while later, the moon had risen above the rooftops. Sion wearily dropped into a chair. How can I indulge myself when my life is hanging by a thread? Dozens of small notes were pinned to the board behind him, and his heart grew heavy as he looked at them. If I want to survive and return to the modern world, I need a clear plan. An attendant respectfully reported, "Fourth young master, Chief Administrator Zhang Wuliang has arrived." Sion immediately sprang to his feet. "Show him in." The excitement in Sion's eyes sent a chill down Zhang Wuliang's spine. Why has the divine cult's arrogant madman summoned me? Has he uncovered something bad about me? I hope not. What use could a lowly chief administrator of the divine cult possibly be to the fourth young master? Hundreds of thoughts raced through Wuliang's mind. I heard he liked extravagant luxuries. So why is this place filled with nothing but books and documents? Sion had already poured him a cup of tea. "Please excuse the mess, Chief Administrator Zhang Wuliang." He even bowed his head. "I should have invited you here in person. I apologize for summoning you so suddenly." Wuliang jumped in surprise. "Please raise your head. Why are you speaking to me like that? You're being far too polite. Please speak normally, or I won't be able to withstand the shock." Sion had no choice but to agree. "Very well. I'll do as you say." The two stared at each other in silence. "This is unbearably awkward." After a while, Sion finally spoke. You seem to be wondering why I called you here. The truth is, I've heard that you're highly proficient in a certain method. A light flashed in Wu Yang's eyes. What? You mean a method? Sion firmly placed a book on the table. A few simple words were written on its cover. Introduction to Longevity Meditation. Si un spoke solemnly. I know longevity meditation isn't merely a beginner's meditation manual. It contains many profound theories. We shouldn't judge a method by its simplicity, should we? Wu Yang stared at the book in astonishment. What do you want from me? Sion turned away and replied in a grave voice. Zhang Wu Yang, you wrote a detailed guide to the first method every member of the divine cult must learn, longevity meditation. Although I've read your book, I still haven't been able to understand it fully. Wu Yang's eyes widened and sweat poured down his face. Noticing this, Sion's lips curled into a faint smile. Sion made Wu Yang feel as though his work had finally been recognized. That's why I want you to teach me. Wu Yang became more shaken than ever. Wu Yang waved his hands in flustered denial. Fourth young master, you mustn't say that. How could I possibly teach you? Sion raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. Chief Administrator Zhang, you must have heard the rumors about me. Wu Yang froze at those words. They say you're the weakest person in the history of the divine cult, that you bully those weaker than yourself, scheme against those stronger than you, and lose yourself in wine and women. Realizing his slip of the tongue, he hurriedly fell silent. Don't worry. In short, I don't want to become stronger. However, I'm concerned that the divine cult focuses too heavily on mastering martial arts in a short period. I believe establishing a firm foundation is more important than training too quickly. After all, a hollow tree breaks easily. Wu Yang was so moved that he burst into tears. Young master, I completely agree with you. He had no idea that Sion had him in the palm of his hand. He took the bait. Now it's time for the finishing move. Sion sighed softly. To tell you the truth, many people have said that my way of thinking resembles that of the orthodox sections. That's why no one in the divine cult agrees with me. That's why I panicked. I feel terrible for going against the divine cult's established principles. Before he knew it, Wu Yang's tears and mucus were flowing like streams. Sion smiled bitterly at the unexpected reaction. Did I overdo it? Sion's persuasive words had ignited Wu Yang's passion. Because of the imbalance in the divine cult's martial arts, I developed my own martial theories, yet no one ever understood them. I never imagined your ideas would perfectly convey what I have always wanted to teach. This is wonderful. Who could have believed that our fourth young master would understand the theories I spent my entire life developing? Si un forstan awkward smile. I'm not sure I understand them that deeply. Wu Yang suddenly dropped to his knees and bowed before him. Fourth young master, please punish this old Zhang for failing to recognize your true nature and believing those baseless rumors. Sion gently placed a hand on Wu Yang's shoulder to reassure him. He smiled, further cementing the man's trust. Nonsense. Chief Administrator Zhang, you are an important pillar of our divine cult. Join me in improving the divine cult's martial arts. Chief Administrator Zhang. Together, let's create a new future. Sion's words caused Wu Yang's blood to boil with passion. If this old Zhang can be of service to the fourth young master, I will gladly devote my life to you. Thank you for granting me this honor, fourth young master. My lord. Sion said nothing and merely stared at him. That went better than I expected, but who knew he would cry like that? He must have suffered a great deal over the years. However, the real reason I want Chief Administrator Zhang as my teacher, that is actually very simple. Zhang Wu Yang is the greatest genius in the hero's path. He's the man who will one day become the Devil Chancellor. Sion smiled triumphantly. With him on my side, my chances of survival will be much higher. Night gradually fell beneath another full moon. Sion opened his notebook and wrote, Recruitment of Zhang Wu Yang complete. Sion felt considerably more confident. This is a good start. I've successfully recruited the future Devil Chancellor, Zhang Wu Yang. Zhang Wu Yang was the greatest genius in the hero's path. After the second young master chose him as an advisor, he made enormous contributions to trapping the protagonist. That was how he earned the epithet Devil Chancellor. After the second young master, the protagonist's rival, became the demonic cult successor, Wu Yang also played a vital role in devising strategies against the other sects. Sion's lips curled into a smile. Just as Liu Bei had Zhuge Liang in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I made that comparison up myself, but this really is a wonderful prospect. Feeling somewhat tired, Sion returned to bed. What should I do next? He immediately collapsed face first onto the mattress. Sleep first. I am exhausted. The following morning, at Sion's private residence, Wu Yang was surprised by everything laid out before him. What is all this, my lord? Sion smiled at the large number of papers and books on the table. From now on, you'll be my martial arts teacher, and these materials will assist me throughout my training. Wu Yang skimmed through them before commenting, My lord, this is an exceptionally thorough and detailed training plan. It specifies everything, including physical training, diet, rest, sleeping hours, and methods I've never seen before. I've never encountered a training system like this. Sion offered an explanation. I noticed that the divine cult's training lacked structure, so I try to solve the problem from several different angles. But ultimately, doesn't everything begin with diet? The human body is shaped by what a person eats, how frequently they train, and how well they rest. Wu Yang gaped at how meticulously everything had been arranged. Brilliant. Young master, you're right. All martial arts originate from the human body. I have studied martial arts for decades, yet I overlooked something so fundamental. And the one who pointed it out was the young master whom everyone dismissed as worthless until only yesterday. Sion scratched his cheek and reluctantly accepted the praise. Honestly, I created these plans using the training and diet programs from an ordinary modern gym. Oh well, he seems completely convinced. Sion offered a few encouraging words. Then let us follow this training method together and find a way to advance the martial arts of our divine cult. Even that was enough to fill Wu Yang with admiration. Yes, my lord. Over the following days, Wu Yang provided Sion with extensive assistance during his training. Raise your hips higher. 88, 89, 90. After finishing his push-ups, Sion moved on to pull-ups. Once again, Wu Yang ceaselessly urged him on. Young master, this is the last one. Just one more. After training, Sion reviewed his progress. I've been following a modern training regimen for 2 weeks now. Everything seems to be progressing well, just as I expected. Maybe because I'm the leader's son, I was born with a naturally strong body. I'm already seeing results. Wu Yang shouted another announcement. Come now, young master. You still have one more set of leg exercises. Sion cheerfully responded while continuing his endurance run. I heard you. Wu Yang diligently recorded every training session Sion completed. Sion knew why he was doing it. Zhang Wu Yang is modifying the training regimen to make it suitable for martial arts training. Excellent. As for himself, Sion could now confidently believe that Hellion Yun would undoubtedly become stronger. Time continued to pass, and that afternoon, Guan Ho came directly to his residence. Guan Ho placed his hands on his hips and snorted. What is that lunatic Hellion Yin doing? If he's finished with his business, he should come out and have some fun with his friends. Just then, Guan Ho saw the elderly steward emerge. Old man, is the fourth young master inside? The steward calmly replied. The fourth young master is currently training. Guan Ho recoiled in astonishment. What, training? That man is actually willing to train? The elderly steward smiled proudly. Yes, it has been 2 weeks since the young master began training. Guan Ho frowned and pondered. He had never once seen that fellow train. Even when they attended the Demon God Hall to study martial arts, he had refused to practice. Had he truly gone mad? Guan Ho immediately protested. No, that's impossible. You're hiding some beautiful girls for yourself, aren't you, old man? The elderly steward felt that Hellion Yun had been insulted and spun around. The young master truly is training. If you do not believe me, follow me to the training room. His words left Guan Ho speechless and rooted to the spot. Inside, Zhang Wuyang was sparring with Sion. His hands trembled slightly. Young master, your martial arts have improved tremendously. Sweat drenched Sion's muscular body. Is that so? Just then, Guan Ho entered and demanded, Yin, what the hell is this? Hearing his voice, Sion turned around. Guan Ho, what are you doing here? Sion frowned as he considered how to respond. Guan Ho was a member of the Four Heavens Hall. Sion had kept his distance from them because they were of no help to his plans, yet one of them had unexpectedly come to him. Guan Ho approached him worriedly. What are you doing? You haven't contacted us lately. Sion replied aloofly. Can't you see? I'm training, of course. Cold sweat poured down Guan Ho's face. What are you talking about? Has your mind still not recovered since you came back to life? Seung felt slightly irritated. Just how terrible had that bastard Hellion Yun been to make this man so worried? To Guan Ho, the current Hellion Yun seemed like an entirely different person. Are you really the Hellion Yun I know? Even your expressions are completely different. Has someone possessed you? Sion leaned back and thought. This fellow is rather perceptive. He quickly pulled his hand free from Guan Ho's grasp. Hey, if you keep spouting nonsense, get lost. I am Buse. Flustered, Guan Ho pressed him. Busy doing what? Sion solemnly declared. After returning from the brink of death, I deeply regretted my past behavior. Now I'm striving to cultivate my character and become a better man. Understand. He then turned to Zhang Wuliang. Chief Administrator Zhang, let's go again. Zhang Wuliang bent over. My back. Seeing this, Sion reconsidered. I suppose I have trained quite a lot. He turned toward Guan Ho. On closer inspection, the man was not half bad. Perhaps he could use him as a sparring partner. Meanwhile, Guan Ho grumbled. What kind of training is this? Acting on the thought, Sion smirked and prepared to strike. Let's see. He took a running step and leaped off the ground. He then brought a blow straight down in front of Guan Ho, who stared wide-eyed with his mouth hanging open, unable to understand what was happening. Sion gathered his strength with imposing momentum. Just before the blow landed, with only a few inches remaining, his hand nearly touched Guan Ho's face. Guan Ho suddenly screamed, "Hey, stop!" Acting on instinct, he leaned to the right and dodged the punch. Sion smiled in satisfaction at his reflexes, while Guan Ho gritted his teeth, still unsure what had just happened. Guan Ho even had enough time to launch a counterattack. After days of training, Sion was fast enough to evade it. Both men assumed fighting stances, and Sion offered his praise. Not bad. The next second, Sion completed his interrupted punch. Suddenly, an unfamiliar sensation swept over him, making his eyes widen. Guan Ho was pushed backward, but quickly regained his footing. Soon immediately realized something. Hey, Guan Ho, you've also practiced external martial arts for a long time, haven't you? If you don't believe me, why don't we spar like we used to? Guan Ho froze at the question. What? External martial arts? His expression darkened, and he no longer tried to conceal it. Are you serious? Siu nodded. Of course. Inwardly, he thought, Guan Ho, you bastard. As that bastard Hellion Yun's best friend, I'll teach you some manners. Time gradually passed until the following day. Sion placed an arm around Guan Ho's shoulders and explained, why not give a try? I mean, why don't you practice external martial arts with me for a month? You need to rebuild your strength too. Guan Ho leaned away suspiciously. Yun, are you really? He cannot accept it. This is insane. I can't believe it. Sion raised one finger and made a simple proposal. Just 1 month. If you train with me, I'll give you the prize steed you've always wanted. Guan Ho immediately accepted and embarked on the path of training. His start was far from smooth. He ran until he was gasping for breath, his face visibly turning purple. Unlike him, Sion remained energetic far ahead. Look to your left. Guan Ho shouted as though he were about to cry. Hey, what kind of training is this? Why do I have to train without using internal energy? Zhang Wuliang, who stood nearby, reminded him, as your physical strength increases, your internal energy will also improve. Guan Ho glanced at him in disbelief. Chief Administrator Zhang, what the hell are you talking about? Zhang Wuliang did not answer. Immediately watched Sion. The effectiveness of those techniques and elixirs would increase, and their internal energy would become even more profound. A while later, Zhang Wuliang blew his whistle, signaling the two men to stop. Guan Ho panted and groaned without pause. I'm going to die. Sion turned toward him without giving him time to recover. Can you keep going? Guan Ho stammered. Well, at that moment, Zhang Wuliang loudly blew his whistle again and pointed directly at Guan Ho. You must run another 5 laps. Sion waved goodbye to him. Good luck. The prize steed was now Guan Ho's only goal. He reminded himself, 1 month. Just 1 month. Wait for me, my steed. Elsewhere, Sion reviewed the training records. His time is better than I expected. Zhang Wuliang frowned slightly. The question is whether this regimen will also suit other martial artists. Just then, Guan Ho completed his final lap. Sion smiled faintly and muttered, well, we have a test subject now. We'll know the results by the end of the month. Guan Ho's grueling training continued, and 1 month passed. Sion quietly asked Zhang Wuliang, have you gathered enough information? Zhang Wuliang tightly gripped the notebook in his hands. Yes, I have gathered enough information to adapt the regimen for ordinary martial artists. Nearby, Guanho panted and managed to utter a few words. His face had gone completely pale. Finally, 1 month. My steed, Sion smiled approvingly. You've worked hard this past month. I already sent word to the stable master. You may take it home. Guanho suddenly sprang upright and shouted, Hey, Hellion Yun, are you really sure you haven't been possessed? Even if you've changed, this is far too drastic. Sion did not answer immediately. He thought, You guessed correctly, but even if I told you the truth, you wouldn't believe me. Guanho continued questioning him. Or are you doing all this to win the succession contest? Sion rubbed his chin and went along with it, nodding. That's right. Guanho recoiled as if he had heard something unbelievable. Are you serious? Sion shrugged and countered. Why wouldn't I be? Even you could become the successor. Guanho excitedly seized Sion by both shoulders. Do you know what will happen if your imperial brothers discover this? He was referring to the vicious cycle of the succession struggle. They'll plot against you and hunt you down. Guanho's expression grew increasingly tense. Yin, go back to our normal lives. Enjoy yourself and forget about the succession. As long as we're alive, we can still have fun. Sion did indeed return to his normal life, and his new normal was training. Watch your left. The attack caught Guanho off guard. He continued studying Sion suspiciously. We're wealthy young masters who use only superior techniques and elixirs. Why would people like Yun and me need physical conditioning? Sion also had his doubts, yet he's training his body from the ground up like this. Does this fellow truly care that much about Hellion? Guanho, you weren't a key character in the novel, but for some reason, you seem incredibly trustworthy. Should I reassure him? With that thought, Sion took Guanho's hand. Guanho, my brother, I truly want to enter this contest. Unable to remain calm, Guanho demanded, Hey, have you lost your mind? Sion responded with a soft, contemplative laugh. I have gone mad. That's right. That is why I need your help. Guanho stared blankly, unable to understand his intentions. Help you with what? Sion clenched his fist and expressed his resolve. I want to change a few things. The divine cult focuses all its attention on my imperial brothers. Why should young people like us, who lead the Four Heavens Hall, have to endure defeat and contempt? Guanho stammered in agreement. That's right. There's nothing for us to do in the divine cult. Sion continued. I want to change that. Of course, it won't be easy. To accomplish it, I must survive the succession contest. And to do that, I need a true brother who values my life as much as his own. Guanho, I need your help. Sion's determination and lofty ideals struck Guanho straight in the heart. Guanho unexpectedly grabbed Sion by the collar and shouted, You damn fool. Tears and snot streamed down his face. Let's create an equal divine cult together. Yin, don't worry. I'll definitely help you. The result caught Sion completely by surprise. What? He was convinced that quickly. Faced with Guanho's emotional outburst, Sion was somewhat bewildered. Is it because these people live in ancient times? Or because I'm inside a martial arts novel? Why are they all so gullible? Then came the next step. He placed an arm around Guanho's shoulders and added a few sentimental words. Thank you. The ancients used to say that one true friend is worth more than 100 good friends, right? I feel reassured to have you here. Guanho was still sniffling. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. But what will you do next? I understand how you feel, but how are we supposed to win the succession contest? Sion smiled shrewdly and got to the point. First, I need you to do something for me. Guanho answered without hesitation, Just tell me. Receiving such support made Sion feel slightly warm inside. Soon afterward, he obtained what he wanted. I couldn't sell the most expensive items, even after converting most of them into silver. But Guanho managed to sell them to the wealthy people he knows. This pile must now be worth around 10 billion gold pieces. Just how much money did Hellion Yun coax out of his mother? Night gradually fell, and bright moonlight peeked over the pavilion roof. Inside his room, Sion considered how to use the money wisely. He's more useful than I expected. After checking everything, Sion nodded in satisfaction. Now that we have sufficient funds, let's move on to the next plan. The following morning, inside Sion's private residence, he and Guanho were engaged in intensive sparring. Sion's punches now carried much greater force. Guanho's swift reflexes allowed him to dodge repeatedly and avoid being overwhelmed. He searched for an opportunity to counterattack. A powerful high kick swept past Sion's body. Sion's eyes widened, unable to conceal his excitement. Impressive. In the end, however, Guanho was the first to be struck in the cheek. Exhausted, he slumped to the ground. I can't beat you. Take a break. Sion smiled as steam rose from his body. You rest. As for him, he continued training and throwing punches. Guanho blurted out, no matter how many times I see it, I still find it hard to believe. If you had been able to do this back at the Demon God Hall, you would certainly have become the strongest. Sion laughed, treating it as though it were unimportant. I was too busy fooling around back then. Guanho suddenly recalled the past. Come to think of it, people praised you from an early age. They called you a martial arts genius, didn't they? Those words left Sion silent for a long time. The original owner's memories gradually became clear in his mind. Back then, Hellion Yun was still a child with a burning passion for martial arts. Throughout that journey, his mother, Lianhua, was always by his side. One day, he dominated an opponent during a sparring match. The frightened boy raised his hands in surrender. I lost. Hellion Yun then turned toward his mother. Lianhua proudly called out, Yun, you truly are the martial arts genius of our divine cult. You are certain to become its successor. At that time, he had genuinely felt happy. Then came a day of raging storms and overwhelming gloom. Cries echoed, while funeral paper fluttered everywhere. A pair of tiny hands tightly gripped a memorial tablet. Back in the present, Guanho was still sparring with him. Is that all you've got? Guanho had not expected Sion's expression to change so suddenly. Sion unleashed a punch that flashed past like lightning. That's right. From that moment onward, Hellion Yun became empty inside and lost his passion for martial arts. He did everything half-heartedly and chose only the easiest path. He bullied the weak and wasted his time on debauchery with his brothers from the Four Heavens Hall. But then I, Li Sion, took over his body, and that emptiness became a will to survive. Sion could now declare with confidence, Hellion Yun has truly returned. He constantly reminded himself, and I must return as well. Hearing him mutter, Guanho asked curiously, what did you say? Sion reached for a towel and brushed the question aside. I was only talking to myself. By the way, I have another request. Guanho asked curiously, what request? Sion made a serious proposal. I need you to introduce me to someone. Guanho remained casual. Who? Sion quickly whispered the name into his ear. After hearing it, Guanho recoiled and shouted, Hey, Hellion Yun, have you gone insane? Sion appeared to have anticipated this reaction. That's right. Guanho leaned back and stared at Sion in disbelief. The person Sion wanted to meet belonged to the Impermanence Wolves. It was one of the Sun and Moon Divine cult's three main combat forces, an elite faction containing some of the cult's strongest members. The Impermanence Wolves' gifted marksman was named Sha Fuxian. One quiet night, in a secluded rear courtyard, Fuxian stood with his arms crossed and waited for someone. I was quite pleased when Guanho contacted me first. It has already been several years since we passed the examination at the Demon God Hall. But why did he summon me to such a luxurious restaurant? It's not as though he doesn't know my family is poor. A moment later, the door to the room suddenly swung open. Guanho was overjoyed to see his old friend again. It's been far too long. Unable to restrain himself, he wrapped Fuxian in a tight embrace. My brother, Sha Fuxian. Fuxian's smile also became relaxed. That's right. Guanho has never cared about wealth or status. Thrilled by their reunion, he replied, You're right. How long has it been? Fuxian whispered into Guanho's ear, But why is your body so muscular now? Wasn't your motto to train only in moderation? Guanho smiled awkwardly, finding it difficult to believe himself. About that, just then, a voice interrupted their conversation. Sha Fuxian. Sion clasped his hands and bowed slightly in greeting. It has been a long time. Fuxian's expression immediately darkened. Seeing his face, Guanho could only clutch his head. I knew this would happen. Sion cautiously raised his eyes to study Fuxian's expression. Before he knew it, Fuxian's murderous aura was soaring through the roof. Sion immediately became vigilant. What's with this murderous aura? What if he disposes of me before the protagonist can? Their grudge had begun long ago. During Hellion Yun's 4 years at the Demon God Hall, he had bullied Sha Fuxian on several occasions. Back then, the original Hellion Yun had been extremely arrogant. You filthy commoner. He often looked down on others. Get out of my sight. Even Hellion Yun's followers made Fuxian the target of their mockery. At the time, Fuxian could only step back and endure the humiliation. Hellion Yun suddenly tossed a coin forward. It bounced several times before stopping directly in front of Fuxian. Despite the humiliation, Fuxian could only grit his teeth and endure it. Hellion Yun's taunting voice rang out. I'm only trying to help you. What's wrong? Are you planning to strike the cult leader's son? He contemptuously made an outrageous demand of Sha Fuxian. Take the money. After getting his satisfaction, Helian Yun and his companions turned and left. Fuxian reached down and picked up the coin lying on the ground. Clenching it tightly, he engraved this grudge deep in his heart. Just then, a hand rested on Fuxian's shoulder. Expressing sympathy, Guanho said, Helian Yun humiliated you again. Fuxian lowered his head and quietly called his name. Guanho, once I pass the examination, tell that bastard Helian Yun to stay out of my sight. Even after leaving the training hall, I will remain a member of the Impermanence Wolf sect. I can challenge anyone I wish. When that day comes, I'll beat him to a pulp and return this coin to him. Guanho had felt deeply uneasy at the time. Back in the present, Xian stood before the furious Fuxian. Without looking back at Guanho, Fuxian growled, Are you going to help me fulfill my wish? He then demanded, Or have you become friends with this piece of trash? Seeing the situation deteriorate, Guanho hurriedly explained, No, Fuxian, just hear me out. Without another word, Fuxian charged forward to fulfill his long-held wish. His fist stopped only a few centimeters from Xian's face. Unexpectedly, Xian dropped straight to his knees. The action caught Fuxian completely off guard. The rage inside him immediately subsided. Beside them, Guanho suddenly raised his voice. Hey Yun. Fuxian withdrew his fist and spoke. What the hell are you trying to do? Helian Yun. Xian looked up at him solemnly. Sha Fuxian, you know what it means to kneel before someone in the cult, don't you? Understanding his meaning only made Fuxian more scornful. I don't need your worthless display of submission. What nonsense are you trying to spout now? Xian patiently expressed his sincerity. I understand why you feel this way. Please hear me out, even if only for a moment. Fuxian scoffed at his plea. Are you joking? He did not readily accept the request. Fine, if you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I'll listen to you. Guanho was beside himself with worry as he glanced at Fuxian. That lunatic, how could Yin possibly withstand 3 strikes from the Impermanence Wolf sect's finest archer? Yet Xian merely lowered his head in silence for a moment. Then he clasped his hands before Fuxian. Thank you. The moment Xian opened his eyes, he saw a fist right beside his face. His body instinctively twisted aside. Stunned by the speed of the attack, Xian thought, that scared me. If I'd been even a little slower. In the next instant, Fuxian launched another strike, seemingly pouring all his strength into the punch. Fuxian's face revealed years of pent-up resentment. Xian dodged, and the punch slammed directly into the wooden floor. Xian gritted his teeth before such a powerful opponent. Fuxian's reflexes were also extremely fast, and he immediately launched another attack. This time, he seized Xian by the collar. The corner of his mouth curled upward. Got you. You little rat. Xian's body was hurled heavily to the ground, leaving him able only to curse inwardly. Damn it. Fuxian's resentment-filled fist was about to descend. This ends here. This time, Xian had no choice but to take the full force of the blow. Watching from the side, Guanho shouted in alarm, Helian Yun. Fuxian frowned at what lay beneath him. What he saw left him utterly astonished. Despite his full-strength attack, Xian had managed to block it with his crossed arms. A thought flashed through Fuxian's mind. What? Where did he learn this technique? Xian could now speak with confidence. Well, are you ready to hear me out? However, Fuxian had no intention of yielding. Your time is already up. Guanho quickly added, Come on, the 3 strikes are over. Fuxian, at least hear us out. Let's go inside. Back in his room, Xian stared at his trembling arm. Thank goodness I blocked that. Night gradually fell, and the moon climbed higher. The 3 of them sat together around a table. Once everything was ready, Xian began. Sha Fuxian. He solemnly stated his intentions. I need your strength. The atmosphere in the room became stranger than ever. Fuxian tilted his head, unable to understand Xian's words. I have no idea what you're talking about. Xian narrowed his eyes, a spark gleaming within them. The Impermanence Wolf sect primarily uses swords and spears, but you aren't proficient with either of them, are you? Hearing this made Fuxian's blood boil again. Are you going to say that archery is only good for impressing women and that close combat skill is what truly matters? Xiu nodded without objection. That's right. This inadvertently provoked Fuxian's fury. He was about to punch Xian when Guanho stopped him. Fuxian, calm down. However, Fuxian could no longer restrain himself. Your mouth has always spewed nothing but garbage. Helian Yun. His reaction left Xian flustered. There's nothing insulting about the word skill. Don't misunderstand me. Although the divine cult recruits talented people, weapons such as swords and sabers are still valued more highly. Archers are often looked down upon because they are considered unsuited for invasions and subjugating enemies. But I believe archery is precisely the skill we need to conquer the Central Plains. Those words left the other two men frozen for several seconds. The entire room became eerily silent. Fuxian suddenly turned away and said, "Your 15 minutes are over." Xian refused to give up so easily. "Sha Fuxian, are you going to let your talent rot away?" Fuxian sighed and nodded without resistance. "Yes." Xian then began revealing his passion. "I will create the strongest archery division in the entire cult. It will become even stronger than the Impermanence Wolf sect, and I want you to be its leader." The final statement made Fuxian turn back. He snapped, "Helian Yun, how much longer do you intend to mock me? If you continue, don't blame my blade for showing no mercy." Without another word, Xian pulled away a nearby cloth, revealing several boxes he had prepared beneath it. Fuxian was surprised by his actions. "What is this?" Xian slowly opened the boxes, and light gleamed from within. At a moment like this, what appeared would naturally be money. "I'll give you these 3 additional gold ingots." Once again, Fuxian grabbed him tightly by the collar. The fury in his eyes was unmistakable. "Are you insulting me?" Yet Xian remained resolute. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not insulting you. I truly intend to establish an archery division. And of all the people I know, you, Sha Fuxian, are the finest archer here." Xian paused for a breath before continuing. "That is why I risked coming here to meet you." He even declared with absolute conviction, "I will become the divine cult's successor." Xian's ambition startled Fuxian. A few seconds later, a sigh rang out. "Helian Yun." Fuxian held his head in exasperation. "I thought you had only temporarily lost your mind." He smiled as though he had accepted the situation. "But it seems you've truly gone insane." Xian and Guanho relaxed somewhat. "That's right. Since I'm already insane, I might as well see it through." Guanho suddenly corrected him. "No, you're not insane." Xian immediately turned toward him. "Then what am I?" Guanho burst into laughter. "You're completely deranged, brother." Fuxian realized one thing. Helian Yun's eyes were no longer lifeless as they had been during their days in the training hall. Unlike the frivolous and insolent Helian Yun of the past, they were now filled with unwavering determination. At that moment, Fuxian sat down at the table again. The sound startled the other two, making their eyes widen. Regaining his composure, Xian sat opposite him. "Have you decided?" Fuxian looked somewhat embarrassed, but remained stubborn. "I'm not doing this because of those gold ingots. I've heard that people can change greatly after returning from the brink of death, so I want to see whether that is true in your case." Xian raised the wine jug in his hand. "Whatever your reason, thank you." Fuxian remained cautious as he studied Xian's expression. Their conversation continued until midnight. Once Fuxian was tipsy, he brought something up. "The more I think about it, the harder it is to believe. I mean, I never imagined the day would come when you would ask me for help like this." Xian smiled helplessly. "I understand how you feel. I sincerely apologize for everything I did before. I was far too immature back then." Although Fuxian had accepted the offer, he remained wary. "Even so, I still can't trust you yet." Xian only became more determined to prove himself. "Then what must I do to earn your trust?" Fuxian's condition was extremely simple. "I'll believe you if you are willing to learn how to shoot an arrow." This was completely outside Xian's expectations. "What?" Fuxian began reaching his own conclusion. "Just as I thought. How could a person change so easily?" One of Fuxian's memories resurfaced. He was practicing archery, quietly exhaling after taking precise aim. Just then, Helian Yun appeared and mocked him. "I've never seen anyone use a bow who wasn't impotent." "Hey, Sha Fuxian, are you sure you can still get up at night?" Ignoring those words, Fuxian continued training. Propelled by tremendous force, his arrow flew as swiftly as the wind. The sight of the arrow piercing the practice dummy stirred an even older memory. A man pulled out the arrow and inspected it. As a child, Fuxian had been fascinated by archery. "That was amazing, father." His father then gently stroked his head. His father had always been Fuxian's greatest idol. "My father was the divine cult's finest archer. The bow was his pride, and it is mine as well. And the one who slandered and looked down upon it was you, Helian Yun." Fuxian paused when he saw Xian's natural smile. He inexplicably felt uncomfortable. "Then why are you smiling so brightly at me?" At that moment, Xian rushed up to Fuxian, interrupting his thoughts. Is that really all I have to do? That's what I wanted to ask. Xian smiled and made his request. Then please teach me how to use a bow. Fuxian stammered in disbelief. Are you serious? Xian answered calmly but firmly. Of course. His behavior left Fuxian speechless for a long while. Fuxian reached for the wine jug on the table, tilted back his head, and drained it in one go. Fuxian slammed the jug onto the table, startling Xian. His attitude toward him had changed. Good. I'll show you what a true archer looks like. Fuxian held the half-empty jug out towards Xian and smiled as he made his demand. Drink, you bastard. Xian had no reason to refuse his invitation. Fine. He tipped the jug back and drained the rest. Watching from beside them, Guanho turned pale, but then he finally smiled with relief. Thank goodness it ended peacefully. However, it seemed Guanho would not get such a peaceful ending. Guanho, you have to drink a jug too. He instinctively backed away, but Xian caught him. But I can't hold my liquor. Guanho's screams echoed through the night. You lunatics. Fine, let's drink ourselves to death together. By noon the next day, inside Xian's room, two men lay sprawled across the bed and floor. Fuxian was awakened by the sunlight and slowly pulled himself up. The first thing he saw was Guanho snoring in his sleep. A wave of pain struck, and Fuxian quickly clutched his head. My head. He solemnly recalled what had happened the previous night. They had wreaked havoc throughout the room at the guest house. Fuxian had grabbed Xian by the collar and lifted him up. Hellion Yun, you idiot! Guanho drunkenly tried to stop them. Seriously, stop it. That night, Fuxian had poured out all his pent-up resentment. Do you know how much I suffer because of you? Xian had repeated the same thing countless times. I really am sorry. Then Fuxian had changed the subject. What? You want to create an archery division? What nonsense! Now his thoughts were in complete disarray. No matter how much he's changed, he is still the divine cult's fourth young master. I may have gotten carried away, but he drank an entire jug of wine without getting drunk. While Fuxian was lost in thought, someone opened the room's door. A female attendant entered. You're awake, sir. I have prepared breakfast and fresh clothes for you. Fuxian appreciated the gesture, but declined the meal. Thank you, but I would like to see the fourth young master first. She bowed, her cheeks slightly flushed. He is currently practicing archery at the training ground. This news surprised Fuxian. He's practicing archery? Understanding his intention, the attendant respectfully offered, please follow me. Several arrows were already embedded in the targets at the training ground. However, each missed the bullseye, prompting a disappointed sigh. So close. While Xian was taking a break, he spotted a familiar face. Sha Fuxian, good morning. Did you sleep well? Fuxian was slightly flustered by his friendly behavior. Well enough. Xian adjusted his grip on the bow. I've been practicing on my own, but I'm not improving at all. He did not hesitate to ask for help. Could you give me a few pointers? For the first few seconds, Fuxian remained suspicious of Xian's actions. Before Fuxian could dwell on it, Xian spoke first. It looks like my stance is wrong, doesn't it? Fuxian rubbed his chin and answered, no. That is a hunting stance, so it isn't exactly wrong. Hearing this, Xian laughed and praised him. As expected of the dragon ghost archer, I learned this stance from a hunter. Something in his words caught Fuxian's attention. You're doing well, but what is the dragon ghost archer? Xian awkwardly changed the subject. It's nothing. Anyway, show me one more time. Fuxian took the bow and raised it straight ahead. He drew the bowstring all the way back. His stance was so precise that Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Amazing. The moment his fingers released the string, the arrow flew like the wind. Internal energy visibly enveloped it. The arrow struck the bullseye and even cracked the target. Its accuracy was flawless. In other words, it was the perfect shot. Xian stared wide-eyed at the incredible display. From that moment onward, he officially became Fuxian's admirer. Incredible! Fuxian was now willing to instruct him. A hunting stance differs from a combat stance. If you train, you'll soon be able to shoot like that. Xian's eyes sparkled like hundreds of stars. Then teach me right now. However, Fuxian did not immediately agree. I have an Impermanence Wolf Sect training session this afternoon, so I'll teach you afterward. At this, Xian made an announcement. Starting today, you no longer need to attend the Impermanence Wolf Sect's training sessions. Fuxian looked utterly confused. What do you mean? Xian quickly pulled a scroll from his pocket. You signed a contract with me last night. You agreed to leave the Impermanence Wolf Sect and join my new division. It turned out Xian had resorted to underhanded tactics. Hurry up and sign it so we can keep drinking. Right here. Yes, there. Excellent. As the memory returned, Fuxian's face turned deathly pale. Xian gave him no opportunity to object. Here is the contract. Take it. When Fuxian opened it, he was astonished by the terms already written inside. Fuxian immediately questioned him again. Hellion Yun, is there some mistake with my advance payment and salary? My salary is 10 times what I earned in the Impermanence Wolf sect. The corners of Sion's mouth curled upward, for he had struck at the heart of the matter. He knew talent had to be properly valued. Naturally, I'll pay you according to your abilities. There are plenty of other benefits as well, so read it carefully. I've already had those chests delivered to your house, because they were so heavy. After this masterful persuasion, Sion gently patted him on the shoulder. I'm counting on you, Sha Fuxian. He continued, whispering into Fuxian's ear, let us work together for the future of the divine cult. Though somewhat confused, Fuxian still nodded in agreement. Satisfaction shonin sionese ais. Everything was proceeding according to plan. I've recruited the genius marksman from the novel, the Dragon Demon Archer. The Dragon Demon Archer would become the second young master's invaluable right-hand man, working alongside the strategist to help the protagonist overcome countless hardships. In the novel, however, the protagonist dealt with Hellion Yun before Sha Fuxian became the Dragon Demon Archer. In fact, this friendship never existed in the original story. I never expected him to have been bullied in the past, since I never wrote anything like that. In the novel, after the second young master ascends to power, he strengthens his forces and establishes an archery division called the Dragon Demon Division in preparation for war against the other factions. Sha Fuxian is appointed as its commander. But since I suddenly decided to create an archery division without possessing either power or influence, forming the Dragon Demon Division will probably be impossible, won't it? At that thought, Sion suddenly realized something. Wait, it doesn't have to be a division composed solely of archers. I need the strongest special division possible, one capable of doing anything. One beautiful morning, inside Sion's residence, a steaming cup of tea sat neatly on the table. A sigh accompanied the rising steam. He slowly read the words in his book. How am I supposed to create a special division? Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps caught Sion's attention. Guanho entered with Fuxian. Good morning. Sion greeted them with a smile. Gomein, how is everyone's progress? Fuxian took a scroll from his bag. This is a list of skilled marksmen I know in Impermanent Wolf. Sion quickly accepted it. Thank you. Sion then turned to the other matter at hand. Guanho, how is the formation of the special unit progressing? Guanho answered honestly. It is complicated. To establish a military unit, you first need a commander. Si un rabid is doubtfully. Isn't a single leader enough? Guanho gave him a straightforward explanation. That would be enough if it were your private division, but becoming an official division of the divine cult requires meeting many conditions. That gave Sion pause. An unofficial division would receive no benefits from the divine cult, funding for its establishment, access to training halls, and weapon support. An official military unit needed all those things, and they did not possess that much silver. What were they supposed to do? Guanho then offered an idea. The best solution is to join an existing division. The Sun and Moon Divine cult doesn't have only its central forces. It also has numerous divisions of varying sizes. We could create our unit under the name of one of them. Sion folded his arms and widened his eyes. Is there actually a suitable division for us to choose? Guanho smirked. Of course. You know it well. Sion found that difficult to believe. There's really a division like that. Guanho's expression turned ominous. Have you forgotten? You were the one who created it. I'm talking about the Four Heavens Division. Sion recailed in shock. Our division is an official military unit. Guanho sighed and reminded him, I told you, it only has an impressive name. You paid for most of our drinking and entertainment, but we occasionally used its official allowance as well. Sion scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. I didn't know that. Guanho revealed something else. That's because you aren't its actual commander. Mu Damping is. Sion returned to the matter seriously. Then who is the leader of the Four Heavens Division? Guanho calmly explained, Mu Damping. If he can be its leader, then either you or Fuxian can do it too. He doesn't possess enough authority, so he must have invited someone qualified to serve as commander on his behalf. Sion narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brow. This is getting complicated. A moment later, his confidence returned. Shall we get going then? Fuxian was somewhat confused by his abrupt decision. Where are we going? Sion turned and answered succinctly. Where else? We're going to see Mu Damping. Guanho's jaw dropped in alarm. Are you planning to make him surrender the division? Sion innocently nodded. Yes. Is that a problem? Guanho looked tense. Don't you remember what kind of man he is? He spends the entire allowance on wine and women. Do you really think he'll surrender it willingly? Sion stood by his decision. If he refuses, we'll make him agree. We don't have time to waste here. Fuxian still tried to suggest a more peaceful approach. All right, but let me speak to Damping first. We could discuss it over drinks afterward. Yet Sion remained firm. No, we're going now. Guanho's face turned noticeably pale. Right now, Sion strode toward the door with overwhelming determination. Hurry! Soon afterward, all three mounted their horses and rode onto the main road. Throughout the journey, Guanho kept trying to dissuade him. You're inviting disaster. Mu Damping isn't the sort of man who will meekly come out and cooperate. Seeing his concern, Sion calmly reassured him. It sounds as though he wouldn't listen even if we asked politely. Guanho hesitated for a long moment. That's right. Sion seemed to have devised a plan. We must reach the Four Heavens Division before he begins his evening feast and drinking. Otherwise, Fuxian will have an even harder time. Sion cheerfully glanced toward the dazed Fuxian. He then pulled on his reins and headed toward a particular place. Besides, we're already here. The three stopped before a house with its doors tightly shut. Without the slightest hesitation, Sion pounded loudly on the door. A few seconds later, an irritated voice came from inside. What is it? An elderly man with white hair and a white beard opened the door. What do you think this place is? How dare you cause such a commotion? But he immediately swallowed his rebuke. The person standing before him was none other than the fourth young master. The old man bowed and greeted him deferentially. Welcome back, young master, Sion explained loudly. I'm in a hurry, so I knocked rather hard. My apologies. By the way, where's Mu Damping? The old man quickly reported, he is eating. Shall I go inside and announce your arrival? Sion smiled meaningfully and gave him a slight wink. There's no need. I'll go to him myself. The old man moved aside and pressed himself against the wall as Sion and his companions entered. Yes, young master. Damping was inside the room, drunkenly enjoying his wine, oblivious to what was happening. While he leisurely drank and admired the feast, the door to his room was kicked open. The noise made Damping choke, spilling wine from his flask. Damping ground his teeth. I told everyone that no one was allowed inside. Without even looking, he furiously hurled his wine flask. Not while I'm eating. Sion swiftly caught the flask in midair. Startled by this, Damping finally raised his gaze. Sion smiled down at him with an arrogant air. Seeing the familiar face, Damping straightened his clothes. What is this? Is that you, Fourth? He tilted his head and looked at the group behind Sun. You even brought Guanho. What's the occasion? Damping was particularly surprised when he saw Fuxian. His cheeks were flushed from the wine. Hey, Fourth, you bastard. Why are you walking around with trash like him? Sion's expression hardened when he heard his companion insulted. He's even more thuggish than I expected. Sion restrained himself, pulled out a chair, and sat opposite Damping. He even deliberately propped his feet upon the table laden with Damping's wine and food. He now appeared mature, yet brazen, with a hint of anger in his eyes. Unable to endure such disrespect, Damping's veins bulged. What do you think you're doing? Sion raised his chin with an air of dignity. He may be my subordinate, and he may indeed be a bastard, but how dare you call my friend trash? Damping quickly grabbed a flask from the table, tilted back his head, and drank deeply. Damping faced him mockingly and released a loud belch. Sion covered his nose while Damping wondered. Fourth considers this fellow a close friend? Si un grimaced in disgust. Good heavens, what a stench. Damping shook the wine flask and scoffed. Hey, did you eat something strange? Did nearly dying and coming back to life drive you insane? He placed the flask on the table and picked up a long smoking pipe. Damping curled his lips contemptuously. Fine, why did you bring that worthless piece of trash here? Si you mean these smoking posture, the Four Heavens Division. I came to take it back. Damping stared at him in shock for several seconds. What? Take it back. Sion calmly repeated each word with perfect clarity. Return the Four Heavens Division to me. It had been a long time since anyone had insulted Damping so openly, and anger surged within him. You bastard! Are you trying to provoke me? Are you planning to enter the succession contest? Far from being afraid, Sion rose and declared, yes. From now on, the Four Heavens Division will become an official military unit affiliated with the Eastern Star Palace. Damping found the declaration utterly ridiculous and burst into thunderous laughter. He clenched his fist and sneered, "Wake up and stop dreaming. You can't do it, fourth. You aren't qualified." Sion frowned, a mocking glint in his eyes. "Enough. All you need to say is, I agree." Such arrogance struck directly at Damping's pride. What? Naturally, he could not remain still while someone insulted him. Damping wielded his smoking pipe like a weapon. He swung it at Sion's face. "You bastard." In his present state, however, Damping's strength was no more threatening than a scratch. "Say, I agree, and I'll forgive you." For a moment, fear appeared in Damping's eyes. "Don't mock me." He stubbornly attempted to strike Sion with his other hand, but Sion quickly caught and immobilized it. Done playing around, Sion's expression turned grim. "You refuse the wine offered in friendship, so you'll drink the wine of punishment instead?" Damping trembled beneath the murderous glare in Sion's eyes. "Well, si un procede tu, teach Damping a lesson." His slap was powerful enough to sober Damping instantly. Even so, Damping still failed to recognize the danger and roared, "How dare you!" Before he could finish, another slap struck his opposite cheek. Sion forced Damping down and continued administering a very physical lesson. Damping's screams mingled with the sharp cracks of repeated slaps. By the time both cheeks had swollen, he finally cried out, "Stop!" Sion sternly interrupted. "Those aren't the right words." He glared at Damping and lovingly instructed him. "You're supposed to say, 'I agree.'" Terrified, Damping raised his hands in surrender. "I agree." Only then did Sion ask another question. "Who is the commander of the Four Heavens Division?" Damping gingerly touched his injured cheek before answering. "Jiang Dashi. He is the commander." The name briefly caught Sion by surprise. Jiang Dashi. By the time they reclaimed the Four Heavens Division from Damping, the afternoon was already drawing to an end. The group mounted their horses and prepared for the next step. Sion remained preoccupied with the name. "So it's Jiang Dashi." Whenever he had a question, he turned to Guanho. Wasn't Jiang Dashi originally a member of the Shadow Division within the Assassination Corps? Guanho nodded and explained, "He is a master of high-level martial arts. He ran into some trouble and was forced to work for Mu Damping." Sion looked toward the sky and murmured, "It would be a terrible waste for a man like him to continue leading such a pathetic division." Fuxian still did not know what their next step would be. Are we going to meet Jiang Dashi now? But they had already accomplished their goal for the day. "No, I am hungry. We'll find him later." Si un sai din wardi. Meeting Mu Damping earlier nearly scared me to death. How could I possibly continue now? If I hadn't learned scale armor, I might have lost a finger. He recalled how fiercely he had slapped Damping. Even though he had used the ninefold divine transformation while doing so, if this was all he could manage, then Hellion Yun's martial arts remained incomplete. Therefore, there was only one thing Sion needed to do now: become even stronger. The next morning, Damping appeared outside Sion's residence and caused a commotion. "Come out here, you bastard fourth." He had not come alone, but brought an entire group of enforcers. "You dared ambush me? Come out." Sion looked down from the balcony in exasperation. What an idiot. What does he expect me to do when he has personally brought Jiang Dashi to my door? It's still early. A short while later, Sion appeared before the largest man in the group. "All right, I'm here." Dashi opened with a brief, direct question. "Is what young Master Mu told me true? Depending on your answer, the situation may become much worse." Sion adjusted his red hair and smiled. "An ambush? If he considers it one merely because he was too weak to respond, then so be it." Damping angrily protested. "You bastard. You see, Commander Jiang, there's no reason to listen to him anymore." He even had the audacity to shout an order at Dashi. "Deal with him." Dashi immediately circulated his internal energy and stomped down, cracking the ground beneath his foot. His current presence resembled that of a powerful wild bull. He assumed a fighting stance and declared, "I will show you my martial arts." Sion narrowed his eyes and nodded. "Come at me." He considered Dashi's talents terribly wasted. It was a shame that such a master had to handle petty matters for someone like Damping. Before they began, Sion asked curiously, "Commander Jiang, don't you need a weapon?" Dashi replied sternly, with a hint of menace, "If I used one, you would lose a limb. Fourth young master, you should use a weapon." Sion understood the implication perfectly. So he's looking down on me. Si un was a believer in fairness, then I'll fight barehanded as well. Dashi maintained his arrogant attitude. The laws of the martial world allow the weak to use weapons when fighting the strong. Please take up a weapon. Sion shook his head and declined the offer. No, I know it would be improper to use a sword against an unarmed man. Dashi was amused by his domineering words. It has been a long time since I last saw you, but it seems your gift for speaking has improved. Sion demonstrated that his sharp tongue was not merely for show. Do you think I'm like that cowardly master of yours? Damping nearly exploded with anger. You bastard. Unable to provoke Sion into using a weapon, Dashi tried insulting him another way. I'll allow you to attack first. Sion assumed a fighting stance and calculated silently. This is my only opportunity while his guard is down. He swiftly burst forward from his original position. His speed increased with every successive step. I have to succeed with a single strike. Using the momentum of his charge, Sion lunged toward Dashi. He executed a doppelganger technique. An afterimage appeared before Dashi's eyes, then vanished, leaving him slightly surprised. Dashi recognized the technique. That was the Shadow Division's Ghost Step. How does the fourth young master know a technique belonging to the Assassination Corps? He quickly turned and searched in every direction. Behind me? No. Suddenly, a faint breath sent a chill down Dashi's spine. His pupils contracted sharply when he noticed a human shadow beneath his feet. Sion had flickered in and out of sight, finding Dashi's blind spot in an instant. His palm carried threefold power from the ninefold divine transformation. Black Buddha palm. Because the strike came directly from his blind spot, Dashi had no chance to evade it. Sion's face tensed as he gritted his teeth. Dashi endured a devastating blow, and the remaining force sent him flying several yards backward. Only then did Damping become truly terrified. I'm finished. The men who had arrogantly followed him earlier were now drenched in sweat. A few seconds later, Dashi's heavy body crashed to the ground. His face turned ashen as he trembled beneath Damping's gaze. Well, Sion approached Damping and his entourage. Having gained the upper hand, he crooked a finger and beckoned Damping closer. Mu Damping, come here. Frightened and furious, he could only grit his teeth. Yes, that is what I meant, sir. Sion smiled, leaving him no room to retreat. You brought Chief Guan here today. Does that mean you want to join my new faction as well? Mu Damping was at a loss for how to respond. Wait about that. Seeing his hesitation, Sion raised his hand and gave Damping a threatening gesture. Without giving him a chance to refuse, Sion threw an arm around his shoulders and declared, Then I warmly welcome you and all the brothers of the Four Heavens Hall. With no path of retreat left, Damping relented. Yes, whatever you say, sir. Seizing the opportunity, Sion loudly addressed everyone present. All right, everyone, listen up. From now on, follow Sha Futian's orders and begin training immediately. He is practically a real monster now. From this day forward, you bastards will be reborn. The men accompanying Damping began trembling in fear. Sha Futian, I wish you all the best. Sion left with a triumphant smile. Futian threatened the men with a staff. All of you get down. With everything settled, Sion returned to his study. He excitedly flopped onto the bed and made himself comfortable. Thinking back on everything, Sion breathed a quiet sigh of relief. I really thought I was about to kick the bucket. Who would have thought combining the Black Buddha fist palm with the seventh divine transformation after the demonic step would work? The problem is, I can only use it when my opponent is caught off guard. I cannot use that move against a true expert. Whatever the situation, he always reminded himself, survive for now, so I can return home someday. Time passed, and several weeks later, the sound of counting echoed across the training grounds. Futian loudly commanded the men, louder. Although they were exhausted, they had no choice but to keep going. Damping, in particular, had to force himself through the training. The intensity was so great that Damping's face remained deathly pale. Why do I have to do this? Seeing him hesitate, Futian barked angrily, Run faster. Guanho watched from nearby with a satisfied smile. Sha Futian has become increasingly dependable since becoming the faction's deputy leader. Yin may truly become the successor. Just then, Sion's voice reached them. Deputy Leader Sha, do not let those lazy bastards rest. Futian understood, and something gleamed in his eyes. Of course. Sion walked over to Guanho and remarked, Managing a faction is not easy at all. Meanwhile, Futian was berating the members. Who gave you permission to rest? While thinking, Sion suddenly remembered remembered something. That is right, Ho. I just came up with a new name for the Four Heavens Hall. How does Black Lion sound? Guan Ho was surprised by the unusual name. Black Lion? I have never heard a name like that before. Sion immediately launched into a lengthy explanation. Our dream is to create a better future for the divine cult, so I want to give our faction a completely new name. Sion had even prepared something important in advance. This is our faction's emblem. Guan Ho's eyes widened, unable to believe how thoroughly Sion had planned everything. An emblem. Upon seeing it, Guan Ho could not hide his amazement. I have never seen anything like this. Sion was pleased by his excitement. I actually stole the idea from the real world, but he seems to love it. However, something still troubled him. Our faction is still too small. That is true. Fujian has gathered around 30 archers. We need at least 100 people to form a complete faction, but for a new faction like ours. The Demon God Hall's graduation ceremony is coming soon, is it not? Guan Ho sighed, immediately understanding Sion's intentions. All the divine cult's geniuses will be gathered there. Do you really think they will join us? Sion seemed to have prepared for this and took out a book. With this, they certainly will. Guan Ho flipped through the pages, exclaiming in wonder. Are you serious? Sion smirkte confidently. Why ask such an obvious question? Just find me a blacksmith. The day of the Demon God Hall's graduation ceremony soon arrived. The graduates excitedly showed off their new uniforms. Naturally, there were also boos promoting the various factions. The Fire Dragon faction offers the best benefits among the major factions. Every graduate has a chance to join. Come and register. Yet amid all that noise, something even louder appeared. A group equipped with armor and weapons slowly entered. Behind them flew the Black Lion faction's distinctive banner. Sion was also wearing an impressive suit of armor. Their appearance sparked curiosity throughout the graduation ceremony. Who are they? Could they be the Black Lion faction founded by the fourth young master? The Black Lion faction? I've never heard that name before. Is that black iron armor? Everyone marveled at the details of their equipment. Seriously? They made armor from black iron, just as I thought. Is this the power of the foreign Rahu clan? I cannot believe he made armor from black iron, a material worth as much as gold. Behind his mask, Sion could not conceal his excitement. Everyone is looking this way. The graduation ceremony ended in the late afternoon as the sun sank toward the west. The suits of black iron armor had been removed and lay scattered across the floor. Sion and the other three sprawled on the ground, breathing raggedly as though they had just returned from the dead. Only Damping did not understand why he had been involved. Why did I have to do that? Sion struggled to steady his breathing. That was so heavy, I nearly died. Fujian barely managed to sit up. After wearing it, I finally understand why no one uses black iron to make armor. Even a bow is lighter. Guan Ho added, we did everything you told us to, but will this really work? Although he had yet to see the results, Sion remained confident. Of course, conveying a clear and powerful message is one of the fundamentals of marketing. Guan Ho sat up and stared at him in confusion. A message? Marketing? What are you talking about? Realizing he had let something slip, Sion could only laugh it off. It is nothing. Just wait. We are certain to receive a response. Several days later, more than 100 people were waiting outside Sion's residence. Everyone was excited by the group's outstanding display. Sion confidently admired the well-deserved fruits of his labor. See, only then did Guan Ho realize the problem. Are you planning to accept all these people? Sion had already calculated everything carefully. Of course not. I will test their physical abilities first and select only those who can endure. I am creating a faction unlike anything else in the martial world, equipped with the most advanced weapons ever conceived. Sion's creativity made his two friends admire him even more than before. He reviewed everything he had accomplished. I have created my own faction. Now it is time to expand my influence within the clan. I must be ready before the conflict between the protagonist, Tai Wuguang, and the second young master, Helian Jun. Time continued to pass. One fine day, Sion arrived at another residence and respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. He bowed to the woman seated above him. It has been a long time, elder sister. The distant figure showed no reaction to his greeting. She gave Sion a cold, piercing look. His reason for coming was simple. He first needed to approach the person seeking to form a faction with the second young master, the third young lady, Hellion Yu. However, she showed no pleasure at seeing him. If you came here to beg for your life, I have heard enough. Leave. Contrary to Yu's expectations, Sion stated his purpose directly. Actually, I came to propose an alliance with you. Even so, she rejected him for one simple reason. You possess neither ability nor strength. All you have is the money of your mother's family, the Rahu clan. What did you just say, you insolent, ugly bastard? His words enraged you even further. Is that how you beg to be spared? Despite the pressure bearing down on him, Sion remained resolute. I came to propose an alliance between equals, so I will offer you a benefit you cannot refuse. You waved dismissively. I do not want to hear it. Return to the Eastern Star Palace if you value your life. Before she could leave, Sion raised his voice. The second young master has chosen the first young master. Seeing her steps falter, Sion knew he had unsettled her. He directly addressed what you stood to gain or lose. To form an alliance with the second young master, who has no one supporting him, you plan to keep a close watch on the first young master's heaven-shrouding clan. However, that is a mistake. The second young master has already joined forces with the first young master. She demanded through gritted teeth. Where did you hear that? Sion smiled, hiding the source of his information. I cannot tell you, because I cannot exactly say that I wrote it myself. Those words made you turn back. So you wish to become my ally? Sion nodded without hesitation. Exactly. Faced with his unwavering resolve, you sighed softly. She clearly drew her boundaries. An alliance is a relationship between equals, but I would gain nothing from an alliance with you. Unexpectedly, he made her an extraordinarily tempting offer. What if the entire Rahu clan became your ally? You had to consider such a relationship carefully. An alliance with the Rahu clan? One of the wealthiest clans in the divine cult. Before agreeing, she still had doubts. How can you form an alliance with a heavenly shaman clan when the Rahu clan has not even acknowledged you? His answer was deliberately ambiguous. That may be true now, but it will certainly change in the future. Sion then revealed something shocking. Because I will soon enter the demon god cave. At the name, Yu's eyes widened. The demon god cave? No one had cleared it in the 300 years since it was constructed. It was a place from which no one returned. Yet this man intended to enter it. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she asked, "Do you understand what entering the demon god cave means?" Sion did not elaborate and gave only a short reply. To demonstrate my sincerity, this is the least I must do. I will await your answer after I return alive from the demon god cave, my dear elder sister. He returned to watch the new recruits training under Futian's guidance. Afterward, Sion carefully read the book in his hands. The Demon God Cave is a training ground constructed by the third cult leader, the fallen Demon King, who laid the foundations of the Sun and Moon Divine cult to cultivate talented individuals. It is an ancient tradition. One must clear the Demon God Cave to become a true follower of the divine cult and earn the right to succeed its leader. That is what I wrote. Upon reading this, Sion clutched his head and cursed himself. Why did I create such a ridiculous setting? A moment later, his face turned deathly pale. My chance of survival is 0%. Can I really do this? The second young master could. Sion immediately cast the thought of failure from his mind. Still, I have no other way to survive. He reminded himself with unwavering determination, I can do this. Sion then packed his belongings and traveled to the demon god cave deep within the mountains. He suddenly stopped when he saw something ahead. Sion had finally reached the entrance to the demon god cave. The guards immediately became vigilant upon noticing an unfamiliar intruder. They quickly opened the first gate, allowing him to enter. Sion hid his fear and continued straight ahead. In his heart, he repeatedly reminded himself, I am not going to die here. Once inside, he lit the torch he had prepared. There was nothing but darkness and a seemingly bottomless path ahead. Sion removed the pack from his back. I suppose it is time to begin. He had brought a thick coat and a pair of gloves. Sion quickly put them on, while considering his next move. It took quite some time to finish donning all his cumbersome equipment. All right, preparations complete. At that moment, a deafening buzzing echoed through the cave. Here they come. So this is how the Demon God Cave begins. The first trial, the Demon God Cave's mosquitoes. Their saliva causes hallucinations. Sometimes they swarm in groups of hundreds and bite you until you die of dehydration. As the man who wrote this absurd story, I am always one step ahead. They may be dangerous, but I anticipated this and learned survival skills from an expert. Facing the approaching swarm of hallucinogenic mosquitoes, he shouted, "Come at me." Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted, frightening the mosquitoes. It turned out that Sion was using a flamethrower to exterminate them. He was delighted with the invention in his hands. "Surprise, you old hag. Drop dead. Behold my wooden insect repellent sprayer." Sion shouted without restraint. "Drop dead. Return to Mother Earth." Wave after wave of hallucinogenic mosquitoes fell gently to the ground. It took him quite some time to clear the first trial. After confirming that it was safe, Sion removed his helmet. The second young master defeated these mosquitoes with fire arts. I merely sent them off with the torch I had prepared. It was not very impressive, but this is perfect. Sion was satisfied with his strategy for clearing the Demon God Cave. Whatever the method, I successfully passed the first trial. Meanwhile, elsewhere, another estate stood considerably larger than Sion's. Somewhere within its inner courtyard, only two people were meeting in private. The first was the first young master, Hellion Jean. "Jun, how can you be so relaxed?" Hellion Jun inhaled the aroma of his tea and replied, "Should I be worried because Yun entered the Demon God Cave?" Hellion Jean frowned and stared at him in disbelief. "Yes, of course. Were you not planning to enter and clear it later?" Jun smiled, showing no concern. "Perhaps. Still, Yun chose to enter the Demon God Cave. I wonder what our younger brother is thinking." Hellion Jean grew even more irritated. "Who cares? That bastard is probably trying to get himself killed. The thought of having to call him my younger brother is humiliating. He truly is the lowborn spawn of a merchant." Hellion Jun calmly placed his teacup on the table. He closed his eyes and fell silent, causing the atmosphere to become strangely oppressive. A moment later, a faint tremor spread through the room. The vibrations from Hellion Jun's internal energy steadily intensified. Hellion Jean realized he had made a grave mistake. Hellion Jun's tightly closed eyes narrowed further. Hellion Jean had no choice but to stammer softly, "I apologize." It was a slip of the tongue. Only then did Jun return to his usual demeanor. "We are people who devote everything to the great divine cult. Please refrain from making remarks that could easily be misunderstood." Hellion Jean laughed awkwardly to smooth things over. Inwardly, he sighed in relief when Hellion Jun's smile returned. Hellion Jean recalled his previous contest against Jun. He had been completely overwhelmed by the other man's oppressive aura. Despite Hellion Jun's scholarly appearance, few people truly knew how terrifying that seemingly frail man was. Back in the Demon God Cave, Sion had no idea how far he had traveled. He rubbed his body to generate warmth. Why did it suddenly become so chilling? Sion then took out his defensive weapon, a pair of earplugs. Time to prepare for the next trial. He also hung 3 small wooden beads around his neck. He then tightly blindfolded himself with a black cloth. "Come at me." Second trial of the Demon God Cave. The formation of inner demons. With his vision blocked, Sion used the tip of his sword to feel out the path. However, this was far from easy for an ordinary person like him. Suddenly, the space within the cave changed, and dozens of ancient arcane formations appeared. According to the plot, the second trial is extremely dangerous. This is where every nightmare becomes reality, and the mist drifting through the cave makes those nightmares seem even more real. Hellion Jun dispersed it with his martial arts. The moment you doubt yourself or let your imagination run wild, you're as good as dead. Sion struggled to steady himself and muttered, "Even if the eastern sea dries up and Whitehead Mountain wears away." The tip of his sword suddenly touched soft soil and sank slightly. Only then did he dare remove his blindfold. This must be the end. Before Sion now stood another deep, dark cave entrance. He took several beads from around his neck. Although this was not the method the second young master had used, fortunately, the blood poison jade had worked. But wasn't that too easy? Only the third trial remains. I hope it's just as easy. Seon uncorked a bottle from his bundle. The stench nearly made him vomit. It reeks. How am I supposed to smear this on myself? Even so, Seon gritted his teeth and endured it. If I want to survive, I have no choice. The liquid alone was not enough. He took out a small vial. Now I mix these two together. Seon carefully poured it into the first bottle and wondered. This should work, right? Once he was finished, he placed the bottle in front of the cave entrance. I'd better get moving. I may have put it too far away. Seon quickly ran as far away as possible. Please work. He hid behind a large boulder and silently observed the situation. Only seconds later, he heard a sound approaching. The internal energy within Seon visibly surged. Here it comes. Now I must use ghost steps to silence my movements and scale armor to harden my body. A long, withered hand crawled out of the cave, thick and revolting saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth. The monster crawled across the ground with a tongue over 10 centimeters long. Seon remained concealed and secretly watched its reaction. An underground monster. I never thought these things truly existed. Even an expert would struggle to defeat one. Having lived underground for so long, they were blind and could rely only on their sense of smell. After coating himself with ointment, silencing his movements, and hardening his body, it would mistake him for a foul-smelling rock. By then, the monster had been drawn toward the scent coming from a bottle. It'll be more curious about the bottle's scent than mine. Without hesitation, the creature leaned in to investigate it with its nose. It took the bait. The monster suddenly became agitated, revealing 2 milky white eyes. It knocked the bottle away and let out a horrifying scream. The monster's body thrashed repeatedly across the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Seon leaped directly over it, while taking care not to leave any traces. Seon was pleased to have passed the monster so easily. I added chili powder and sleeping drugs as well, but a sudden chill ran down his spine. Wait, what the hell is that? This was likely the flaw in his plan. There was more than one underground monster. Seon immediately flattened himself against the ground and cursed. Cold sweat poured from him like a waterfall. There isn't just one. Is its entire family living here? Seon hid behind a stone wall and prayed desperately. Please don't notice me. Each monster that passed him made him even more tense. Please. When one passed by, he celebrated a little too soon. That's right. Keep going. It suddenly changed direction and turned towards Seon with its milky white eyes. Sweat uncontrollably streamed down his face. The monster extended its tongue to probe the object before it. Seriously, just keep going. Seon's nerves were so taut that his entire body froze. The distance between them gradually narrowed. Its white eyes gleamed as though it were about to pounce on Seon. Unable to endure it any longer, he screamed. Seon drew his weapon and pointed it at the monster. He struck it several times, forcing it backward. Take that, you bastard. The monster identified its target and immediately lashed out with its claws. Its attack shattered the stone slab behind which Seon had been hiding. Seon seized the opportunity and fled. It's come to this. Now I must run for the exit with everything I have. The monster stuck out its tongue and produced a horrifying noise. It pursued him relentlessly in the direction he had fled. Worse still, the monster attracted more of its companions. Damn it, they're following my scent. Smearing that pig fat all over myself was completely pointless. Seon could only run with all his strength to break through their encirclement. Fortunately, he managed to put considerable distance between himself and them. All that training wasn't for nothing. You'll never catch me. Yet only 3 seconds into his celebration, the largest monster blocked his path. It roared, brandishing its 20-centimeter tongue. Seon could only continue charging straight ahead. I didn't account for this. At this point, he had no choice but to confront his opponent head-on. Seon leaped high into the air and brought a thunderous fist down toward the Demon King. Instead of striking its head, however, he aimed at the ground before it. The punch sent dust and smoke flying everywhere. The Demon King's perception was impaired. It became confused as the dust disrupted the scent it had been following. Seon accelerated and seized the chance to attack repeatedly. Suddenly, the Demon King tore through a strange piece of cloth. The object made it falter for a moment. Its pursuit briefly halted, allowing Seon to escape while it was disoriented. Gritting his teeth, he thought that fallen Demon King was insane. Did he create the Demon God Cave just to raise these things? Before he could catch his breath, the Demon King was already close behind him again. Yet amid his misfortune, he finally caught a lucky break. There's the exit. However, the terrain forced Sion to stop abruptly. The chasm beneath his feet made him hesitate. I didn't expect much after learning that the second young master crossed the cliff so easily, but this is far too deep. The abyss and the exit lay ahead, while the Demon King lunged at him from behind. Sion could only shout, "Fallen Demon King, I curse you." He encouraged himself and backed up for a running start. "I can do this. Let's go." Driven by the pursuit and his desperate desire to survive, Sion poured all his strength into his legs. Behind him, the Demon King reached out with its claws, waiting for him to make a mistake. It was only an instant away from seizing him. Just as the Demon King's hand was about to close around him, Sion leaped from the edge of the chasm. The cave gradually fell silent. He had performed the greatest leap of his life. Before reaching the other side, Sion was already celebrating. "I did it. Thank goodness I learned Black Wings on Zhang Wuliang's advice. I'll have to reward him when I return." But celebrating too soon invited disaster. His jump fell just short. Wait a second. Slow down." Sion desperately reached toward the opposite ledge, but it remained beyond his reach, and his body began falling. "No way." Sion screamed helplessly, his voice echoing throughout the cavern. His back endured the crushing force of the fall. Dust billowed everywhere, and the thunderous impact gradually faded. Sion's hand lay limply against the ground. His eyes were wide open, and his heartbeat pounded chaotically. Fortunately, Sion was soon able to sit up. "If I hadn't used scale armor, I'd be dead. How am I supposed to get back up there?" Suddenly, he noticed something intriguing. Many glowing gems were embedded in the cliff wall. They formed a trail leading toward a new passage. "What the hell is this? I don't remember writing anything like this. Those monsters probably won't appear again, right? I should keep going. Anything is better than starving to death here." Once he made up his mind, he immediately followed the path forward. The light shining from ahead filled Sion with warmth. Instead of emerging outside, however, he ventured even deeper into the cave. Ripe fruit hung heavily from the trees there. Sion followed a set of stairs leading upward. He finally stopped before a gate. This was the legendary hidden sanctuary beneath the abyss. A strange handprint had been carved into the stone slab. Sion stood there and thought for several seconds. "I'm supposed to place my hand on this, right?" With nothing left to lose, he decided to try. Fortunately, the heavy doors slowly opened to either side. Sion watched excitedly as the interior was gradually revealed. Inside, a single shaft of sunlight shone directly into the main hall. Sion approached the altar to see what had been placed there. Before picking up the book and sword, he wanted to investigate further. Something had been carved into the stone. "To the one who shall inherit my position, congratulations on passing every trial of the Demon God Cave. I, the fallen Demon King, created this cave and arranged for whoever conquered it to become my successor. Make good use of what I have left behind." After reading this, Sion touched the scroll lying neatly upon the altar. He was astonished by its contents. It was a secret martial arts manual. Legend spoke of the greatest warrior in the history of the divine cult. Unfortunately, according to rumor, he had never passed his martial arts down to later generations, nor had he left any written record of that divine martial art within the cult. Yet everything had now changed. This was the peerless martial art of the holy demon, and it had been hidden here all along. Sion grew ecstatic as he read. "If this truly is the holy demon's peerless martial art, then I've struck it rich. Passing the Demon God Cave trials was already incredible, but I never expected an additional prize like this. But why is the handwriting so awful? I can only read a small portion of it. I'll have to take it back and ask old Zhang to decipher it." He could not keep his eyes from the sword waiting there. This sword looked special too. Unable to contain his curiosity, he drew the sword directly from its scabbard. Even after several centuries, its blade remained brilliantly polished. Sion held it up toward the sunlight, revealing its flawless color. His eyes shone with the unrestrained excitement of a child. Sion soon returned the sword to its scabbard and sighed in wonder. Places like this usually have miraculous medicines that increase your strength too, don't they? After collecting his rewards, Sion hurried back along the path he had taken. This time, he casually plucked a pear from a branch. The trials had been so difficult that Sion's strength had greatly diminished. He ate his fill, then washed his face in the stream and drank some water. The cool water gently flowed over Sion's face. Only then did he truly feel that he had survived. Yet contrary to his earlier excitement, he soon became disappointed. Sion had simply watched far too many immortal cultivation dramas. These were only ordinary fruit and plain water. Damn you, you stingy old bastard. Would leaving behind a little miraculous medicine have killed you? He quickly returned to the ruins in a foul mood. Right now, I need miraculous medicine more than that martial art. This time, Sion found a door bearing a handprint. Just like before, the heavy stone door slid apart. The chamber was filled with weapons from ancient times. Now, this is an impressive collection. Sion quickly inspected the chamber. 7 swords, 5 short swords, and there are another 7 spears nearby. There was also a large collection of bows. Among them was something that particularly caught Sion's attention. What's this? I remember seeing something called the hornless dragon gloves on the list. Are these them? They feel like ordinary leather gloves, only softer. Even while wearing them, he could move his hands freely. They fit perfectly. Since he had received no miraculous medicine, Sion decided to take the fallen demon king's cloak as well. Don't mind if I do. These things are centuries old, yet they remain perfectly intact. They must have been made from exceptional materials. There's food and water here too, so I can take my time finding the exit. In that case, I might as well stay for a few days and study that martial art. Several days passed for him, while several weeks passed outside. Sion carried a pile of acquired weapons over his shoulders. Good grief, these are ridiculously heavy. He had now finished studying the lost martial art. It's time to return. Following the written instructions, he made his way along a dark passage. Fortunately, that old demon recorded the exit's location. Even so, something still bothered Sion, but he didn't say where this passage leads. I suppose I'll find out. After a long while, sunlight finally appeared ahead. It's so bright. Where am I? A wooden staff suddenly fell from someone's hand. An elderly woodcutter trembled when he saw Sion emerge from the cave. Sion smiled and approached him. "Excuse me, sir. Where is this?" The old man froze, unable to believe his eyes. The successor, the Demon King's successor, has descended into the mortal realm. After saying this, he dropped to his knees at Sion's feet. No, wait, what did you just say? The old woodcutter's eyes glistened with overwhelming emotion. The Demon King's cloak and sword prove that you are his successor. I must have accumulated blessings over 3 lifetimes to meet you. Sion frowned in confusion. What? The Demon King's cloak? Is he talking about my clothes and sword? The old man then sprang to his feet and stared at him for a moment. Without saying another word, the woodcutter turned and ran away. Sion muttered helplessly, "You could have at least given me directions before leaving." Meanwhile, people outside were speaking of Sion. It's been several weeks since he had disappeared. Do you think something happened to him? Sunlight shone upon the roofs of the Black Lion sect. Guanho and Fu Xian were shopping when they encountered a lively crowd. Guanho curiously looked to see what was happening. Is there some kind of celebration today? His companion shook his head. I don't know either. At that moment, someone nearby explained, "You haven't heard? The Demon King's successor has appeared. A few days ago, the flag at the Demon God Cave was raised. This is the first time I've seen that happen since the cave was built." The two of them turned pale. The Demon God Cave? That's impossible. Guanho immediately rushed toward the crowd. Number 30 couldn't possibly be the successor, could he? The sight that greeted them was Sion seated upon a palanquin carried by 4 men. He basked in the people's enthusiastic welcome. Although slightly embarrassed, Sion was clearly enjoying himself. I didn't expect people to be waiting at the exit. This is so embarrassing, but it feels pretty good. After the welcoming ceremony, he finally returned to Eastern Star Palace. Sion dropped wearily into a chair. I finally escaped. That whole thing was unbelievably embarrassing. Fu Xian stood before him with folded arms and demanded, "Yun, what exactly happened?" Guanho, by contrast, appeared delighted. "You were only inside the cave for a few weeks, and now you've suddenly become the Demon King's successor." Sion raised his head and recalled everything that had happened. About that, first, he had used fire to eliminate the hallucination mosquitoes. Second, he had played blind man's bluff to overcome his inner demon. Finally, he had endured a breathless chase with a monstrous Demon King. After completing the trials, he reached the place containing the weapons and martial art manual. Guanho was filled with admiration. Unbelievable. Such an enormous secret was hidden inside that cave. Even Fu Xian could hardly believe it. It's incredible. The cave was built 300 years ago, and you're the first person to uncover its secret. Despite this, Xian remained worried. It isn't entirely good. I wanted to conceal my abilities and surprise everyone at the last moment, like they do in Korean dramas. His companion asked in confusion, why? Becoming the Demon King's successor is an enormous honor. But Xian understood the problem more clearly. That's exactly the issue. This honor is too great. My enemies will certainly be enraged by this, and I'm not yet strong enough to confront them. Realizing this, Guanho's face filled with concern. I understand. Xian rested his chin on his hand and thought. Even worse, entering that cave didn't merely derail the plot. I actually became that old demon's successor. What will the second young master do next? What should I do? Xian approached the window anxiously. Things might not go according to plan, but it was too late to turn back. Now that matters had come this far, he could only adapt to the situation. To prepare for what lay ahead, he had a task for Guanho. When you arrive, gather a few things for me, and do not forget to reward the local residents with silver. Guanho accepted the request. Understood. Xian then asked about the Black Lions. How is their training progressing? Sha Fuxian promptly reported. Their mounted archery training is complete. After discussing it with Elder Zhang, I believe close combat training focused on dagger techniques would be a good idea. An image formed in Xian's mind. If Sha Fuxian and Zhang Wuliang, two martial arts experts, worked together, they would undoubtedly develop the finest dagger techniques. They would adapt modern dagger combat into the style of the martial world. Xian had no reason to object. Very good. From now on, postpone the close combat training and focus on survival training for the Black Lion sect. All right, there will be a gathering tonight, so I will see everyone then. Invite Mu Damping to dinner as well. Guanho paused. Why him? Xian gazed into the distance with a meaningful smile. Because I have something to ask of him at tonight's gathering. Night gradually fell, and moonlight illuminated the entire area. All the key members had gathered in Xian's room. Damping was so nervous that he did not dare look at anyone. I did not want to see these people. Why did they summon me? Why did I even come? Just then, Xian's voice interrupted his thoughts. Bring it in. The door opened, and 4 men carried in a wooden chest. Judging by their strained movements, it contained something extremely heavy. Even setting the chest on the floor produced a tremendous impact. Wuliang peered inside curiously. What is this? Young master, we have placed all the weapons we collected inside the chest. Xian said, these are treasures I obtained from the Demon God Cave. As you can see, they're no ordinary items. Take whichever one you want. I intend to distribute all of them. Wuliang could hardly believe what he had heard. Wait, you intend to bestow such precious treasures upon us? Xian seized the opportunity to flatter them. No matter how valuable these objects are, how could they compare with your abilities? Inwardly, however, he thought the opposite. Of course they are valuable, but I obtained them for free. If I appear generous, they will work even harder. The 3 of them simultaneously cupped their hands before Xian. Thank you, young master. Guanho selected a razor-sharp sword. Sha Fuxian chose a bow, while Wuliang alone remained uncertain. What should I choose? Seeing his hesitation, Xian spoke up. Elder Zhang. Xian took out a ring and handed it to Wuliang. Take this. It is the Black Dragon Ring, and it has the same effect as the Blood Venom Jade. Wuliang flusteredly refused. How could I dare accept something so precious? Xian smiled at how moved he was. Of course you should. I must protect my strategist from being poisoned to death. But there was one problem. The old man was far too sentimental. How did he ever earn the title of Devil Chancellor in the novel? Meanwhile, Damping was fretting on the other side of the room. Xian walked over, put an arm around him, and said, sorry, but there is nothing here for you. As your reward, I will entrust you with selling these masterpieces of the Demon King. After all, the Mu clan is famous for its weapons trade. After the beating he had received the other day, Damping had become considerably more obedient. A reward, my lord. Xian smiled with a trace of authority. Why are you suddenly speaking so politely? Relax, my friend. What I mean is that you should sell them for as much money as possible. He gave Damping a meaningful look, intending to make full use of his financial resources. One fine morning, a Hellion U's residence. she strode down an empty corridor. News of Sion had already reached Hellion Yu. After conquering the demon god cave, the fourth young master had become the demon king's successor. Sion greeted her respectfully. "Greetings, my dear elder sister." The moment Hellion Yu saw him, she became angry. "You came without warning again, you ill-mannered fool." Without saying much, he produced a jade token. The moment she accepted it, her irritation vanished. "This is the official token of the Rahu clan. You actually went there?" Siu nudged. "Of course. Your little brother always keeps his promises. Now it is your turn, sister." Hellion Yu still harbored doubts about him. "I am suspicious, but I am in the weaker position now." She reluctantly pressed him for an explanation. Leaving the demon god cave aside, how did you gain the Rahu clan's recognition? Faced with that difficult question, Sion became flustered. Well, he remembered how he had bribed the man. In truth, he did not care in the slightest that I was the Demon King's successor. I had to give him enough precious stones to equal the value of the peerless dragon gloves before he agreed. Noticing Hellion Yu's suspicious glance, Sion offered a perfunctory reply. "Please do not worry, sister. The person I want to form an alliance with is you. Not the Moon Shaman clan." His words reminded her of someone. "This man reminds me of brother Hellion Jun." Hellion Yu finally made her decision. "Very well. I will ally with you as promised." Sion was thrilled to hear it. "I look forward to working with you, sister." News of the alliance soon reached Hellion Jun. He sat beside a window, allowing the wind to sweep through his platinum hair. The beautiful young man sat silently as the breeze drifted past him. Hellion Jun smiled and murmured, "So Yin has joined forces with you." He released a relieved sigh. "It seems my little brother is taking this contest very seriously." Yet internal energy had already begun leaking uncontrollably from his hand. When he noticed it, even Hellion Jun felt helpless with himself. He gave a resigned smile. "The chief steward is definitely going to lose his temper with me." At the same time, elsewhere, a reclusive martial artist emerged from seclusion. A figure leaped to the top of a cliff. He landed as lightly as a feather, his tall silhouette gradually appearing beneath the sunlight. The man exhaled as his eyes adjusted to the light. "It has been a long time since I last saw the sun." He was Kai Wuguang, the protagonist of the novel The Hero's Path. He gripped the sword in his hand. Then he swept away as freely as the wind. "I suppose I should go and see what is happening." The moment he finished speaking, his figure vanished. Time gradually passed, and the sun set behind the rocky cavern. The area once again returned to its original serenity. Birds flew in succession over a gloomy forest. Wuguang wandered through the woods and muttered, "Where in the world am I?" A sudden noise put him on guard. Wuguang's mind immediately sprang into action. "I can ask someone for directions." The simple idea thrilled him because he had already been lost for 2 days. Deeper inside the forest, several bandits were tormenting a group of civilians. Wuguang suddenly came charging in, sending leaves swirling around him. He landed directly on the face of a saber-wielding bandit. Before the man could understand what had happened, he had already been struck. Despite his enormous body, he was kicked several yards away. Wuguang stood with his hands on his hips and gave the man an awkward smile. "Saw thee." "I was trying to stop suddenly. So why were you standing there?" The burly man clambered up and demanded, "Who the hell are you?" Wuguang calmly explained, "I wanted to ask for directions." However, the growling of his stomach left him slightly embarrassed. "But first, do you have anything to eat?" His innocent behavior infuriated the bandits. "What did you say, you bastard?" Without another word, they swung their swords at Wuguang. He gathered his internal energy and struck one of them in the stomach with his palm. The bald man was sent flying and could only be carried away on a stretcher. Wuguang clicked his tongue irritably. "I'm hungry. I only asked for some food before leaving." Even so, he understood what was happening. "I cannot ignore people being attacked by bandits." Gong Sun Xiang stood before his savior, filled with gratitude. "Young hero, if you help us drive off these bandits, we will treat you to a magnificent feast." One thing was already certain in his mind. This young man was undoubtedly a martial arts master. Wuguang smiled at the promise of a full stomach. "Remember your promise. I expect a magnificent feast." At their leader's command, the bandits charged. "Get him!" Dozens of men rushed toward a single target. Wuguang lowered his body slightly, and shifted his center of gravity forward. His stance appeared relaxed yet majestic, like a mighty dragon. The bandits blindly charged toward him. Go to hell. With a few effortless sweeps of his sword, Wu Guang neatly defeated them all. Their weapons fell clattering to the ground. By the time Wu Guang sheathed his sword, the bandits had already fallen. Gong Sun Xiang stared without blinking. He defeated that many bandits with a single technique. Wu Guang suddenly dropped to his knees and clutched his stomach. Gong Sun Xiang anxiously rushed over. What is wrong? Are you injured? Tears streamed down Wu Guang's face as he confessed, I am starving. A short while later, he held a steaming bun in each hand. Wu Guang devoured them as if he were on the verge of starving to death. Gong Sun Xiang silently observed him. His clothes are ragged, and his martial arts are far too powerful for someone his age. He must be an expert who has just descended the mountain after completing his training. He started a conversation. My name is Gong Sun Xiang. May I ask where you are headed, young hero? Still chewing his buns, Wu Guang answered honestly. I am wandering through the martial world on my way to Colored Lake, but I became lost. Gong Sun Xiang made a proposal. We are going there as well. If you wish, would you like to accompany us? We will cover the cost of your food and lodging. Wu Guang did not hesitate and happily agreed. That sounds wonderful. They were delighted to have such a powerful companion. Thank you very much, young hero. They chatted throughout the journey. Young hero, how old are you? I turned 30 this year. So did I. Then let us speak casually with each other. This was the first meeting between Kai Wu Guang, the protagonist of the novel The Hero's Path, and Gong Sun Xiang, a merchant who would later become the leader of the largest merchant guild in the Central Plains. The Wind Forest Merchant Guild. One night, fireworks erupted and illuminated a corner of the sky. Inside the grand hall, rows of people stood solemnly without a trace of emotion on their faces. Seated in the place of honor was none other than Xian. His fingers were interlaced, and his expression was visibly stern. This is the Black Lion sect's official inauguration and the day I formally become its leader. Heli and you approached Xian. You invited me to the inauguration to reveal our alliance to the second young master. Are you certain about this decision? He had already considered everything carefully. Our alliance will be exposed sooner or later. Furthermore, this is a good opportunity to sway those who remain undecided. She agreed, but she still had reservations. You have a point, but Brother Zhen is not a simple man. I know that as well. Just then, a booming voice rang out. Yun, you little fool. A procession entered, led by Helian Jean. His enormous build made Xian and Helian Yu look small before him. The way he stared at them made her rather uncomfortable. Helian Jean suddenly threw an arm around Xian's shoulders and pretended to be affectionate. I cannot believe our youngest brother became the Demon King's successor. What did you get so big? Xian could barely force himself to smile. Compared with you, brother, I still have a great deal of training ahead of me. Hearing those words, Helian Jin's subordinates burst into approving laughter. Standing off to one side, Helian Yu understood his intentions. Did he come here to test Yin? If so, before she could finish planning, someone entered through the doorway. It was a young man dressed in brilliant red with striking platinum hair. He appeared directly behind the other two. Let us drink until your nose breaks, Xian replied. Then I will drink until your nose becomes straight again. Helian Jun casually placed a hand on Xian's shoulder. The pressure emanating from him made Xian's entire body tense. Helian Jean smirked in greeting. You are here, Jun. Helian Jun's deep, resonant voice rang out. Yun, as a member of the divine cult and your senior brother, I sincerely congratulate you. You have earned my respect. Xian trembled slightly before him. This was Helian Jun, the second young master and the rival of Kai Wu Guang, the novel's protagonist. His power existed on an entirely different level. No matter how hard I try, I will never be able to defeat him. Fear enveloped Sun. You flatter me, brother. Your little brother still has many shortcomings, so I hope I can continue relying on your guidance in the future. Helian Jun continued smiling as though nothing had happened. I should be the one saying that. In any case, let us go inside. Only after Helian Jun disappeared from sight could Xian finally relax. No matter how hard I train, I still cannot defeat him. If my goal were not to avoid being killed by Kai Wu Guang, and return to my original world, I would immediately cling to the second young master for protection. Sion sighed regretfully at the thought. He gazed up at the brilliant fireworks in the sky. The road home is so terribly long. The full moon night of the inauguration gradually passed. Guanho was delighted by the impression they had made. The Black Lion Sect's inauguration has now concluded. Next comes the auction of the Demon King's supreme weapons. Treasures concealed for 300 years will now officially be revealed. Everyone, please direct your attention here. The audience was intensely curious. The Demon King's weapons? This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Do you have enough money? Guanho turned around with his eyes shining brightly. Their reaction is quite good, is it not? Sion smiled and added, they're the Demon King's weapons. Naturally, everyone in the divine cult will want them. You like them as well, do you not? The first weapon was brought forward. Let us begin the auction with the Demon King's halberd. Wu Yang will present the weapon. The opening bid is 1,000 taels of silver. Everyone's jaws dropped upon hearing such an affordable price. Sion was pleased by the crowd's reaction. That is right. Keep drawing everyone's attention to those weapons. Excellent work. Someone in the crowd shouted an astronomical bid. 100,000. An elderly man followed with an unusual amount. 102,000. Wu Yang glanced at Sion as the price continued to soar. That single look was enough for them to read each other's thoughts. This is progressing splendidly. When Guanho heard no further bids, he made the decision. If no one wishes to bid higher, congratulations to Elder Li of the Mayhan clan. Sold. The lively auction continued inside the Black Lion Sect's Grand Hall. It was Wu Yang's turn to introduce the object inside a wooden box. He took out an exquisitely crafted string of wooden prayer beads. And now, our final item. Wu Yang used the Demon King's reputation to elevate the item's value. These are the sacred demon prayer beads, the Demon King's most treasured possession. Everyone was immediately captivated by them. Judging by the crowd's reaction, Wu Yang took a deep breath and shouted a number no one had expected. The opening bid is 500,000 taels. The guests instantly froze. Even Sion felt pressured by the figure he had chosen. 500,000 taels of silver is about 1 billion won. Who could possibly buy it? Those who had been excited moments earlier now tried to hide their embarrassment. They're only prayer beads, not a weapon. What kind of fool would? Suddenly, someone among them raised a hand and placed a bid. 5 million. The crowd instinctively turned to find the extravagant bidder. The amount was so high that Sion nearly became dizzy. The person who had offered that staggering sum was Hellion Jun. Sweating profusely, Wu Yang struggled to speak. 5 million from the second young master. Does anyone wish to bid higher? Everyone present drew a deep breath, awaiting the mysterious bidder. However, Guanho raised his voice and concluded, the sacred demon beads have been successfully auctioned to the second young master for 5 million. Luanjun rose amid everyone's cheers. One thing greatly bothered Sion. Why would he spend the equivalent of 10 billion won on that ancient necklace, even if it was an artifact belonging to the Demon King? He stepped onto the stage and approached Zhang Wuliang. Luanjun even slipped the necklace around his wrist. Suddenly, Luanjun frowned as the bracelet's aura changed. The beads scattered into streaks of red and black. They quickly converged and took the shape of a sword, something neither Luanjun nor anyone else had expected. Everyone exclaimed in amazement when the Demon King's beads transformed into a sword. Meanwhile, Sion was filled with regret. When he wore them, they had only been ordinary beads. What kind of ridiculous necklace was this? Luanjun smiled as he admired the black sword in his hand. I only bought it because I liked it. I never expected it to possess such an ability. He grasped the hilt once more, and it immediately reverted to the form of a bracelet. Luanjun removed it and returned it to its original place. Yun, I do not think I should accept this. Hellion Yun clasped his hands and refused. No, they say sacred artifacts can recognize their own masters. The master of these sacred demon beads can only be you. Luanjun sighed, pretending to accept reluctantly. If that is what you say, then I swear I will become worthy of possessing these sword-transforming beads. His words sparked a wave of support. Second young master. Second young master. Long live the second young master. The second young master is the Demon King's true descendant. Sion silently faced him. This was for the best. While the second young master drew everyone's attention, he could proceed with his next step. The succession contest had only just begun. Game on, second young master. Meanwhile, heavy rain was falling over the rocky outcrop that Kai Wu Guang had left. Sir, it was right here. A man inspected the cave. There are signs that someone slipped outside. Upon hearing this, the other man shook his head. We are too late. I was ordered to report immediately if anyone left the training cave. He swiftly issued an order. Notify the main unit immediately. His subordinate answered solemnly, Yes, sir. After the auction ended, Sion's group held their final meeting of the day. Guanho sighed regretfully. The rumor that the second young master is the Demon King's true descendant has already spread far and wide. Zhang Wuliang blamed himself. This is my fault. I should have examined it more carefully. Just then, someone kicked the door open. Helian Yun entered with a stack of books towering over his head. Someone give me a hand. I accidentally brought too many. Guanho took them and casually asked, What are all these? Then he awkwardly brought up Luan Zhan. By the way, are you all right, Yin? About what happened yesterday. Helian Yin scratched his head reassuringly. You mean the sword-transforming beads? I do regret it a little. If I had known, I would have sold them for more. The other three were utterly dumbfounded. Even if you had known, you still would have sold them. He winked playfully. Perhaps those beads are a weapon that only reacts to someone with internal energy at the second young master's level or higher. Even if I owned them, I would not have enough internal energy to use them. The others once again gazed at Helian Yun with profound admiration. He could only sigh helplessly. He had no idea how he was supposed to confront these protagonist-like monsters. All he could do was prepare thoroughly. Still, it would be even better if the second young master lowered his guard after this incident. Just then, Helian Yun noticed a strange scroll on the table. What is this? An urgent letter from the White Copper Merchant Guild. He opened it and turned pale as he read. What? The man in the cave has disappeared. The protagonist, Kai Wu Guang, was not supposed to emerge from the cave for another 2 years. There were still 6 months until the Demon God Festival. It was not yet time for him to appear. What a drastic turn. Helian Yun unconsciously dropped the letter. Could his actions have altered the plot? He clutched his head and pulled at his hair. Was it impossible to change his fate of dying by Kai Wu Guang's sword? In the silent night, only the ethereal moonlight and a brightly lit building could be seen. Although he understood nothing, Sion tried to calm himself. Li Sion, get a grip. His former face appeared in the mirror before him. You are not Helian Yun. A trend-setting novelist like you can definitely change the story. Elsewhere, 2 scoundrels were fleeing desperately, drenched in sweat. After running for so long, Li Ji could no longer hold back his curses. Damn it, what the hell is that bastard? Montak Sha was equally furious. I do not know either, brother. Damn lunatic. Why does he keep chasing us? Behind them was a cold, sharp-eyed face. Time rewound to 2 hours earlier, when the moon was still shining brightly. Li Ji wore a disgusting expression, his hands already unable to restrain themselves. Amazing. She looks just like a fairy. Mo Sha was no decent man either. This woman must be an expert. We had to use several times the normal dose. An unconscious woman lay on the ground. We finally brought her down. Before they could do anything, a powerful voice rang out. What do you think you are doing? You are clearly plotting something vile, are you not? Instead of feeling guilty, they cursed at him. Who the hell are you? Mind your own business. With that, they both charged forward. Wu Guang could only laugh. Why do people like you all say the same thing? The keen blade slid slightly from its sheath, flashing with a faint light. The strike carried immense power. Although it caused little commotion, its lethality was unsurpassed. Did all of you learn from the same master? Beneath the hazy moonlight, their weapons were sliced in half. Both men collapsed, trembling uncontrollably. What? Li Ji could not believe his eyes. How is this bastard so strong? Wu Guang had always placed righteousness above all else. He pointed his sword and ordered, If you value your lives, hand over the antidote. Li Ji said nothing and glanced at the man beside him. Understanding his meaning, Mo Sha exchanged several looks with him. They suddenly sprang up and hurled 2 bottles at Wu Guang. Go to hell. The 2 bottles struck the ground and shattered directly before his feet. Pink smoke billowed out, engulfing the surroundings. The two men stood there laughing triumphantly. That poison is strong enough to kill a bull in an instant. Suddenly, Liis eyes widened. As some of the smoke dispersed, Wu Guang's strangely delighted face appeared. He even seemed to enjoy breathing it in. This smoke is rather pungent. Sweat poured down Li Ji's face. Is he some supreme expert immune to 10,000, no, 100,000 kinds of poison? Only then did Mo Sha become terrified. Run, brother! Both men immediately discarded their weapons and fled for their lives. That was what had happened, and why the two men were now fleeing so desperately. Even so, Wu Guang had no intention of letting them escape. They could only scream and beg for mercy as they ran. Please spare us. Their only answer was a blade tearing through the air. Wu Guang's feet skidded across the ground, carving a long trail. When he looked back, the two reckless scoundrels had already fallen. Wu Guang exhaled and sheathed his sword. You refused the wine of respect, so you received the wine of punishment instead. They should have the antidote on them, right? A short while later, he gave Xiaoyan the medicine. Just after he finished his righteous deed, someone called out, Wu Guang, where are you? Sun Xiang ran over, panting heavily. Why did you suddenly disappear? I know your martial arts are excellent, but you have no sense of direction. As he spoke, Sun Xiang suddenly noticed the person beside him. This young lady, Shui Xiuyin, was still weak and completely unarmed. Wu Guang turned to check on her. My lady, are you all right? The martial world is treacherous and filled with all kinds of villains. You must be careful. She bowed her head gratefully. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Suddenly, an urgent voice rang out. My lady, could you be the holy moon goddess? Wu Guang asked blankly. What? Sun Xiang explained helplessly. I told you before. She is the saintess who has recently traveled throughout the martial world, eliminating villains for the people. Wu Guang's eyes immediately lit up. Are you truly the holy moon goddess? She answered modestly. It is merely an empty reputation spread by others. After saying that, Xiuyan turned to leave with a brief farewell. Before she had gone far, Wu Guang blocked her path. You are fast, he smiled, revealing that he had stopped her for a simple reason. We should at least exchange names. I am Kai Wu Guang. Xiuyan wondered in confusion who he was, but still answered politely, I am Shui Xiuyan. She was the heroine of a hero's path. Beneath the romantic moonlight, Wu Guang extended an invitation. Miss Shui, meeting here must be fate. Would you join us for a meal? Surprisingly, she replied, all right. Elsewhere, corpses littered a battlefield, leaving only a few survivors and a lone flag. Fu Xian raised his head and looked into the distance. Report back to the battalion commander. After eliminating the remaining troops of the Blood Ox squad, I will return. The other man bowed to accept the order. Understood, my lord. A short while later, the thunder of galloping hooves rang out. Fu Xian's victorious army was returning in triumph. The scene shifted. Sparkling morning light shone upon the ancient eaves. Helian Yun could not help marveling. So Fu Xian will return after finishing his work with the reconnaissance unit? He truly works hard. Once the remaining forces are wiped out, we will pacify the western riverlands. One host smiled as well. Indeed, considering that this was the first campaign entrusted to us by the Divine Cult's headquarters, the results are truly impressive. Xian thought with satisfaction. I was initially unsure whether the Black Lion Unit, a special force composed of martial artists, could perform well here, but the results exceeded my expectations. This has definitely increased my chances of survival. Just then, a voice rang out. General Commander Helian Yun received the cult leader's secret decree. He dropped to one knee, preparing to accept the order. The person before him was dressed in solemn golden robes. Outwardly, Helian Yun said, I humbly accept the decree. Inwardly, however, he thought, I am already exhausted, yet they still insist on all this ceremony. What a nuisance. But when he took the written decree, he froze. No matter how hard he tried, he could not force a smile. The cult leader wanted him to appear at the Demon Palace tomorrow. Before long, darkness enveloped the world. Helian Yun anxiously pulled at his hair. Why am I suddenly being summoned to the Demon Palace? Has the divine cult leader discovered something? He could not allow anyone to discover that his soul was occupying this body. If that happened, all his plans would collapse. 1 year after the Heavenly Demon Grand Assembly ended, the divine cult would start a war against the Martial Alliance, and Helian Yun would die around that time. Before then, Xian had to find a way back to his real world. He pulled out an old book once more and placed his brush against the paper, preparing to write furiously. Sweat poured from Helian Yun like rain. I must find a better solution. Elsewhere, cold moonlight shone upon an ancient palace. The atmosphere outside was perfectly peaceful, but tension filled the interior. Luan Jin and Luan Jun stood together, neither daring to speak. Luan Yu and Helian Yin were also on guard against something. Before them sat the powerful and exalted leader. Xian naturally recognized the man seated above them, Helian One, the current leader of the divine cult. Before anyone could do anything, an attendant shouted, "Pay your respects to the keeper of the sacred flame." Upon hearing this, Luan Jin immediately bowed. "We pay our respects to the keeper of the sacred flame, leader of the divine cult, and supreme ruler of all beneath heaven." Everyone knelt in unison. Only Helian Yun remained slightly confused. While everyone was tense, Helian Yun raised his hand. Contrary to his appearance, he was not particularly strict. "That is enough. We are family, so there is no need for such formality. Come inside and have tea with me." Xiun watched in amazement. The cult leader is not how I imagined him. A short while later, they moved elsewhere to talk. Helian, when removed his cumbersome ceremonial garments, and sighed. I told him that this divine flame robe was uncomfortable and that I did not want to wear it, yet he still forced me into it. He then turned toward them. "How have all of you been lately?" Suddenly, he seemed to notice something troublesome and shouted, startling Helian Yun. "One more thing, Yun." Helian, when casually extended his hand. "Let me see it." Feeling guilty, Helian Yun pretended to be confused. "What do you mean, father?" Helian Yun bluntly stated his demand. "The demon god sword. I summoned you because I wanted to see it." Helian Yun looked slightly bewildered, but ultimately complied. "What?" "Oh yes." He respectfully presented the sword with both hands. Helian Yun took it and examined it with curiosity. "So this is the demon god sword." In an instant, his expression became sharp. He swung the sword with tremendous force, splitting the air and sending immense pressure crashing down upon everyone's shoulders. Luan Jun remained perfectly calm and continued drinking his tea, while Luan Jin could no longer maintain a composed expression. Helian Yun raised his hand to block the wave of power. Holding the sword, Helian Yun nodded as if he understood something. "I see." He then lowered his head solemnly. "You have worked hard. Well done." The scene greatly startled Xian. Is he talking to the sword? Could that sword possess a consciousness? A short while later, Helian Yun returned it to Helian Yun. "This is an excellent sword. Take good care of it." Helian Yun bowed meekly, his forehead drenched in sweat. "Of course, father." Helian Yun lowered his head and tried speaking to the sword. "Can you talk?" "Answer me, demon god sword." Once Helian Yun had finished, Luan Jun stepped forward. "Father, please look at this as well." Helian Yun nodded, as if suddenly remembering. "Oh right, there is this too." Without hesitation, he placed the bracelet around his wrist. An immense surge of power flowed into Helian Yun's body. Helian Yun and Luan Yu watched intently. Luan Jun narrowed his eyes, not daring to let down his guard. Everyone was tense, but Helian Yun's words shattered the atmosphere. "Nothing happened. It seems only you can activate it. Perhaps it chooses its own master." Luan Jun could only accept it back with an awkward smile. I had several others try wearing it, but nothing happened to them either. Luan Yu gave him a sidelong glance and sighed helplessly. "Now please tell us why you summoned us, father." Helian Yun cleared his throat several times and became serious again. "You must all know by now that the Demon God Festival is approaching. Furthermore, since a descendant of the sacred demon has appeared this time, I intend to expand the scale of the festival. I am considering allowing talented members of the divine cult's other clans to participate in the contest." Luan Jin immediately sprang to his feet. "What are you saying, father? You want talented people from the other clans to participate as well?" But Helian Yun had clearly made up his mind. What is wrong with that? The position of divine cult leader is not inherited from father to son. Anyone within the cult has the right to become its leader. Luan Jin's expression visibly darkened. Just then, Helian Yun spoke. "I have a proposal for you, my lord. I mean father." Helian Yun agreed without hesitation. "Very well, let us hear it." Helian Yun, then, made a rather outrageous suggestion. "I believe we should also invite the frontier clans to the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony." The moment he said this, Luan Yu turned toward him in surprise. Even Luan Jin was astonished. Nevertheless, Helian Yun calmly asked, "Oh, and why is that?" Ignoring everyone's stares, Helian Yun continued explaining. "The frontier forces have been suppressed by the divine cult's power, but we cannot know when they might stab us in the back again. If we want them to feel like true members of the divine cult, we must show them that we trust them." Helian Yun lowered his head and pondered for a long time. At last, Helianwen spoke. I like Yen's proposal. What do the rest of you think? Jealousy flashed in Luan Jin's eyes, but he did not dare voice an objection. Yet Helian Jun could still smile as though nothing had happened. I think it is an excellent idea. This will be the perfect opportunity to show everyone the divine cult's strength and magnanimity. Suddenly, he slammed his hand hard against the table. Very well. I admire how you deliberately introduced an unnecessary danger. The Demon God Festival is approaching. I wish all of you good luck. Elsewhere, the illusory moonlight was the only illumination apart from the lamps shining upon the earth. Sion and the others emerged together, indicating that the unexpected meeting had just ended. Suddenly, Helian Jun turned and looked at him. Feigning generosity, he said, "This Demon God Festival should be quite interesting." Sion casually ignored his words and walked away. "See you later." Helian, you looked extremely serious. Do you understand what it means to bring the Borderlands forces into this? He merely smiled brightly, as though victory was already in his grasp. Do not worry. I already have a plan. Things changed slightly after I left the Demon God Cave, but I knew the cult leader would raise the stakes. I am merely adding another piece to his board. Time flew by, and soon only 1 month remained until the Demon God Festival. The clatter of carriage wheels echoed along a dirt road. A small but bustling town appeared before them. Wait, a Borderlands emperor? A king of the desert? That land has existed as separate tribes for hundreds of years, and now you are saying a king is about to emerge there? Sion calmly explained. A kingdom once existed in the desert. It was a mighty civilization known as the Kingdom of Kucha in what is now called the Kucha region. No law forbids them from restoring their former golden age. At this point, she seemed to understand part of his plan. Are you saying the Kucha region is where the Ashina clan is stationed? He folded his arms and confirmed it. Exactly. The Ashina clan has spent a very long time accumulating wealth and power. More than half of the desert's 36 tribes have formed an alliance with them. In the novel, the Borderlands Emperor of the Ashina clan appeared after the Demon God Festival and later provided Helian Jun with considerable support. I must secure my future by bringing the next Borderlands Emperor over to my side first. Helian Yu's gaze grew more serious. The Ashina clan. Are you planning to approach Usmit, the man known as the Grey Wolf of the Desert? Sion merely gave a mysterious smile as a slender figure swept overhead. Who knows? Time flew by, and soon only 1 week remained until the festival. Visitors arrived in droves, and Helian Jun stood amid the crowd, receiving endless praise. Sionel plisli scratch his cheek. Everywhere he goes, he attracts swarms of admirers. I cannot even get close enough to greet him. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded from outside. Everyone simultaneously fell silent and turned toward the entrance in surprise. The newcomers were Usmit and 2 guards. Cult leader Helian stepped forward, and the two faced one another. Usmit placed a hand over his chest and bowed respectfully to the older man. Only then did Usmit introduce himself. To strengthen the friendship between the Ashina clan and the divine cult, I, the Blue Wolf Usmit, have accepted your invitation to attend the Demon God Festival. Helian courteously praised him. Excellent. He reached for a wine cup on a nearby servant's tray. Helian raised the cup as a gesture of friendship. Welcome to the divine cult. Usmit raised his own cup and smiled in response. The crowd erupted into lively chatter. Helian, you could not help exclaiming, he certainly is famous. So how do you plan to persuade him, Yen? But when she looked around, she froze in confusion. What the hell? Where did he go? From the center of the commotion, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Hey, Wolf. The speaker was none other than Sion. I heard you are quite strong. How about a match? Usmit frowned deeply. I'm a guest today. We can spar another time. But Sion refused to let this perfect opportunity slip away. You call yourself a wolf, but you are as timid as a rabbit. You're not a wolf at all. You're more like a dog. Woof, woof. Helian, you had never expected him to act like this. That bastard. Veins bulged across Usmit's forehead. I will spare you this once. Leave at once. But Sion was determined to see this through. Come on, do not be like that. Before his opponent could prepare, Sion charged. Play with me. Left with no other choice, Usmit drew his sword. A fierce clash erupted in the middle of the courtyard. Sion pursed his lips with excitement. At least he is a worthy opponent. Usmit, however, did not look nearly as pleased. They both retreated, widening the distance between them. Sion shouted and vanished from the spot. Got you. In the blink of an eye, Sion appeared directly before Usmit's face. Bring it on. This time, Usmit no longer bothered to restrain himself. Heli and Jun suddenly appeared between them and stopped both sides. Sun's face visibly pallid. He got here faster than I expected. In that case, I will have to change the plan again. Si un pretende tu collapse. Heli and Jun frowned and waved helplessly. Take him away. Even then, Sion continued provoking Usmit. Hey puppy, I'm not finished with you. Come here, you bastard. Heli and Jun lowered his head apologetically. I apologize for my younger brother's rudeness. Please forgive him. He must have become overly excited. Usmit did not seem bothered. It is perfectly normal for someone to become drunk during a banquet. You need not worry. Heli and you watched helplessly, unable to understand him. That accomplished nothing. Was he plotting now? Elsewhere, a sigh rang out. That wine was quite strong. I almost succeeded. I was slightly drunk and overacted a little. Now, for the next step. Sion looked toward the pavilion before him. Found you, Lady Ashina Saza. Saza turned toward the voice. With a wary and doubtful expression, she asked, Are you the fourth young master? A stream of information raced through Saza's mind. The cult leader's youngest son. He is notorious for his crude behavior, but after discovering the Holy Demon's ruins, he became known as the Holy Demon's descendant, judging by what he did earlier. After considering it, she turned away. I have nothing to discuss with you. Farewell. But a single sentence from him stopped her. It will be difficult for Usmit to become king of the desert. I know that concerns you as well, Lady Saza. Even so, she pretended not to understand. I truly do not know what you mean. And how could you possibly know what concerns me? Usmit is a great warrior. He refuses to tolerate injustice, possesses tremendous courage, and has an indomitable will. But those are merely the qualities of a warrior. Becoming a king is an entirely different matter. Even so, it was still not enough to sway Saza. He solemnly stated a truth she did not wish to confront. If he possessed the bearing of a king, he would not have drawn his sword over my petty provocation. Those words truly forced Saza to reconsider. Seeing that it was working, Sion stepped forward and continued. I believe that you, not Usmit, should become king of the desert. Usmit's reputation may overshadow you, but you're the true reason the Ashina clan developed into such a powerful tribe. Her expression shifted slightly. What do you mean by saying I should become king? His ambition showed without the slightest attempt to conceal it. I am not merely the cult leader's son. I am also an official member of the Rahu clan. I will ensure that you become king of the desert. The next morning, warm sunlight shone over the sprawling estate. A Taoist shout echoed through a narrow alley. Stay back. Take another step and this child dies. Wu Guang shouted in frustration. Stop this foolishness and release the child. The man retreated while threatening them. Do not come any closer. I really will kill him. Wu Guang no longer wished to waste words. A coin dropped from his sleeve into his hand. With that alone, Wu Guang was confident he could defeat the demonic cult member. As expected, the man was struck by the coin and released the child in surprise. A slender figure swept past Wu Guang from behind. Xiao Yin hugged the boy tightly to protect him from harm, then quickly carried him away from the dangerous man. Wu Guang placed his hands on his hips, finally able to relax. We can discuss your identity after we return to the martial alliance. The man's eyes turned vicious and murderous. He tore off his clothing, revealing a body covered in swollen spots. Soon, all of you will suffer divine punishment. Even Wu Guang was stunned for a moment. The demonic cult member raised his head and shouted, Long live the new moon heavenly cult. Sensing danger, Wu Guang shouted, Xiao Yin, watch out. Only then did Xiao Yin turn and stare at the frenzied man in alarm. Unexpectedly, the demonic cult member blew himself up, leaving no evidence behind. Wu Guang conjured a mana shield to block the flying debris and prevent unnecessary injuries. When the smoke and dust cleared, no one remained at the spot. Xiao Yin and the boy emerged unharmed, though their clothes were covered in dust. Both instinctively looked toward where the man had been standing. Wu Guang clenched his teeth. Those damned cultists! What the hell are they planning? An enticing dish was arranged simply on a small white plate. Beside it sat a plate of delicious fish and tomato sauce. It was the night before the festival, so everyone was busy making preparations. Sion was the first to speak. Steward, that is enough. Let everyone get some rest. You have prepared far too much food. The elderly steward gently explained. Since the young master is the holy demon's descendant, the master insisted that we prepare something worthy of your status. He awkwardly scratched his head. Holy demon's descendant, my foot. I returned and pretended nothing had happened at the banquet. The steward forced a smile, but Sion could not help feeling satisfied. Well, I did go slightly overboard, but what matters is that I achieved my objective. Hellion Yun's reputation is not as important as the reputation of the future king of the desert. I also wanted the second young master to lower his guard after that incident. Just then, a voice sounded beside him. "Young master, you have a visitor," he asked in confusion. "What? Who?" Sion suddenly spun around as though realizing something. The visitor was Saza, young master Hellion Yun. She slowly removed her veil. "Have you been well?" The entire room suddenly fell silent. In truth, everyone was silent for one reason alone. What a breathtaking beauty. Saza ignored their stares. "I came to ask how you intend to defeat the second young master in this succession contest." Sion was slightly surprised. Straight to the point? She is no ordinary woman. She continued, "If you want me to feel confident enough to ally with you, I must know your strategy. How do you intend to overcome the enormous difference in strength between you and the second young master?" Sion had been waiting for those exact words. He snapped his fingers. "Naturally, I already have a plan. Here it is." As soon as he finished speaking, a wooden box was presented to them. Saza could not understand how this could be called a plan. With this alone, but he confidently declared, "This will help me defeat the second young master." On the morning of the festival, at the site of the contest, Sion raised a hand and removed his blindfold. He surveyed his surroundings and exclaimed, just as it was in the novel, "I have arrived at the eastern rocky field of Earth Province." I knew this would happen, so I began planning long before the festival. In fact, Sion had secretly placed several traps here beforehand. He smiled sinisterly. "I do not need to defeat the second young master. I only need to collect as many cards as possible." A short while later, the two of them began preparing, but Fu Xian still asked anxiously, "Will you truly be all right, Yin? How did your conversation with Lady Hellion you go?" Sion replied with absolute confidence, "I already spoke with her, and she can take care of herself. Just trust me." Only then did Fu Xian feel relieved. He overcame all the trials of the Demon God Cave and spent enormous effort preparing these things. I should be able to trust him. At last, he said, "Very well, I understand." Sion took out a box and shook it several times, confirming that its contents were still inside. A triumphant smile appeared on Sion's lips. "I will definitely need this." Once the preparations were complete, he went ahead to lead the way. "Let's go. This way." Sion set his first objective. "Let us head to the first base." 3 days later, at the contest grounds, Muzi fell to the ground in terror and repeatedly crawled backward. Second young master. Moonlight illuminated several frightening faces. Hellion Jin smiled as though nothing were wrong. "Do you have a Fire Saint card?" Muzi hurriedly offered up the card as though presenting tribute. "Here it is, my lord." Hellion Jun placed a hand on his shoulder and offered hypocritical reassurance. "There is no need to be afraid. As long as you do not oppose me, I will protect you until the contest ends." As though grasping a lifeline, Muzi joyfully asked, "Do you truly mean that?" Hellion Jun withdrew his hand. "Are we not all members of the divine cult?" He extended his hand in an apparently generous gesture. "There is no reason for us to slaughter one another." Elsewhere, an anxious and urgent voice echoed through the dark forest. "My lady, this way." Two figures ran close together at their fastest speed. Only now did Hellion Yu understand. "Is this what you warned me about?" His earlier warning returned to her mind. "Sister, this may be a battle for survival. Everyone will attempt to steal one another's Fire Saint cards, and whoever obtains the most will win. Many members of the divine cult focus solely on martial arts and know nothing about the terrain. You should bring a guide who may not be skilled in martial arts, but knows this mountain thoroughly. Someone who is weak in martial arts, but knows the terrain." At the time, Sion had added, "One more thing. If we begin tomorrow at different locations, remember to meet me in the north, no matter what happens." Now she could not help regretting her decision. What a terrible mistake. I brought an expert from the Moon Shaman clan as my assistant, because I thought this contest would follow the rules used 30 years ago. I must reach the north and meet Yun as quickly as possible. Elsewhere, warm light from a small hut drove away the chill of the night. Hellion Jun and Hellion Jean were inside. Hellion Jean spoke first, summarizing their gains. 46 in total. Hellion Jun frowned gravely. "We still have not encountered Yun or you." Hellion Jean thought he was exaggerating. "You are worrying over nothing. He only found that secret place in the Demon God Cave by sheer luck. That fool possesses neither talent nor reputation." Despite that, Hellion Jun did not change his mind. It is difficult to believe that Yun became the first person in 300 years to overcome the demon god cave through luck alone. He must be plotting something. Why has he not shown himself yet? Hellion Jean raised his hand arrogantly. Did you forget how he got drunk and caused havoc at the banquet? He has not changed at all. As they spoke, a strange sound caught Hellion Jin's attention. He stepped outside and irritably demanded, "What the hell is that?" A guard stood there with all the blood drained from his face. My lord, look. Upon closer inspection, they saw the corpses of small animals. Every last one of them was a rabbit. They had been hung upside down from the trees, their mouths gaping in expressions of terror. Hellion Jean cursed furiously and cut through the ropes. "You fools! You screamed like that over a few dead rabbits." One rabbit struck the ground with a thud, producing an unusual sound. Ignoring it, Hellion Jean turned back and berated them. "Some generous soul delivered food to us. Why are you making such a fuss?" Despite their fear, his subordinates did not dare defy him. "Yes, my lord." Hellion Jean continued issuing orders. "Return to your posts." Meanwhile, Hellion Jun stood before the rabbits' corpses and studied them. He was far more intelligent than Hellion Jean. They went to the trouble of hanging these here solely to warn us. Soon afterward, two shadowy figures could be seen beneath the trees in a secluded corner. Of course, there was no one else besides Hellion Yun and Fu Xian. Fu Xian asked doubtfully, "Commander, are you sure hanging those animals up there will work?" Yun smiled confidently. It should at least put some pressure on them. In truth, Hellion Yun already knew what would happen. In the novel, Hellion Jun had used this contest to win the people's trust. That was why he had cooperated with the weaker contestants, even though they only held him back. This was Yun's perfect opportunity. Rewinding to the previous night, several weasels were hanging from a tree. Before long, the rope was severed and they fell straight to the ground. Both Hellion Jean and Hellion Jun were forced to take the matter seriously. "What are you plotting, Yun?" In the end, Jun decided, "I'll inspect the surrounding area." Jean snorted coldly. "Is that really necessary? Just stay here. Anyone who wants to survive will eventually surrender their tokens. If you're still worried, send a scouting party." Before the two could finish discussing it, however, the forest on the other side had already gone up in flames. Hellion Jun immediately departed. "I'll go and investigate." His feet landed lightly in a clearing. He looked down upon the devastation below. Everything had been swallowed by a sea of fire, leaving only scattered pieces of timber. Even the newly constructed huts had been reduced to fragments. Hellion Jun did not understand what had happened, but he was certain of one thing. Strange. These people were clearly attacked. So why would their attackers remove the bodies and then set the place ablaze? A sudden thought struck him. Could they be trying to lure me away from camp? At that very moment, an arrow flew toward him from the distance. Hellion Jun effortlessly caught it with one hand. By the time he looked in that direction, no one was there. Hellion Jun summoned his sword and spun it several times in his hand. Spiritual power surged from the blade, forming a flawless arc of energy. When the sword strike reached its target, it exploded in midair. As the smoke dispersed, a figure appeared and instantly leaped away. Determined to pursue that little rat to the end, Jun gave chase. But another arrow suddenly came from a different direction. Only then did Hellion Jun realize the truth. There's more than one. Having lost his momentum, he was forced to descend temporarily. He raised his hand and summoned streams of black energy. This is becoming troublesome. A short while later, he returned to the familiar huts. As soon as Hellion Jun entered, he asked, "Did anything happen while I was gone?" Elian Himri Plaid Gachwadi. "No." "What about the place you inspected?" Jun frowned deeply. "I thought our base was being attacked, so I went to investigate. 2 archers ambushed me there." Jean sighed, still unaware of the severity of the situation. Archers? Who would bring archers as assistants to a contest like this? I don't know who they were, but this was a foolish move. Only Hellion Jun remained troubled. Archers can be quite troublesome on a real battlefield. Hellion Jean laughed arrogantly, dismissing the enemy entirely. Forget it. What can archers do besides intimidate people? In the end, close combat warriors will decide the outcome. Hellion Jun took out the arrowhead he had recovered. This black arrow was made specifically for the contest. Whoever created it must have prepared it after learning the exact rules. A bold suspicion arose in his mind. Could it be Yun? Just then, a voice called out, "Second young master, please come and look at this." Hellion Jun turned around and asked doubtfully, "What is it?" The speaker entered while supporting Hellion Yu. Although Hellion Jun was puzzled, he concealed it from his face. You, she looked up at him. Her eyes were bloodshot, and the skin around them was badly bruised. Brother Jun, he stepped forward to support her. What happened? How did you end up like this? Hellion Yu stammered, struggling to form the words. Yun, Hellion Yun. After forcing out her final words, she collapsed unconscious. That bastard betrayed me. Hellion Yu fell directly into Hellion Jun's arms. A while later, he asked anxiously, Commander Wen, how is you? Commander Wen lowered his head, his expression grave. Her fever has not subsided, and the young lady keeps saying she was poisoned. I believe we should have an imperial physician examine her to determine the cause. Even so, Hellion Jun remained doubtful. Did Yin truly betray you? At that moment, a piercing scream drew their attention. Nearby, their subordinates' faces were covered in swollen burns. You damned monster! Get away! They were all suffering from the same condition. Go away, monster! Hellion Jun could only stare at the scene in astonishment. Before Hellion Jun could recover from his shock, Commander Wen stepped forward and tried to wake them. Come to your senses. One man fell to the ground as though he had seen a ghost. The monster is... Hellion Jun recalled Hellion Yu's earlier condition. These symptoms are the same as Yu's. What is happening? Hallucinations and delirium. This resembles a fever more than poisoning. He suddenly froze. Wait, those swollen marks. He looked down at the burned men's arms and legs. A terrifying possibility flashed through Hellion Jun's mind. Mosquitoes. Suddenly, a volley of arrows shot out from the dark forest. Each arrow carried a small flame, gradually setting the entire camp ablaze. To understand what was happening, we must rewind a few minutes. Hellion Yun smiled deviously. I returned to the Demon God Cave and brought back some mosquito larvae. They probably haven't developed very well. Fu Xian could hardly believe him. You plan to use those disgusting things again? Yin raised his hands and covered his face. I'll use any means necessary to win. All right, let's begin. The two of them secretly approached the camp. Fu Xian still did not understand the plan, so he asked, do we simply wait until everything descends into chaos? Hellion Yun declared proudly, this is only the first trial of the Demon God Cave. On the other side, the camp had already descended into chaos, while the guards' faces were covered in swollen burns. The moment Hellion Jean emerged, he cursed, what the hell is going on? Anyone still conscious, gathered together and burned down the camp immediately. Hellion Jean approached with a frown. I suspect Yun is behind all this. Jean gritted his teeth, still unaware of Yun's current strength. What? That useless bastard did this. Abandon the camp. We don't have time to take care of these madmen. Hellion Jun lowered his head and considered the best course of action. Just then, a servant rushed over with a report. Commander, our main camp. Hellion Jean urgently called for everyone to follow. All the Sacred Flame tokens are there. The prize resources are also at the main camp. Jun, hurry. But Hellion Jun muttered, I must save you first. Without hesitation, he turned and headed back toward the sea of flames. Hellion Jean nearly went mad with rage. Damn it, are you going to ruin all our efforts because of that harlot? Before long, Hellion Jun reached the hut where Hellion Yu had been resting, but she was nowhere to be found. Only the disordered bedding remained. A frightened shout came from the other side. The box is gone. Hellion Jun lowered his head, but there was no disappointment on his face. Hellion Jun looked up with a faint smile. Just as I thought, you and Yun are working together. Elsewhere, ethereal moonlight shone into the forest's darkness. Everyone gathered around a campfire. Hellion Yun smiled in satisfaction. 46 Sacred Flame tokens in total. Hellion Yu ground her teeth. You bastard. If you ever make me do that again, you'll regret it. Only then did Yin turn his attention to her. Sorry, sister. That was the only way to fool the second young master. Shajia spoke seriously. Now we only need to guard this box until the contest ends. Hellion Yun immediately disagreed. It won't be that easy. From this moment onward, we'll find out why everyone fears the second young master so much. Hellion Yu frowned gravely. I agree with Yun. Brother Jin isn't someone who will let this go so easily. Yin merely lowered the lid onto the box and declared confidently, the game is only truly beginning now. This time, we'll need your help, Lady Shajia. Meanwhile, the fire at the ruined camp had died out, leaving behind nothing but ashes. All the survivors were clutching their heads in pain. Helian Jun quietly asked, "What about my brother?" Commander Wen immediately reported, "He went after the third young lady, sir." Helian Jun swept his cloak aside, letting it billow in the wind. "Thanks to them, I've lost a peaceful night. No matter. 2 days remain, so we still have plenty of time. Remain here and protect the others. I'll retrieve the box myself." Commander Wen bowed respectfully. "As you command." Elsewhere, a small house stood deep within the forest. Everyone brought out blankets and bedding, preparing to sleep around the fire. Shajia frowned and asked softly, "Young Master Helian Yun, could you explain the plan in greater detail?" Helian Yun calmly looked outside. "The second young master will probably find this place soon. This house isn't meant to keep him out. It's meant to lure him inside." Helian Yu laughed when she heard that. Luring him won't be easy. He's extremely cautious. Yin became even more confident. That very caution will make the plan easier to carry out. Fu Xian was completely bewildered. "What do you mean?" Helian Yin offered no further explanation and lay down. "For now, rest while you can. A lack of sleep will dull your instincts." Fu Xian stared helplessly at Yun, who was already snoring. "Yun, did he really fall asleep?" Helian Yu was equally exasperated. "How can he sleep in a situation like this? I can't tell whether he's pretending to be insane or genuinely insane." Shajia said nothing, but her thoughts drifted far away. "I've never met anyone this carefree in the desert. Perhaps he truly is the man who can fulfill my dream of becoming the frontier king." Meanwhile, the protagonist of this story appeared to be sleeping soundly and even rolled over. In truth, Helian Yin was still awake and worrying in secret. According to the novel, Lady Shajia is easily attracted to bold behavior. "Even if I have to put on an act, I must bring her over to my side." He sighed inwardly. This is so difficult. By then, Helian Jun had approached the house where they were staying. He stared at it in disbelief. Did he build this place in the mountains before the contest even began? At that moment, a figure carrying a wooden box emerged. It was none other than Shajia. Helian Jun had not expected her to appear. Asana Shajia. Shajia looked directly toward the spot where he was hiding. "Second young master, I know you can hear me. There is no ambush here. I am alone." Having just been deceived, Helian Jun naturally became even more vigilant. "Lady Shajia, why are you alone in such a desolate place? Is this another of Yun's schemes?" She stated her request directly. "I wish to make a deal with you. If you help me, the desert tribes will serve under your command." Despite such a tempting offer, he warned himself not to be seduced. As long as Azimd remained, Lady Shajia could not seize control of the desert tribes merely because she wished it. As if she understood his thoughts, Shajia threw a pile of tokens onto the ground. "If you don't trust me, I'll show you some evidence." A short while later, Helian Jun opened the wooden door and saw Helian Yun and the others lying unconscious inside. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Yun and you, were they poisoned?" Shajia continued, trying to lure him out. "If you still refuse to show yourself after seeing this, perhaps the second young master isn't cautious. Perhaps he's simply a coward." A loud crash came from Helian Jun's position. This time, he leaped down without hesitation. Even so, Helian Jun remained visibly cautious. "You spoke of an exchange, but how can you bargain with the entire desert tribe?" Shajia smiled cunningly. "Because I will soon become the frontier king." His gaze grew serious. "You mean that once I become the successor, I must help you become the frontier king instead of Azimd?" She raised a hand and explained, "The fourth young master was the first to suggest that arrangement, but I changed my mind after hearing his plan. He intended to drink poison, feign death, and lure you here. Then he would poison you and keep you here until the contest ended." Helian Jun pondered her words. "So his scheme relies on poison." Shajia extended her hand in invitation. "I don't care who becomes the successor. I only need someone who can help me. I believe cooperating with you would be better because you possess greater power." Helian Jun's silhouette stood beneath the night sky. "A sensible decision, but I have one final question. Did you make the same offer to Brother Jean?" Shajia's eyes widened in apparent shock. Shajia leaped high into the air with all her strength. As she fled, she shouted, "Young Master Helian Jean." As soon as she spoke, several experts hiding nearby charged out simultaneously. They landed in front of her, clearly intending to protect her. Helian Jean was finally forced to reveal himself. The atmosphere immediately became tense as the two brothers confronted each other. Helian Jean showed no surprise. He calmly raised his sword. "Brother, I've been looking everywhere for you. So this is where you were." Helian Jean smiled wickedly. "The position of successor doesn't suit you. I'm doing this for the future of the divine cult." Hellion Jun had no intention of yielding. Then try taking it from me. Naturally, Hellion Jin had no intention of fighting fairly. He shouted an order. Attack! Hellion Jun tightened his grip on his sword. The blade released a terrifying power utterly unlike his usual demeanor. Every attacker charging from the right was annihilated, and those attacking from the left fared no better. Amid the shower of falling bodies, Hellion Jin charged forward like a malevolent god. He roared as he unleashed all his strength. Take this! Hellion Jin smiled and charged forward without concern. Their two swords formed a spiraling vortex in the air. The collision between their powers seemed ready to tear everything apart. When the dust and smoke dispersed, only a faint figure remained. Hellion Jun looked over as though he had noticed something. They disappeared. Hellion Jin spun a dagger in his hand and slowly approached the box. Hellion Jun sighed again. I've been deceived once more. A murderous crimson light gleamed in his eyes. I didn't want to resort to this. Hellion Jun stamped his foot and launched himself to an astonishing height. Moments later, his silhouette seemed level with the moon. Hellion Jun shot through the air like an arrow. Hellion Yun watched and exclaimed, See, just as I expected. We can't confront him directly. Hellion Yu cursed angrily. Why do all your plans end like this? Yin merely dusted off his sleeve. If events hadn't unfolded this way, we never would have deceived him. Her anger faded as she muttered to herself, I suppose that's true. Only then did Shajia speak. How do you feel? I believe the poison is still affecting your body. Hellion Yun sighed softly. I'm Fine. I only wanted to verify whether the antidote worked. Everything else is fine. He reconsidered the situation. From the beginning, I suspected the first young master would betray him. Fortunately, the plan to propose an alliance with Hellion Jun and then draw his attention went smoothly. After thinking briefly, Hellion Yin turned away. We don't have much time. We need to move as quickly as possible. Moonlight shone down upon the dark forest. A sealed wooden box rested atop a boulder. Hellion Jean panted heavily from exhaustion. I only need to endure until the end of tonight. Even the second young master cannot defeat all the scattered soldiers in a single night. Suddenly, familiar footsteps sounded behind him. Hellion Jean panicked so badly that he could not clearly see the newcomer. Who are you? Hellion Jean's narrow, piercing eyes appeared in the darkness. Hellion Jean retreated in terror. How did you get here so quickly? Hellion Jean's voice sounded like that of a demon coming to claim his life. Brother. Hellion Jun's face twisted with fury. I'll give you one final chance. Hellion Jin's face turned deathly pale. He slowly dropped to one knee in surrender. Hellion Jin offered up the wooden box with both hands, his voice trembling. I was wrong. Please spare me. Hellion Jun accepted the box and gently opened it. A familiar fragrance drifted out from within. That smell. Hellion Jun threw it away without the slightest hesitation. The lid flew open, and a golden light soared into the air. Even then, Hellion Jin remained dumbfounded. No, how could you? His expression turned exceedingly ugly. That bastard Yin had deceived him again. But moments later, a strange sound rang out from the other side. Hellion Jun recognized it immediately. It was a signal from the west. Could Yin have already reached the outpost? Sometime later, shortly after dawn, he reached the mountaintop. Hellion Yin sat leisurely on a boulder before him. As soon as Commander Wen saw who had arrived, he hurried over to explain. The young master said he would burn every sacred flame token unless we summoned you. Yin slowly reached into his pouch and took out a handful of tokens. Hellion Yin watched him closely. Hellion Jun had not hidden until the contest ended and had even summoned him. Had he come alone? Yin had no time to think further and quietly warned, I'll burn these immediately if you come any closer. Hellion Jun frowned deeply. What do you want? Hellion Yun remained calm. Just as I expected, talking to you is much easier than talking to Brother Jean. Even Hellion Jun had to reassess him. He had always thought Yun was merely a troublesome youngest brother, but he had never expected him to use such a clever push-and-pull strategy. It seemed his carelessness had finally come back to haunt him. Yin stood up and spoke seriously. I want to make a deal with you. Hellion Jun asked suspiciously, a deal? Hellion Yun was confident in his deduction. If all Hellion Jun wanted was victory, he would not have summoned him here. I believe you're wondering where Yu is. But those words seemed to touch a raw nerve. Yun, it's far too early for you to think you've won. I still have plenty of time to defeat you and find you. Sweat poured down Yun's face. As expected of the protagonist, he was no pushover. One tiny mistake, and Yun would be finished. In the novel, Hellion-jun was more than capable of doing exactly what he had said. He appeared calm and courteous, but whenever he deemed it necessary, he transformed into a merciless killing machine and attacked without hesitation. Moreover, he would later become the leader of the Heavenly Demon Cult. Hellion-yun's expression grew tense. If you defeat me and take these sacred flame tokens, you will undoubtedly become the divine cult successor. However, that doesn't mean the 6 great clans will support you. Yun thought to himself that the one thing Hellion-jun lacked was the backing of a powerful clan. Hellion-jin had the Northern Heaven clan, Hellion-yu had the Moon Shaman clan, and Hellion-yun had the Rahu clan. But because Hellion-jun's mother had been merely a maidservant in the divine cult, he had no maternal clan to support him. His paternal relatives, the Hellion clan, had chosen to remain neutral, so they had no influence either. Hellion-jun had attained his current position solely through his own talent. The problem was that after he became the successor, the 6 great clans refused to recognize him as deputy cult leader and did everything they could to eliminate him. Hellion-jun did everything in his power to persuade the 6 great clans, but in the end, he decided to purge them. The protagonist of the hero's path, Kai Wu-guang, seized that opportunity to infiltrate the divine cult and even reach the heavenly demon treasury. Yin knew just how long Hellion-jun had agonized before deciding to purge the clans. If there were a way to persuade the 6 great clans without bloodshed, Hellion-jun would certainly choose it. Hellion-jun suddenly spoke. "You just mentioned the 6 great clans." A violent wind surged around them, startling Hellion-jun. His face turned deathly pale. What the hell was this? Could that purge actually be what Hellion-jun wanted? Damn it, if that were true, all his calculations were completely wrong. The wind threatened to sweep Yun away, and he could barely remain standing. He had based his proposal on the novel's plot, so why did it feel like he was committing suicide? Just then, a bracelet slowly appeared around Hellion-jun's wrist. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Hellion-jun's eyes widened in astonishment. Hellion-jun turned and ordered his subordinate, Deputy Commander 1, go on ahead. The man respectfully cupped his hands. "As you command." Commander 1 departed beneath Yun's bewildered gaze. Hellion-jun clasped his hands behind his back. Explain in greater detail. Yin was speechless. Hellion-jun had changed his attitude in a single second, as expected of a villain. In the end, Hellion-jun spoke. "I want you to form an alliance with me." Hellion-jun remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Yin went on. "Then you'll have the support of Sister Yu's Moon Shaman clan and my Rahu clan. With 2 of the 6 great clans supporting you, you'll undoubtedly succeed." Hellion-jun responded with only a suspicious question. "Are you serious? You already have 2 clans supporting you. What do you gain by helping me?" Hellion-jun hurriedly explained, "What I want isn't to become the divine cult successor." He was already terrified. He could not afford to make a mistake here. "In exchange for you taking control of the divine cult, I want authority over the frontier. The desert tribes still oppose the divine cult. At this rate, once the cult advances into the Central Plains, they will certainly attack us." Hellion-jun quietly asked, "So you intend to take responsibility for resolving that troublesome matter?" Hellion-jun looked completely sincere. "Yes. To be honest, I'm not particularly interested in the Central Plains. The frontier contains vast deserts, and beyond them lies the western region. Although the divine cult's sacred flame came from there, if we consider the cult's future, we must have eyes and ears in that land." The wind swept through Hellion-jun's white hair. Sweat covered Hellion-jun's forehead as he waited. "Damn, did I overdo it? I was so nervous that I blurted all of that out without thinking. Whatever, I've gone too far to turn back now." Hellion-jun suddenly called Yun. Startled, he hurriedly answered, "Yes, Imperial brother." Hellion-jun's gaze turned icy. "What you've said is reasonable, but why does it sound so insincere?" Hellion-jun froze for a moment. Just as he had expected, empty words were not enough. Hellion-jun dragged his sword as he approached, his voice cold and utterly merciless. "If you have nothing else to say, I'll take those sacred flame tokens." Yin panicked so badly that his mind went blank. In the end, all his emotions condensed into one pathetic statement. "I don't want to die." Surprisingly, Hellion-jun stopped as though he had accepted that answer. Having already gone this far, Hellion Yun continued. Imperial brother, I truly only want to survive. Even if I took all these tokens today and became the successor, who could guarantee that I would live peacefully afterward? Hellion Jun tilted his head suspiciously. Didn't you say you had the Moon Shaman clan and the Rahu clan supporting you? Yin lowered his head and softened his voice. Even so, I could never become stronger than you. I wouldn't escape death. Hellion Jun finally seemed somewhat satisfied. Now that sounds more convincing than your speech about the frontier. Is that all? Hellion Yun cautiously raised his head. I want you to guarantee the lives of my younger sister and me, as well as grant us high-ranking positions. Hellion Jun quietly asked, do you truly believe I would eliminate my own flesh and blood? Yin looked confused. That sort of thing was quite common in the heavenly demon cult. Hellion Jun gave an almost imperceptible sigh. Fina, is there anything else? Hellion Yun took out a small sheet of paper. There's also this. The moment Hellion Jun saw it, his eyes widened in surprise. After reading it for a while, he finally understood. So, you already knew we would end up in this situation? Yin turned away and pretended to be optimistic. There's no harm in preparing beforehand. Only then did Hellion Jun answer, very well, but I also have one condition. Hellion Yun sweated as he waited for the difficult demand. What is it? Hellion Jun took something out from inside his robe. You said you would assume responsibility for the frontier, correct? But we can discuss that later. He placed a hand on Yun's shoulder, unable to conceal the trust in his eyes. Hellion Jun declared firmly, when I become the leader of the heavenly demon cult, you will stand there beside me. Those words left Hellion Yun dumbfounded for a long time. He wanted to ask what Hellion Jun meant, but he could only stammer. What? What do you mean? This time, Hellion Jun spoke frankly. I need you. I can truly make use of your abilities. As proof of my trust in you. Hellion Jun held out the object in his hand. I want you to have this. Hellion Yun truly did not know what to say. Was Hellion Jun really going to give him something worth nearly 2 billion won, just like that? After a moment, Yun tried to refuse. No, this isn't a treasure I can accept. But Hellion Jun ordered him, take it. Hellion Yun reluctantly extended his hand. Very well, I accept your token of trust. Hellion Jun asked with dissatisfaction. Is that all? Yun chuckled and took out another object. Oh, of course not. Hellion Yun fired a flare into the sky as a signal. He explained, Sister Yu has another bundle of tokens. I told her to keep them if there was no signal, but to burn them if I fired a flare. Hellion Jun seemed amused. And what if she doesn't burn them? Hellion Yun answered confidently. The two of you have equal numbers of tokens, so you'll simply end up fighting over them. Hellion Jun's killing intent suddenly erupted. How very thorough of you. Suddenly, a crowd of people leaped out and surrounded them. The man at the front gave Hellion Jun a slight nod, and Hellion Jun turned to acknowledge him. A heaven and earth shattering wave of power erupted violently. Hellion Yun recoiled in utter terror. What was happening? Was this an ambush? Had Hellion Jun deceived him? Was everything going to end like this? Hellion Jun was still admiring the tokens in his hand. Suddenly, flames erupted and consumed them all. The ashes fluttered to the ground like autumn leaves. Hellion Yun stared in disbelief. Imperial brother, why? Hellion Jun ignored him and reached inside his robe, taking out another bundle of tokens. He held them in front of Yun as though taunting him. Hellion Yun panicked and tried to stop him. Those are Sister Yu's tokens. How did you? But Hellion Jun merely said, Yun, your plan was quite good, but I had more than enough time to find you. Hellion Yun had accounted for everything, only to fail at the final moment. Hellion Jun had found Sister Yu in such a short time? Hellion Jun spoke lightly, as though it were nothing. Don't worry, Yu is safe. I merely wanted to hear the truth from you. The two of them suddenly looked up at the sky. The sun had begun to set. Hellion Yun sighed in relief. The contest is over. The scene shifted to a small building beneath the gentle morning sunlight. Yun rubbed his chin, unable to understand. Everything had gone according to plan through the Demon God Festival. So why do he still feel so uneasy? If he went to the Central Plains in his current state, that bastard Kai Wuguang would kill him with a single slash. Although he had successfully formed an alliance with his second young master, he needed to devise a plan that would keep him from going to the Central Plains. According to the novel, Hellion Yun originally sided with the second young master, but after becoming the successor, he began avoiding him. Even so, wanting to make some contribution, he requested permission to lead a vanguard into the Central Plains. The original Hellion Yun had looked up with a tense expression, He later encountered Kai Wuguang, never realizing that it would be the last time he saw the sunlight. But since Sion had changed the events of the Demon God Festival, he no longer knew how the next part of the plot would unfold. For all he knew, the enemy might attack tomorrow. Just then, a servant entered and called out, "Commander, why haven't you gone outside yet?" Hellion Yin turned around suspiciously. "What is it?" The servant helplessly pointed outside. "You said you would attend the Black Line unit's full training session today. Don't push yourself so hard that you collapse. If you're too tired, you should rest today." Yin immediately rejected the suggestion. "No, I have to see the results of their training for myself." He was secretly delighted. The Black Lion unit would be his lifeline when he confronted Kai Wuguang. Beneath the building's eaves, the soldiers' resounding shouts created a heroic atmosphere. In the courtyard, they stood solemnly in ordered ranks. Hellion Yun arrived at that moment. "Illo, Fuxian." Fu Xian shouted toward the others. "Attention, everyone! Salute the commander." Everyone shouted in unison, "Victory will be ours." Yin was highly satisfied with the result. "Excellent work, Deputy Commander. All right, you've all done very well." He could not help feeling pleased. Fu Xian ordered them to continue, and they showed not the slightest resistance. "Yes, sir." Hellion Yin praised them with interest. Mu Damping has also improved considerably. Things were going better than he had expected. Suddenly, another young man caught his attention. Hellion Yun stared blankly. "Wait, isn't that?" At that moment, Ming, he also noticed him. The young man stopped what he was doing and raised his hand in a military salute. "Commander." Hellion Yun smiled in response. "Hello. Wait, let me see your dagger." Although he did not understand why, Ming he complied. "Yes, sir." The moment Yun saw it, he was startled. What was this? It was a modern military dagger. Hellion Yun turned toward the man behind him. "This is the only dagger with a different shape. When I commissioned these daggers, did I tell you to add serrations along the spine and cut holes into the blade?" The man rubbed his chin before answering. "No, this one appears to have been made incorrectly." Yin asked, "Do you know who forged this dagger?" "I ordered them from a blacksmith recommended by an elder in the Grand Hall. I'll look into it." Hellion Yun's expression became extremely grave. "We must find the blacksmith who made this this dagger, immediately." Although the other man did not understand, he nodded. "All right, I'll find him at once." Hellion Yun looked up at the sky and wondered it can't be. Could someone else, besides me, have come from the modern world? Meanwhile, at First Young Master Hellion Jin's palace, candlelight flickered inside beside a table laden with food. Xiang Yu glanced at the man beside him and said tentatively, "Senior brother, Hellion Jun is only the successor in name." Hellion Jin slammed his wine cup onto the table and roared furiously. "Nonsense!" Unable to persuade him, Xiang Yu raised his voice. "Things have already reached this point. We must overthrow the second young master." Unexpectedly, Hellion Jin calmed down again. "You fool! You know how powerful that bastard is, yet you still dare say such a thing." Xiang Yu remained unconvinced. "The second young master is alone and has no one supporting him. Even if we move against him, no one will interfere." Hellion Jin frowned in displeasure. "Are you suggesting that we hire someone to assassinate Jun?" Xiang Yu smiled sinisterly and took something from his pocket. "Do you really think a single assassin could deal with the second young master? There are far better methods." Hellion Jin looked up with open contempt. Someone as vigilant as Jun would never fall for a poison trap like this. But Xiang Yu did not seem concerned. "I went to great lengths to obtain this from the West. According to them, it originated in the distant western desert, an isolated land far from here." Seeing that Hellion Jin still did not understand, he grew slightly impatient. "The issue isn't what kind of poison it is. If we use it carelessly, he will notice." But a dark expression crossed his face. "What if the person who poisons him is the fourth young master, Hellion Yun?" Those words truly shook Hellion Jin. "You want to create a misunderstanding and turn them against each other." Xiang Yu smiled, silently confirming it. "As expected of you, senior brother. If their relationship collapses, the external factions supporting them, the Rahu clan and the Moon Shaman clan, will be placed in a very difficult position." Hellion Jin finally became interested. "So you want to seize the position during that turmoil?" Xiang Yu answered without hesitation. "Exactly. The Northern Heaven clan and the Mu clan will join forces to support you. Even if the situation changes, at least one neutral faction will still be willing to back you. The title of successor is irrelevant. What matters is who receives the approval of all 6 great clans." Hellion Jin burst into delighted laughter. Excellent. You've truly broadened my horizons. Xiang Yu folded his arms and declared, I will always stand on your side. When you become the leader of the divine cult, do not forget me. We have only discussed it and have not even acted yet, but you are already so confident. Of course, you will become my most capable assistant. You there, bring more wine. Rapid footsteps suddenly echoed across the rooftops. Under the silent night sky, the assassins followed one another along their predetermined route toward this place. One assassin's eyes flashed. This is the place. All three approached the roof. Two stood guard while the third prepared something. Water, trickling from a bamboo tube, bored a small hole through the roof. He carefully lowered a thread through it, trying not to alert anyone inside. Inside the room, the thread slipped through successfully and slowly approached the sleeping Lin Zhan's face. The liquid ran down the thread and into the corner of his mouth. The three assassins anxiously peered down. It worked. Why is the second young master not reacting at all? Is everything all right? I thought he would awaken before we could poison him. Was it really that easy? One of them signaled. Never mind. Before the second young master's Blackwing unit discovers us, we must leave evidence implicating the fourth young master and get out of here. With that, all three leaped down without hesitation. Suddenly, a volley of arrows flew toward them. Two of the three were knocked unconscious before they could react. The remaining assassin wearily gripped his sword hilt. Who is there? Before he could even draw his sword, another blade was pointed at his face. The Black Lions had arrived, and they were the ones who had attacked. The Black Lion unit? He never imagined the fourth young master's forces would attack them. He had to notify his master immediately. Before long, another set of footsteps approached. Luan Yu appeared with an icy expression. Third young lady. He had been completely cornered. The second young master's faction must have anticipated this. In that case, I will. Out of options, he tried greeting her first. This humble servant pays his respects to the Rahu clan, but he was knocked unconscious before he could finish. A familiar, flamboyant red robe entered view. The wearer was none other than Luan Zhan, who had supposedly been sound asleep moments ago. He could not help remarking, it seems Yin was telling the truth. Luan Yu walked over and said, had we acted any later, we would have fallen into the first young master's trap. Luan Zhan had no choice but to admit it. Indeed, fortunately, we anticipated the poisoning. Everything happened exactly as Yin warned us. But one question still bothered him. How did you know all this? Luan Yu turned and ordered the subordinate behind her. Take this man back to the Moon Dance clan and show him how brutally we conduct our interrogations. He bowed. As you command. Luan Zhan stepped forward and asked, what about Yin? She answered calmly. He went to confront the first young master. Luan Zhan was startled. What? Yin went alone? Luan Yu hesitated slightly. Well, actually, elsewhere. Luan Jin asked impatiently. Why have we not received any news yet? Xiang Yu, however, remained perfectly composed. Why are you making such a fuss, brother? They will bring good news soon. Luan Jin spoke arrogantly. Hellion Yin and even Zhen dare to ridicule me. Now I will teach them a lesson. Xiang Yu eagerly agreed. Precisely. Good news will arrive soon. At that moment, an arrow tore through the air. Fortunately, the two men dodged quickly. Judging by the damage it inflicted on the pillar, the arrow could easily have killed them. Enraged, Luan Jin turned to see who had attacked. He shouted, what fool dares do this? A familiar figure appeared on the roof. It has been a long time, Brother Jin. The agile figure leaped down from the roof. Luan Jin gritted his teeth and growled the name. Hellion Yun, a fool like you dares launch a surprise attack on me. Xian confidently placed his hands on his hips. Let's get the facts straight. You were the one who tried to stab me in the back first. Luan Jin flinched. Did this man already know about his plan? That was impossible. Xian casually continued teasing him. Some courageous men tried to attack Brother Jin's palace. By sheer coincidence, my soldiers were passing by and captured the assassins. It seemed Luan Jin could no longer restrain himself. He drew his sword and ordered, no one interfere. His figure instantly vanished. In the next instant, Luan Jin appeared directly before Xian. You dare provoke me? Out of respect for our blood ties, I have overlooked your foolish conduct. But today you have crossed the line. Siun Soith no fea. You will soon find out whether I have crossed the line. Blinded by fury, Luan Jin noticed nothing unusual. Silence. You have sown discord between my two brothers and committed countless wicked deeds. Today, I shall punish you. Even if his scheme had been exposed, he could simply kill Hellion Yun and place all the blame on him. With the Northern Fields clan's influence, Even a lie could be turned into the truth. A sword slash tore through the air with terrifying force. The strike approached at such tremendous speed that Sion had no chance to react. A thunderous explosion erupted where he stood, filling the area with smoke and dust. Luin Jean smiled proudly. He must have been torn into 100 pieces. Naturally, Sion would not die so easily. He suddenly charged out of the smoke. His fierce expression radiated terrifying, killing intent. Sion stopped before him and used his fist as a weapon, startling Luin Jin. When did he? The force of the punch seemed to pass straight through Luin Jin's body. Blood poured uncontrollably from his mouth. Damn it! Luin Jin quickly seized an opportunity to retreat and create some distance, but soon charged forward again. You ignorant parasite! Chaotic sword strikes flew wildly through the air. Sion watched the Invincible. Has he lost his mind? Yet Sion easily evaded every attack, even executing a spectacular somersault. Infuriated, Luin Jin cursed. Is rolling around and dodging all you can do? Where's your warrior's pride? Sion cursed back as he lunged forward. To hell with pride. Luin Jin raised his sword high and roared, "Die!" At that moment, a familiar hand entered his field of vision. The sword in Sion's hand released terrifying killing intent. Luin Jin stared blankly, unable to escape his defeat. The Crimson Sword arc seemed to tear space itself apart. It finally struck Luin Jin's body, leaving a deep gash. As Luin Jin collapsed, he muttered, "How could someone like you use the Holy Annihilation Sword art like that?" Sion smiled faintly. "Because I have wonderful teachers." An eerie silence fell over the area. Realizing the situation was dire, Xiangyu quickly tried to gain the upper hand. The fourth young master has attacked the first young master. Seize him. Acting as though he were their master, he ordered, "Kill him." Sion casually drew his sword. "I cannot guarantee my restraint. I have not practiced properly yet. If you surrender now, I will spare your life." As soon as he finished, the entire group charged in to overwhelm Sion. Xiangyu rushed toward him at once. But as Xiangyu drew close, his sword struck nothing but air. His men paled and frantically looked around. What? Where did he go? At that moment, Sion silently appeared behind them, his eyes as sharp as swords. In a single second, Sion delivered 2 lethal slashes without ever stopping his advance. The 2 men were instantly brought down. Just then, a triumphant voice rang out. "I have you now." Yet that man also struck nothing but air, just as Xiangyu had. He looked down in confusion. He disappeared again. The moment he finished speaking, Sion reappeared behind him, radiating killing intent. The man cried out in terror. Damn it! Nevertheless, he tried to attack again. Sion swept past like the wind and dodged the blow. As a result, the full-powered attack struck the man's own companion. Of course, everything had gone exactly according to plan. His companion trembled in agony and stammered, "You are insane." Only then did Sion stop and turn to look at the 2 men. Sion ignored them and calmly looked ahead as both men collapsed. Seeing this, cold sweat poured down Xiangyu's forehead. "Impossible. A bracelet gradually repared on sunzurist." He calmly remarked, "This is the first time I have used these techniques in actual combat, but they seem quite useful against underlings." Trembling, Xiangyu asked, "Who are you?" The infamous 4th young master could never wield martial arts like that. Instead of growing angry, Sion approached him with a sympathetic expression. "Honestly, I was a terrible student, but during my final year of high school, I learned that some people possess hidden potential, you bastard." Xiangyu never imagined Sion could possess such speed and strength. After taking the full force of his punch, he was quickly knocked out. Sion then snapped his fingers twice, and 2 mysterious figures immediately appeared. Sion coldly ordered, "These are the men who dared attempt to assassinate Lin Jun. Take this man and Luin Jin to the cult leader and imprison them." The 2 figures immediately replied, "As you command." Fu Xian then said, "I never knew our commander's martial arts were so powerful. I heard the first young master is a supreme master who has already surpassed the pinnacle of martial arts." Sion smiled. "It is all thanks to the divine elixir. My martial arts have not improved that much, which is why I had to seek the 9 flowers elixir." Fu Xian's eyes widened suspiciously. "The 9 flowers elixir? Is that not an exceedingly rare divine medicine? One of the 2 treasures obtainable only after becoming the cult leader?" Sion promptly confirmed it. "That is right. I visited the cult leader and exchanged the holy demon cloak for it." Fu Xian grew even more agitated. "What? You traded the unholy demon cloak, our ancestors' precious treasure, merely for a divine elixir. Sion calmly explained, I could hardly use it anyway. Since the cloak symbolizes our ancestors, it makes more sense for the cult leader to possess it. Furthermore, obtaining the ancient relic enhances the cult leader's reputation, while I receive a divine medicine overflowing with vitality. It is a mutually beneficial exchange. Fuxian stammered mutually. Mutually beneficial what? Just then, Luan Jun suddenly appeared. He asked anxiously, Yun, are you hurt anywhere? The two men immediately stepped in front of Luan Jun. Siunan ser pelaitli, elder broter. Inwardly, he was filled with doubt. What is going on? The second young master is not the kind of person who would care about the fourth young master like this. According to the novel, the attempt to assassinate the first young master should occur early next month. After that assassination attempt, the second young master flies into a rage and a massacre follows. Did my interference change the second young master's personality? Just how much further will the plot deviate? The scene shifted elsewhere. Zhang Wuyang and the others sat inside a carriage, none of them willing to say a word. Siun finally spoke. Brother Luanjin has left Urumqi. Has the Northern Fields clan made any moves? Zhang Wuyang shook his head. No, nothing at all. Sion thought. The faction supporting Lin Jin has remained completely silent. This incident will further strengthen the alliance between me, brother Lin Jun, and sister Luan Yu. Guan Ho then asked, but are you really satisfied with this? I find it rather difficult to understand. I thought you wanted to defeat the second young master and claim the title of successor. Sion calmly answered, the struggle for succession is far more complicated than you think. Merely obtaining the title does not mean the battle is over. What truly matters is how long you can maintain your power. Zhang Wuyang exclaimed, exactly. Possessing the title alone is not enough. If you can maintain power equal to the second young master after he becomes the successor, you will undoubtedly secure an important position in the future. Guan Ho marveled. Helian Yun, have you really planned that far ahead? Sion modestly replied, this is nothing. He then told himself, I am only doing all this to save myself. If I become the successor, I will be burdened by countless restrictions. But if the second young master steps forward and handles all the difficult work for me, then my only priorities will be avoiding Wu Guang and finding a way back to the real world. So stop looking at me like that. A short while later, an announcement came. We have arrived. The three men climbed out of the carriage one after another. As Sion surveyed the sight before him, he remarked, so this is where it is. Before the three men stood an old, dilapidated workshop that showed signs of severe deterioration. The ceaseless sound of hammering metal echoed from within. The three entered the workshop, where the air was thick with the smell of heated iron. Sion looked around in fascination. So this is what a smithy looks like. I have never seen one in real life. It is rather interesting. At that moment, one of the smiths spoke. Are you looking for something, my lord? Sion remembered his original purpose. Oh, I am looking for the blacksmith who crafted this. The man appeared surprised. So you came here looking for our smithy's eccentric girl? The blacksmith immediately raised his voice and called out, Suing. She turned around with an exhausted expression. I am busy. The sight left Sion quite astonished. You were saying this girl made the military knife and the clothing? Could she be from the modern world too? She is incredibly tall. She could be a model. Or is she a foreigner? While his two companions stared at him in alarm, Sion hesitantly asked, Do you speak English? Su Ying froneth. What nonsense are you babbling? Her answer left him thoroughly embarrassed. I guess she is not. This is so humiliating. Losing patience, Suing asked, Why are you looking for me? Sion replied, Well, it is about this knife. The moment she saw the knife, her previously calm expression changed completely. Suing suddenly stepped forward and seized Sion by the collar, leaving him stunned. She angrily shouted, Unless you came to thank me for improving the knife, hurry up and get lost. Sion thought, improving it? So she modified my design. Sion nervously said, What I mean is this knife. No, this dagger. Did you personally design and craft it? Su Ying released his collar and answered, Who else could have done it? I made it with my own hands. Do you have a problem with that? Sion calmly offered, I will pay you 3 times what this smithy does. Please join the Black Lion Unit's special blacksmith team. Several days later, Sion walked alone toward a certain room. As soon as he stepped through the doorway, he called out, Blacksmith. Su Ying politely replied, You have arrived, Commander Helian Yun. She raised a bow before him and proudly announced, The bow you requested last time is finished. Sion tested it and praised it inwardly. It is perfect, exactly as I described. A firearm would be even better, but perhaps my explanations were too poor. No matter how many times I explained how a gun works, she could not understand. Even so, if the Black Line unit is equipped with modern-grade weapons like these, my chances of surviving and returning home will increase. After becoming lost in thought, Sion exclaimed, "Just as expected, you truly are a genius blacksmith." The compliment made Suing shy. "Well, I do enjoy creating new things." Sion continued testing the new bow. A compound bow in this era? This is incredible. As Suing watched him, she thought, Commander Helian Yun certainly looks frightening. When we first met, I thought he was merely another tyrannical bastard. But now that I look at him again, he is rather adorable. The scene shifted to Wu Guang's banquet. He was lying back on the grass and relaxing. While Tai Wu Guang lay sprawled out, Xiao Yuan diligently polished her sword. Meanwhile, Mao Sheng, Wudong's great Lotus Sword King, sat above them and watched. Shifeng of the eccentric sect sat nearby as the continuous clacking of stones echoed around them. It turned out that Lu Yin, the madman of the Kunlun sect, was playing with them. A moment later, Sun Xiang came racing over. "Everyone listen, I think they're heading to Sichuan." Shifeng scratched his head. "See, I told you this was suspicious. It hasn't been long since that attack, which was blamed on a divine cult spy. How could an ancient treasure map suddenly appear now?" He chuckled. "Well, the Zhuge clan made the decision. I heard they'll be departing soon." Dissatisfied with that answer, Shifeng shouted, "Impossible! Those brainless fools from the Zhuge clan." Sun Xiang immediately tried to calm him. "Aren't you a member of the Zhuge clan too?" Mao Sheng spoke from the other side. "If that's true, the divine sect will probably be commanded by those fools." Sun Xiang replied seriously, "Aren't they the shameless latecomers? I heard they'll be the first ones to enter this time." Shifeng added, "Those people from the divine sect are extremely arrogant. Brother Wu Guang, what should we do?" Only then did Tai Wu Guang slowly sit up. He stretched and calmly said, "Sichuan, huh? Then let's go too." Shifeng went pale. "Wait, what? You're telling us to walk straight into such an obvious trap?" Mao Sheng added, "They may be arrogant, but it seems Brother Wu Guang can't simply stand by and watch. That's just like him." Tai Wu Guang paid them no attention and continued stretching. Then he solemnly declared, "Let's set out." The moment he heard the order, Lu Yin jumped down and the group officially began its journey. A second later, Sun Xiang's frantic voice rang out. "Hey, everyone, wait for me." Elsewhere, Fu Xian suddenly asked, "So the second young master ultimately became the successor?" Xian answered flatly, "Yes." After Xian confirmed it, Fu Xian eagerly asked, "I heard you had a run around throughout the succession ceremony. Tell me what happened." Though reluctant, Xian explained, "This year's ceremony was a complete mess. Brother Helian Jean claimed that burning all the sacred flame tokens during the festival invalidated the result. He insisted that he should have become the divine cult's leader. So we held a vote. The Rahu clan and Moon Dance clan voted for Brother Helian Jun, while the Northern Fields clan and Chuan clan supported Brother Helian Jean. The Mayhan clan remained neutral. Fu Xian curiously asked, "Then it was a tie. How did the second young master become a successor?" Xian replied, "They ultimately decided to fight, and there was no way Brother Helian Jean could defeat Brother Helian Jun." The scene shifted to the Demon God Hall. The atmosphere inside the hall was extraordinarily tense. Helian sat upon his throne, silently gazing down. Below him, Xian whispered, "Congratulations on becoming the successor." Helian Jin smiled. "It was all thanks to you." "Helian Yun, I understand the Rahu clan, but how did you also secure the Moon Dance clan support?" Xian evasively answered, "Naturally, I had my own methods." Inwardly, however, Xian thought, who could have known the entire Moon Dance clan was malnourished? Fortunately, I knew about proper nutrition and supplements. Helian Yu suddenly sighed after hearing them. Xian laughed it off. "What are you saying? This was all thanks to you and Sister Helian Yu." Inwardly, though, he thought, "Of course it was all thanks to me, you white-haired bastard." Above them, Helian spoke cheerfully. "It pleases me to see my children getting along so well." Xian then asked, "But father, why did you summon me here?" Helian answered directly, "A report has arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, someone handed the report to Xian. The sheer amount of information left him dumbfounded. Helian continued, "Many martial artists from the Central Plains are moving towards Sichuan." Xian screamed inwardly, "He's coming." The true protagonist of a hero's path. Dai Vutuang. Their numbers do not matter. The problem is the timing. Those words left Xian confused. The timing? Helion explained, a major incident occurred several months ago. In the heart of the martial world, someone claiming allegiance to the divine cult disguised himself as a disciple of the Azure Citadel sect and infiltrated it, only to be captured. Worse still, his entire body was covered in explosives. Helion calmly continued, I heard he took hostages and then detonated himself. Sichuan has likely dispatched scouts or a powerful force. I have ordered the divine cult's troops to search for the snow spirit's whereabouts, and I want you to go to Sichuan immediately. Siun's facha went pale. You want me to go? Inwardly, he screamed, there is no way I'm going. That bastard Tai Wuguang will be there. Just then, Helion Jun patted him on the shoulder. Yes, Helion Yun, I was the one who recommended you to father. Outwardly, Siun remained calm. Is that so? Inwardly, he fumed. Is this how he repays me? By sending me to my death? Helion Jun continued. This is a golden opportunity to take your first step into the Central Plains. If you perform well, both your position and the Black Lion's standing will rise considerably. Sion silently protested. Who cares about any of that? From above, Helion said, although Helion Jun recommended you, I am entrusting you with this mission because I have faith in you. Sion broke out in a cold sweat. Is this because I performed better than expected? If I refuse, my relationship with Helion Jun could collapse, and turning my back on the cult leader would be even worse. Is he smiling? Forget it. I don't care anymore. Gritting his teeth, Sion accepted. Thank you for placing your trust in me and entrusting me with this important duty, cult leader. I will investigate their movements and return. Though he said that aloud, inwardly he swore, damn it, if I die there, I'll return as a ghost and haunt all of you for the rest of your lives. Elsewhere, Tai Wuguang's group was resting along the road. The others all looked in the same direction, but no one said a word. After a while, whispers finally arose. Look, it's that fraudulent young master, she foamed. And isn't that Mao Sheng, the great Lotus Sword King? The one who only dodges and flits around because he's afraid of blood? Just then, someone approached and tugged on Shi Feng's robe. They immediately recognized him. And that's Lu Yin, the gambling-obsessed madman. I heard they call themselves the Eccentric Heroes Association. But why is the Sacred Moon Goddess, Xiao Yuan, with them? Hao Chun was still gazing into the distance when someone called out, Brother. He replied, Not again. I told you to call me leader in public. The man laughed awkwardly. Sorry, brother. I mean leader. Hao Chun sighed helplessly. Fine. What is it? The man immediately pointed to one side. Aren't those eccentric bastards destroying our army's morale? Are you really going to let them keep traveling with us? Hao Chun asked casually, what's wrong with that? Aren't we all members of the Orthodox factions? The man immediately flattered him. Our leader is truly kind-hearted. Hao Chun beamed with delight. Stop praising me. You're embarrassing me. In the middle of laughing, he suddenly noticed an unusual sight. The person Hao Chun had been staring at was Xiao Yuan. He could not help thinking, Sacred Moon Goddess, the longer you travel with that scum, the more you'll realize how wonderful I am. The scene shifted elsewhere, where soldiers were training vigorously. Fu Xian stood to one side and reported calmly, by the cult leader's order, the marksmen have completed mounted archery, survival, close combat, and long-range shooting training. Xiu nodded. Excellent, Fu Xian. They improved so quickly because of your leadership. Fu Xian humbly replied, Chief Administrator Zhang deserves the credit. Both of them turned toward Zhang Wuliang. Zhang Wuliang waved his hands awkwardly. I hardly did anything. Even so, Xian clasped his hands respectfully. I know you have endured many hardships, but you remain the Black Lion's most important pillar. Zhang Wuliang answered bashfully, You praise me too highly, young master. Thanks to the training plan and balanced diet, 12 martial artists had reached the advanced warrior rank, while another 25 had improved dramatically. Xian carefully observed the warriors and marveled inwardly. Impressive. Even among the 1,000 strongest units, few possess more than 10 advanced warriors. Fu Xian added, They adapted quickly. With good food, training, and treatment, their progress has been remarkably fast. Xian thought, just as I expected, whether in a modern world or a fantasy world, good benefits are everything. He then asked, what about our organizational structure? Zhang Wuliang promptly answered, Each squad consists of people with the same mission, supported by a tactical specialist, a communication specialist, and someone with leadership potential. Xiun praised him delightedly. That's excellent, Chief Administrator Zhang. Elsewhere, wheels slowly rolled forward. Su Ying snapped irritably. Can't you push harder? Haven't you eaten? Xian immediately ran over. Good heavens, Lady Su Ying, you didn't need to come all this way yourself. she coldly declared. I'll quit if you ever place an order like this again. Siun smiled placatingly. I'm sorry. I was suddenly ordered to go to the Central Plains. Suing ignored his excuse and merely said, check them. Sion reached out and accepted 2 objects. One was a knife, and the other was a compass. After examining them, he hurriedly praised her. Wonderful. Just as expected, Lady Suing truly is an expert. Suing replied bashfully, this is nothing. I also made armor and combat boots. Take them with you. Sion could only marvel inwardly. Absolutely perfect. One by one, they donned the armor and equipped the combat boots. With those, a perfect modern formation was ready. The scene shifted elsewhere. The morning sunlight was filtering into the courtyard. A cat stretched lazily, only to be startled by a sudden commotion. A man's shout echoed through the courtyard. Which bastard just said that? Step forward. Someone shouted back, you fraudulent young master. Are you insane? How dare you use violence here? Sect leader, that fraudulent young master, suddenly threw a bowl at us and started a fight. Shifeng immediately protested. Stop spouting nonsense. You insulted us first. After listening to their argument, Hao Chun inhaled deeply and exhaled forcefully to calm himself. Then he roared. Silence. His voice was infused with so much internal energy that even the floor shook. Covering his ears, Shifeng wondered, what's with this brute? Is that old man trying to show off how much internal energy he gained from consuming all those medicines? Hao Chun then spoke politely. We are traveling to Sichuan on a very important mission. Do you intend to disrupt everything with your immature behavior? Just then, another voice rang out. How ridiculous. You speak as though you're the only ones with an important mission. One of Hao Chun's men became furious. How dare you speak to our sect leader that way? Before he could make a move, however, he was stopped. Staring at the slender figure before him, he began sweating profusely. A second later, he finally reacted and trembled in fear. Realizing that the situation was serious, Hao Chun called out, Young hero Tai, I only wish to reach Sichuan without any trouble. May I ask for your cooperation, young hero Tai? Tai Wuguang calmly answered, You have spoken my thoughts exactly. Let us cooperate. Thank you for your efforts. Please excuse us. With that, the group led by Tai Wuguang departed. They left behind an enraged Hao Chun. How dare you look at me that way, you band of eccentric freaks? I'll make you repay this 10,000-fold. Sun Xiang was also left behind in the middle of eating. What? Where did everyone go? Before long, dust descended. The elderly cult master sat waiting for a fish to bite, his expression thoughtful. Someone approached and asked, Old man, have you caught many fish? Instead of answering, the old man asked, Who might you be? The myriad-faced tiger respectfully replied, It's me, old man. He then used his disguise technique. Before long, his middle-aged face transformed into a youthful one. The old man immediately recognized him. So it's you. The myriad-faced tiger pretended to sulk. How could you forget my face, old man? The old man casually replied, How am I supposed to remember it when you change it every time we meet? The myriad-faced tiger got straight to the point. Old man, the route on the ancient treasure map appears to pass through the Martial Alliance's territory. Their most promising talents have reportedly departed for Sichuan. The old man asked, What about Xinjiang? He quickly answered, I spread the rumors there as well. However, something unexpected happened in Xinjiang. The old man vehemently denied it. Something unexpected? That is impossible. The myriad-faced tiger calmly said, We're still investigating whether the information was relayed incorrectly. But before he could finish, the old man interrupted him. It must be wrong. It appears I need to go to Sichuan. Everything is for the sake of that day. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man vanished into the wind. Before long, the myriad-faced tiger's face changed again. Elsewhere, questions rang out one after another. Sect leader, will they truly come? Another person clarified, I'm referring to the members of our cult. The man answered yes. They're on their way here, accompanied by an exceptional commander. He thought, if they were granted the honor of leading the first campaign into the Central Plains, they must be extraordinary. Could they be a famous force like Heavenly Wolf Hall or the Crimson Dragons? Suddenly, someone shouted, Sect leader. Someone is approaching from that direction. Sion's troops marched toward them with tremendous momentum. Every soldier looked ready to fight at any moment. Sion's body now bore numerous marks for battle. He thought, I thought I had this in the bag. Who could have known there would be 2 monstrous birds instead of one? Back on that fateful snowy night, both birds remained incredibly vigorous despite being chained. They charged straight at Sion's troops, unleashing a storm of attacks that threw the entire unit into chaos. Seon panicked when he realized how dire the situation was. Recalling it now, he thought, thank goodness we prepared. In the novel, only one of them was there when Tai Wuguang arrived. Seon was exhausted. I had to endure that hellish ordeal, but I did everything I could to steal Tai Wuguang's fortuitous encounters, including the 10,000-year ice crystal, the yin-yang breathing technique, and the ice dragon sword. If I cannot refine the divine medicine as Tai Wuguang did, I'll find another way to use the ice crystal. As soon as Seon approached, the man sneered contemptuously. Stop. This is no place for vermin like you. Get lost. Guanho whispered, Helian Yin, I think the cult sent us here to meet these people. They probably won't recognize us because we look so disheveled. Seon helplessly approached the man. The man grew even more arrogant. I clearly told you to get lost. Faced with the provocation, Seon calmly grabbed the man's saber. Before the man's bewildered eyes, Seon snapped it in half with his bare hand. The man's face immediately went pale. Shortly afterward, at the Five Righteous Merchant Guild, Xiang Yu and I spoke. I sincerely apologize for my subordinate's disrespect, fourth young master. He laughed it off and replied, What do you mean? I also think we truly look like beggars. Xiang Yuan answered casually, You are every bit as noble as I have heard. Xian merely gave a dry smile and thought, From what I have heard, rumors that I am a bastard have spread throughout Xinjiang. A moment later, Xiang Yuan said solemnly, It is a great honor to have you visit this branch, fourth young master. I will do everything within my power to assist you. Xian asked seriously, By the way, have you prepared the things I requested? Xiang Yuan nervously reported, I have gathered almost everything. Only the blood venom pearl and false venom pearl remain. Medicinal ingredients are extremely difficult to obtain in Sichuan. This came as quite a surprise to Xian. That is unexpected. I thought it would be easy in Sichuan. Xiang Yuan said apprehensively, Those bastards are the problem. They have monopolized every source of medicinal supplies in Sichuan. Whenever a new medicine appears, they buy its formula cheaply, undercut its price, and drive everyone else out of business. Xian frowned and asked, Have the officials and the Martial Alliance imposed no penalties? Xiang Yuan answered helplessly, They are all in collusion, so there is no one willing to help. Hearing that only made Xian more disappointed. The Central Plains, what a rotten place. He thought, I was so focused on developing the medicine, but now I must obtain the blood venom pearl and false venom pearl at all costs. Xian then asked, Also, do you know the current location of the Azure Heaven sect? Xiang Yuan answered honestly, I understand that they are currently staying at the Martial Alliance's Sichuan branch. Xian promptly replied, Isi, have you discovered why they came to Sichuan? Xiang Yuan could only shake his head. No, I am unsure whether they are here to monitor our cult's every move or because of the Tang clan. Xian repeated in surprise, The Tang clan? Xiang Yuan explained, In fact, ever since the Azure Heaven sect arrived at the Martial Alliance's Sichuan branch, the Tang clan has clearly been on edge. Xian became thoughtful upon hearing this. They have been on edge. Another day began, and the streets bustled with people. While eating, Guanho asked, This is delicious, is it not? Hey, Helian Yin, what are you thinking about so deeply? Xiu merely denied, Eat. It is nothing. Guanho thought. There is never any telling what is going through his mind. He then asked, Even though the Tang clan is famous for poisons and medicine, are there still this many sick people in Sichuan? Xian observed their surroundings and answered, You are right. Across from him, a father and son were whispering about something. There were also sickly children by the roadside, their bodies thin and emaciated. Xian quickly surmised, That boy is malnourished. Unable to ignore it, he approached them. May I ask you something? Your son looks very ill. Have you tried giving him any medicine? The father lamented bitterly. Good heavens, young master. Anyone who buys or sells medicine in Sichuan without the Tang clan's permission can be arrested and heavily fined. Xian suggested. At the very least, you could try feeding him something nutritious. The man looked over and stammered. You too must be new here. The Tang clan has grown greedy lately. They even classify nutritious food as medicine. Even when I try to cook it myself, they keep raising the prices of the ingredients. There is nothing we can do, Guanho said with disgust. To think people like that truly exist in this world. Xiun silently agreed. It is worse than I thought. After pondering for some time, an idea suddenly occurred to him. Noticing his expression, Guan Ho asked, "Have you thought of a solution?" Seon nodded. "Yes. It appears I need to ask Manager Lee about a building." Completely baffled, Guan Ho repeated, "A building?" Seon looked very pleased with his idea. "I intend to sell nutritious food myself." Guan Ho was taken aback. "Sell it yourself?" Helian Yun, "Did you not hear what those merchants said?" Seon replied in a low voice, "I heard them, loud and clear." He then thought, "Since we have already come this far, I will take advantage of this opportunity and enter the tiger's den myself. Just you wait, Wu Guang." Hearing him sneeze, Shi Feng asked with concern, "Brother Wu Guang, have you caught a cold?" Wu Guang immediately denied it. "Not a chance." He wondered inwardly, "Is someone thinking about me?" Before long, Seon had established 5 legitimate trading companies. Guan Ho asked doubtfully, "Do we really have to do this?" Seon replied, "Did I not tell you to call me Shopkeeper Helion instead of Leader?" Guan Ho relented. "Shopkeeper, there is nothing wrong with your plan, but could we not simply locate the Azure Heaven sect and report back to the divine cult? Why go this far?" Seon raised his voice. "Do you intend to abandon the cult's first glory and those who fell achieving it?" Guan Ho trembled. "Understand. I failed to consider that." Fu Xian then asked, "But what are you going to sell here?" In response to his curiosity, Seon smiled and reached inside his robe. He pulled something out and announced, "We will sell this." Fu Xian asked uncertainly, "Could that be?" Before he could finish, Seon confirmed it. "That is right. It is the same powdered food I gave you and every member of the Black Lion sect." He added inwardly, "It is also the precious food that saved the Heavenly Shaman clan from malnutrition." Fu Xian hesitantly asked, "Does this truly count as nutritious food?" Seon countered, "Fu Xian, what do you think nutritious food is?" Fu Xian promptly answered, "Well, something like a steaming bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall, made with meat and medicinal ingredients." Si un immediatelicat o fu xianesse fanci fu l'idea. No, nutritious food is anything that replenishes the nutrients your body lacks. That is precisely why this powdered food can be considered nutritious. Even so, Fu Xian remained concerned. "I'm not sure. Will it work?" Seon answered confidently, "Just wait and see. Our 5 Paths branch will undoubtedly prosper throughout the Central Plains." Sometime later, customers poured in and business flourished. Customers filled the courtyard. Just then, someone shouted, "Who is the shopkeeper here?" Seon thought, "Here they are." The shouting outside continued, "Drag your carcass out here. Do not make me say it again." Seon was disappointed when he saw them. These men are not even members of Sichuan's Tang clan. One of them swaggered forward and demanded arrogantly, "Who the hell are you?" Seon said nothing and merely looked up at him. The man immediately flew into a rage. "How dare you look up at me? Lower your eyes right now." At that moment, fury surged through both Seon and Guan Ho. These arrogant fools. Do they want to die? Yet Seon forced himself to remain patient. "My, what magnificent warriors you are. I'm a shopkeeper here. May I ask what the problem is?" The man declared overbearingly, "Since you are doing business here, you must report to your elders. That means us, and pay a protection fee to thank us for keeping you safe." The entire group burst into raucous laughter. "Si un trembled huitange. I already have so much to do, yet these flies still insist on buzzing around me." The men whispered among themselves, "Brother, did you scare him too badly? He looks like he is about to wet himself." Even so, Seon continued to hold back. "Of course I understand what you mean, gentlemen, so please do not remain standing there. Allow me to take you somewhere more comfortable, where we can drink and talk." The man replied, "Good. That is exactly what I wanted to hear." Footsteps clattered as the 4 men followed him inside. After walking for some time without arriving, the man asked suspiciously, "Shopkeeper, are we not there yet? You have brought your esteemed elders all the way out here. Just how much protection money are you planning to give us?" The moment he finished speaking, Seon's demeanor changed. "Here is your protection fee." His fist slammed into the man's face. A second later, the man's bulky body went flying backward. He crashed straight into a nearby wall. His 2 lackeys turned pale with fear. The man had been felled by a single punch from Seon and lay motionless. One lackey immediately spun around. "You damn dog." But as soon as he threw a punch, Seon blocked it. Faced with Seon's murderous expression, the man felt all his strength suddenly drain away. A second later, Seon mercilessly twisted and snapped his arm. The force was so great that the man could do nothing but scream, "Mother!" The remaining lackey thought in horror, "What is this? Is he a martial arts master? Why would someone like him open a tea house here?" radiating murderous intent. Sion growled. You worthless thugs dare act like madmen in front of me? As the injured man collapsed, he asked, What the hell are you? The remaining lackey wisely dropped his sword, knelt, and repeatedly bowed his head. We have gravely offended you. We were merely following the Tang clan's orders. Please spare us. Only then did Sion react. What? You were acting under the Tang clan's orders. Si un curse d'inwardi, dos etan clan dos. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tang Zheng asked in astonishment, What? Are you saying the owner of that new tea house defeated you? The man fearfully confirmed it. He truly is no ordinary shopkeeper. Tang Zheng exhaled and pressed him. Why? Is he some kind of martial arts master? The man replied, Exactly. You are absolutely right. Tang Zheng, however, remained unconvinced. Nonsense. Why would a martial artist open a tea house here? The man immediately answered. Word has it that the shopkeeper is a young warrior named Helian Yun. He was trained by a hermit from Qinghai. After saving the leader of the Five Paths Merchant Guild, he was adopted and joined their organization. Danjiang understood. So the leader of the merchant guild helped that bastard open a tea house here? The man answered, Yes, sir. Tang Zheng continued, A tea house. Is his business doing well? The man reported, It has not been open long, but it is already packed with customers. Tang Zheng casually continued, I want to possess it, but since it is merely a tea house, seizing it would attract too much criticism. The man immediately added, Sir, that does not matter. Their sign may call it tea house, but they could actually be selling medicinal decoctions. Tang Zheng flew into a rage. What? They dare sell medicine in my territory? Unable to restrain himself, Tang Zheng went straight to Sion's tea house. Upon arriving, he declared loudly, We have received a report that medicine is being sold here illegally. Search the premises thoroughly. His subordinates obediently replied, Yes, sir. They stormed in and ransacked the shop without mercy. Watching them, Sion thought, Here they are. Before long, they announced their conclusion. These products truly are all medicinal. Si un pretende tu tremble. What do you mean, sir? That is merely food. Tang Zheng berated him even more fiercely. How dare you sell medicine in Sichuan without the Tang clan's permission? Do you take us for fools? Sion waved his hands. There's been a misunderstanding, sir. We never intended anything of the sort. Tang Zheng said nothing. He merely sighed and beckoned to him. As soon as Sion approached, Tang Zheng wrapped an arm around his shoulders. He then said coaxingly, Forget it. To help you save face, I will explain everything clearly. Hand your tea house and nutritious food over to the Tang clan. Sion feigned distress and replied, I cannot do that. Tang Zheng continued pressuring him. Do you still not understand? Normally, all these illegal medicines would be destroyed, and you would be fined an enormous sum. But I'm offering you a special way out. Si una pird hesitant. Truly, inwardly, however, he cursed, Damn it, these men are even worse than those Hyber bastards. Tang Zheng continued, The fine could be waived in exchange for this shop. Once we ensure there are no problems with the product, the Tang clan will properly classify it as medicine and sell it. I will also transfer some of my business to the Five Paths Merchant Guild, so let us settle this quietly. If this matter grows out of control, it will be bad for both of us. Hearing this, Sion thought, Oh, settle this quietly? Do not tell me. Could he be doing all of this on his own? Tang Zheng may eventually be beaten to death by Wu Guang, but he still deserves punishment for causing the Tang clan so much harm. If what is happening now is not the Tang clan's doing, but this bastard acting alone, that changes everything. When Sion remained silent for too long, Tang Zheng impatiently asked, Hey, are you listening? Sion cheerfully replied, Of course. I heard you loud and clear. Would you like to come inside and sip some tea while we discuss it? Tang Zheng gave a triumphant smile. Very well. I'm liking this place more and more. Sion silently watched Tang Zheng humming to himself ahead of him. Countless plans for dealing with Tang Zheng formed in Sion's mind. Another day arrived at the Five Paths tea house. Zhang Wuyang looked concerned. Master, was it truly wise to let them leave like that? Sion recalled the incident and thought, Tang Zheng will probably move exactly as I want him now. Sion then said, You need not worry, Chief Administrator Zhang. By the way, is it true that every member of the Azure Heaven sect is currently staying at the Tang clan's compound? Zhang Wuyang confirmed it. That is correct. It appears they are plotting something. Sion replied, I understand. Good. It seems the time has come for me to pay the Tang clan a visit. Completely baffled, Zhang Wuliang blurted out, "What? May I ask why?" Xian thought, "At last, it is time for me to meet that bastard face to face." A short while later, someone asked, "Goodness, what is happening over there?" Xian shouted at the top of his lungs, "All the small shops are slowly dying. Shame on you, Tang clan. You have monopolized medicine and driven prices so high that every small shop is being forced out of business." The people nodded in agreement. It is true that the Tang clan has gone too far. How are people supposed to afford medicine? They label everything as medicine. Xian shouted, "Take a good look at yourselves, Tang clan." At the same time, he thought, "Good. This is working." Just then, a voice rang out. "Hey, how dare you cause a disturbance here? Come with us." As soon as they spoke, however, the men suddenly froze. The Tang clan underlings wondered, "What is wrong with this bastard?" Xian calmly continued shouting, "Take a good look at yourselves, Tang clan." The moment a figure appeared in the distance, Xian sensed it. What is this unusual aura? The men struggling to drag Xian away noticed it as well. They immediately clasped their hands and bowed respectfully to the newcomer. Xian turned and saw an unfamiliar face. The newcomer was Su Jun, the Tang clan's young patriarch. Xian wondered curiously, "What the hell? That is not Wu Guang. Who is this guy?" As he wondered, the young man spoke. "As the Tang clan's young patriarch, I cannot ignore what I have just heard." Xian thought in surprise. The Tang clan's young patriarch? Then he must be Su Jun. He is so handsome that, if all of this were real, he could have become an idol. Su Jun continued, "Why have you suddenly fallen silent? Why are you no longer shouting and demanding an explanation from us?" Meanwhile, Xian remained lost in thought. A genius who reached the pinnacle at a very young age and later became Wu Guang's companion. Just then, Tang Zheng's voice rang out. "Move aside. Make way for me. Young patriarch, do not believe this lunatic. Everything he says is a lie." Seeing him, Su Jun called out, "Brother Tang Zheng, Siun, Minuel, Kursid Inwardli." That runt Tang Zheng thought to himself, "This bastard wants to blow the whole thing out of proportion." He then asked, "Do you know who this man is?" Tang Zheng answered without hesitation, "Of course. His name is Helian Yun, the adopted son of the head of the Five Paths Merchant Guild. He is the sort of man who relies on martial arts to cause trouble wherever he goes. He is the worst swindler I have ever known. You deceived everyone by selling fake medicine." Hearing this, Tang Sujuan suddenly became serious. "Fake medicine?" Tang Zheng seized the opportunity to continue. "Yes, many people have suffered because of his crimes. I went to warn him, but he attacked me and insulted the Tang clan." The moment Tang Sujuan heard that the Tang clan had been insulted, his fury erupted. He asked in a low voice, "Is that true?" Helian Yin replied without flinching, "I have never lied. The one lying right now is Tang Zheng, the man standing directly behind you." Hearing that, Tang Zheng immediately snapped, "You lying bastard." Then, Tang Zheng showed no mercy and unleashed a series of vicious attacks. Helian Yin reacted at once, using two basic movements to block them. Tang Zheng immediately shouted again, "Young master, this bastard dared to draw a weapon before a member of the Tang clan. We cannot let him get away with this." Tang Sujuan ordered, "Put down your weapon immediately." Helian Yun angrily retorted, "That man just threw concealed weapons at me. He is trying to kill me and silence me. Is no one allowed to resist such oppression?" Tang Sujuan thought, "It seems words will not work on him." He personally stepped forward, believing he should subdue Helian Yun quickly so they could hear what he had to say afterward. Xian had not expected him to act so quickly, so he failed to evade the surprise attack. The force sent Xian crashing to the ground, and his body slid violently across the floor. Xian had to admit inwardly, he is incredibly strong. As expected of the Tang clan's greatest young talent, someone who has perfectly mastered the 6 Lotus Divine Palm. Now I only have to wait for Tang Zheng to resort to his dirty tricks. Just as he predicted, Tang Zheng quickly launched another concealed weapon. Xian thought, there it is. That is what I have been waiting for. That bastard would never sit still while his life hung by a thread. Just as expected, he applied a small amount of poison to it. As soon as Xian saw blood, he began screaming repeatedly. Tang Sujuan was startled. Symptoms of poisoning? Brother Tang Zheng, why did you put poison on your concealed weapon? By then, Xian had already lost consciousness from the poison. Tang Zheng pretended to panic. Poison? Young master, if this continues, rumors will spread that the Tang clan uses poison to murder people. Before that happens, we must take him back to the Tang clan. Tang Sujuan blurted out, what? Suspicion began to grow in his mind. Could this man possibly be telling the truth? Just as he was wondering what to do, something strange happened. A surprise attack came flying from an unknown direction. Tang Sujuan swiftly leaped into the air and exclaimed, another poisoned weapon? A moment later, he landed slowly. While searching for the attacker, Tang Sujuan cursed, damn it. The commotion even caused the unconscious Sion to awaken. Xue Xiuyin stood on the rooftop. She spoke coldly. Is this how the Tang clan silences those who accuse it of corruption and betrayal? Tang Zheng screeched, how dare you insult the great Tang clan? Tang Sujuan spoke courteously from the other side. Miss Xue, lower your crescent blade. Whatever your reasons, pointing a weapon at the Tang clan is unforgivable. Although she did not lower her weapon, she jumped down from the roof. Tang Sujuan thought, her presence is incredibly oppressive. Were the reports about her remarkable accomplishments true after all? While Tang Sujuan was still pondering, Xue Xiuyin charged forward. Refusing to back down, he leaped up and prepared to strike. The two rushed toward each other at blinding speed. Their attacks collided perfectly, producing a tremendous shockwave. Xue Xiuyin and Tang Sujuan continued trading blows. Tang Zheng thought smugly, excellent. This is perfect. I should use this opportunity to finish Sion once and for all. He headed straight toward the place where Sion lay. Tang Zheng thought, I spent an entire decade working and plotting, but this bastard could expose everything. However, just as Tang Zheng was about to bring down his blade, Sion suddenly caught it. Tang Zheng stared in disbelief. Impossible. You should be completely paralyzed by now. How are you still conscious? Sion looked up at him. You really thought that tiny dose of poison would work on me? Tang Zheng's face twisted with shock as Sion held his blade firmly between his fingers. Even so, Tang Zheng refused to back down and pressed harder. As he watched the battle before him, Sion thought, I cannot reveal my true strength in front of Xue Xiuyin, so I will concentrate on dealing with this man. As expected of a successor trained by a prestigious sect, Tang Sujuan and Xue Xiuyin remained evenly matched. At the decisive moment, someone suddenly intervened. Sion stared at the newcomer in a daze. That man is... The moment Xia Chun appeared, he began lecturing them. While the demonic cult is plotting against the martial world, the talented disciples of the major sects are wasting their strength fighting one another. As captain of the investigation team, I, Xia Chun, cannot tolerate this. Sion breathed a sigh of relief. It is only Xia Chun. His presence resembles Wu Guang's so much that, for a moment, I thought it was him. Xue Xiuyin spoke coldly. I only interfered because I saw someone being persecuted for telling the truth, then poisoned to keep him silent about the Tang clan. Xia Chun turned toward Tang Sujuan. Is that true, young Master Tang? Tang Sujuan was about to call Tang Zheng over and settle the matter. Brother Tang Zheng. However, when he looked over, he could only wonder what happened to him. Realizing it was time to play his part, Sion spoke. By creating nutritious food, I only wanted to help the weak and the poor avoid illness. I hope the young master will uncover the truth and restore the Tang clan's honor. Tang Sujuan froze upon hearing this. The Sichuan Tang clan is an honorable family. Could this man truly be telling the truth? Sion thought, he is wavering. He may be a genius, but he knows nothing about the ways of the world. Dealing with such an exemplary student is like taking candy from a baby. Sion added, nothing is more dangerous than blind trust. Please open your eyes. Please understand my sincerity. The moment he finished speaking, he collapsed unconscious. Before completely losing consciousness, Sion saw Xue Xiuyin stammering. Hey, but he was utterly exhausted. He could only think, even when she is startled, she is beautiful. She's exactly my type. Before long, the day drew to a close. Sion was resting inside a room. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Sion sighed inwardly with relief. The turtle breathing technique allows me to control my breathing and body temperature, but it truly feels as though I just returned from the afterlife. The Tang clan treated me. So if this is the Tang clan, while he was lost in thought, a voice called out, "Are you awake?" Sion had not expected anyone else to be in the room, so he spun around in alarm. The moment he saw the person before him, he froze. Sion stared anxiously at the man's distinctive possessions, the dragon-shaped headband and the white dragon sword. Wu Guang was sitting silently in a chair, waiting for him. When Sion did not answer after several moments, Wu Guang finally looked over. Sion's mind went blank. Only the name Wu Guang remained clear in his thoughts. He trembled like a mouse before a cat. He thought, Wu Guang, just as expected, the pressure he gives off is on a completely different level from everyone else. At last, Wu Guang spoke. There is something I want to know. Cold sweat poured down Sion's body as he waited. Wu Guang finally asked, Why are you lying here? You do not look like someone who would be defeated by Tang Zhong. Sion realized. As expected, he saw through my act. Wu Guang continued. A tea house owner conceals his abilities and appears just as the demonic cult attempts to cause chaos, while information about a treasure map emerges at the same time. Personally, I find that highly suspicious. What about you? Why are you not answering me? Si un stamared, iam only an ordinary merchant. Wu Guang exhaled sharply and questioned him. An ordinary merchant? Do you take me for a fool? Sion thought fearfully. If he decides I am a spy, my head will go flying just like in a novel. I have to find a way out of this. After a moment of confusion and panic, he finally came up with an idea. Sion hesitantly said, Actually, I came here to meet the great martial hero, Wu Guang. The atmosphere in the room instantly fell silent. Wu Guang slowly drew his sword and said impassively, A great martial hero? Your claim that you came here to meet me only makes you more suspicious. Sion hurriedly added, I possess the power to see the future. That is why I came to meet the future martial god, Wu Guang, the hero destined to save the entire martial world. Please help me. However, those words did not move Wu Guang at all. Instead, his gaze became even colder. If you intend to deceive me with such nonsense, then remain silent. Only then did Sion calmly ask, Are you the successor of the White Sword Martial God, also known as the White Dragon Martial God? Upon hearing that, the cracks finally appeared in Wu Guang's composure. Wu Guang could not stop himself from asking, How do you know that? Sion smiled and repeated, I already told you. I can see the future. Wu Guang immediately asked, Then you must also have seen the person I will fight in the future, correct? Sion's fachapadet. I only read half the story. What does he want to know? Wu Guang then asked, Who is my enemy? Sion thought anxiously, should I say it is the black-faced man who appears in the second half? Or should I say it is the heretical faction? What if that is not the answer he wants? He finally replied, I cannot see it clearly yet. The future is not that precise. It often appears blurred or out of sequence. Upon hearing that, Wu Guang finally sheathed his sword. He crossed his arms and asked, Then what do you need my help with? Sion wondered inwardly. That actually worked? He explained, the Tang clan is currently trying to swallow the Five Paths Merchant Guild. No one in Sichuan can oppose the Tang clan, but I believe Wu Guang, the future hero of the martial world, can. Instead of responding, Wu Guang merely stared silently at Sion. This made Sion extremely uneasy. Is he this suspicious because he is the protagonist? With no other option, Sion declared resolutely, I will prove it to you. Wu Guang immediately became curious. How? Sion answered in a low voice, I will help you find the tomb of the shadowless divine thief. The scene then shifted to the Five Paths tea house. The tea house was operating as usual. Customers continued to pour in, and they were all extremely satisfied. Wu Guang and his companions were also there. While they drank, Sion approached and asked, What do you think of our tea house? Sun Xiang praised it enthusiastically. It is magnificent. This is the first time I have ever seen a tea house like this. Sion confided. The Five Paths Merchant Guild poured its heart and soul into this tea house, but the Tang clan's greed drove them to force me to surrender everything. Sun Xiang became furious on his behalf. Those thieves! Designing and constructing a tea house like this could not have been easy. Sion silently watched him and thought. As expected of the eldest son of the Five Paths Merchant Guild, he is deeply passionate about things like this. Sion then glanced to the side, where Wu Guang sat absent-mindedly staring into his cup of tea. Sun Xiang continued praising the establishment. The flavor is excellent as well. Young warrior Helian Yun, I believe your true talent lies in your business acumen, not in seeing the future. Just then, Guanho called out, Young master, I have something to discuss with you. Xian turned and said, Excuse me, I will be right back. The moment he approached, Guanho began questioning him. Helian Yun, what in the world is going on here? Did you not say you'd been poisoned and taken into the Tang clan's estate? And who are those people? Xian replied solemnly. They are promising talents from the Martial Alliance. Guanho asked in confusion, What? Does that not mean they are members of the Blue Sky sect? Xian considered this before answering. They call themselves the Eccentric Heroes. They are separate from the investigation team. Through them, we can learn what the Martial Alliance is doing. Fu Xian then asked, Are you saying you have discovered why the Martial Alliance came to Sichuan? Xian immediately confirmed it. That is right. The Martial Alliance is trying to decipher a treasure map and locate the tomb of the legendary shadowless divine thief here in Sichuan. Fu Xian was astonished. Impossible. Does the tomb of the shadowless divine thief truly exist? Xiun quickly answered, Yes. The Alliance believes the map originated from our cult. After deciphering it, they sent those people to search for the tomb. Fu Xian became even more stunned. A treasure map containing the location of the shadowless divine thief's tomb could not possibly have come from our cult. Xiun nodded in agreement. I think so as well. It seems the spy who infiltrated the Martial Alliance was never a member of our cult. Fu Xian immediately understood. That means another force is trying to bring down both the martial world and the divine cult. Xian declared passionately, I will infiltrate the eccentric heroes, find the tomb before the Blue Sky sect does, and earn a great achievement for the divine cult. The two men repeatedly nodded in agreement. Just then, someone called out, Young master, forgive me for interrupting, but someone from the Tang clan has come to see you. Xiun spoke it witty. The Tang clan again? He thought, has that bastard Tang Zheng still not learned his lesson? Please lead the way, Chief Administrator Zhang. As Xian went out to meet the visitor, he cursed inwardly in irritation. Tang Sujuan was holding a cup and looking off to one side. Xian was slightly surprised when he saw him. Tang Sujun. A smile formed at the corner of Xian's lips. It seems my words work. Let us become friends. If that happens, the Yin-Yang Divine Elixir will be mine. Xian cupped his hands and politely said, It is our greatest honor to receive a visit from the young master of the Tang clan. Tang Sujuan calmly replied, Think nothing of it, young warrior Helian Yun. Tang Sujuan continued by apologizing for what had happened. Please forgive my rudeness the other day. After reconsidering the matter, I cannot say with certainty that this tea is medicine. Furthermore, I will begin a formal investigation into Tang Zheng. Xian politely responded, Thank you very much. Another voice suddenly called from behind them. Young Master Tang. The speaker was none other than Lu Yan. Why not come and join us? Tang Sujuan approached and greeted them. It has been a long time. Shi Feng and Mao Sheng returned the greeting with cupped hands. Wu Guang merely gave him a faint smile. Welcome. Once Tang Sujuan had taken a seat, he calmly asked, What were you discussing? Shi Feng answered, Young Master Tang, do you know the investigation team's objective? Tang Sujuan calmly replied, Of course I do. Shi Feng let out a breath and explained, We were discussing how some fool named Zhuge Ming managed to lead them in the wrong direction. Tang Sujuan cautiously concluded, Are you saying advisor Zhuge Ming misinterpreted the map? Shi Feng calmly confirmed it. That is correct. If the tomb is truly where he claims it is, I will change my family name. On the other side, Wu Guang suddenly addressed Xian. Tea house owner, there is one thing I want to know. What is your opinion? Xian bowed his head slightly and stated his view. I also agree with young warrior Zhuge's analysis. Tai Wu Guang's expression changed as he continued. Did you see the tomb's location in that grand vision of the future? The question irritated Xian. Damn him. If I knew, I would already be there. Not exactly. I only saw that strange group of heroes searching for the tomb. His answer immediately delighted Zhuge Shifeng. I knew it. I was right. Tang Sujuan spoke next. Seeing the future? What are you talking about? Xian looked at him and slowly explained what had happened. However, he only revealed one thing. Come to think of it, knowing you can foresee the future means I nearly made a terrible mistake. Tai Wu Guang then made a suggestion. Tomorrow, we'll search for the tomb. Mao Xing asked curiously, Just us? Tai Wu Guang calmly explained, The Azure Sky sect and the Tang clan don't believe what we told them. Sun Xiang considered this and agreed. That's right. Tai Wuguang then approached Xian and issued a threat. You had better start praying that your words prove true. His eyes narrowed as he added, because if they don't. As he walked past Xian, Tai Wuguang finished. You had better be prepared. Xian watched him leave and thought, that bastard still suspects me. Xian's brows nearly met as he made a decision. I have to reach the unseen phantom thief's tomb as soon as possible. The following day, in a vast mountain range, Xian held the map and said cautiously, it must be somewhere around here. He looked at Shui Xiuyin and thought, this is awkward. I wanted to be in Tang Sujuin's group. Xian shrugged after thinking it over. Still, this is 1,000 times better than being grouped with that bastard Tai Wuguang. He raised an eyebrow and quietly observed Shui Xiuyin. She was looking around and searching the area. I know she's the heroine I created, but she truly is beautiful. Sensing his gaze, Shui Xiuyin slowly spoke. Young hero Helian Yun, are you all right? Startled, Seung quickly answered, yes. He smiled, scratched his head, and continued, I've completely recovered now. Lady Shui, you helped me tremendously, but I never properly thanked you. Xian clasped his hand and added, thank you for saving my life. Lady Shui. She then held out a jar. Here. Xian's eyes lit up when he saw it. This is one of our tea house's products. Did you buy it? You only had to ask. I would have given you as much as you wanted. Shui Xiuyin calmly explained, the heavenly mountains are a desolate place. Because food is scarce, the children there are frail and sickly. She looked at the jar in her hand and continued, I was often ill as a child, and my father once dug deep beneath the snow just to find medicinal herbs for me. Hearing this, Xian thought excitedly, wait, isn't this the story Shui Xiuyin was supposed to tell Tai Wuguang while he cared for her after she was injured? How is this happening? Shui Xiuyin smiled up at the sky and continued, that made me think that if children as frail as I once was could consume products like this, they might grow up healthier. Xian then shared his own story. Lady Shui, I had the same idea when I founded the Five Paths Tea House. I wanted to provide nutritious food to every sick child free of charge. That's why I decided to open branches throughout the Central Plains. Shui Xiuyin tilted her head and asked, forgive me for interrupting, but what will you do if your tea house goes bankrupt? Xian answered calmly, please don't worry. Those children will become our customers in the future. I believe those children are our future. He kindly painted a hopeful picture. Among the children who become healthier after eating our food, perhaps one of them will grow into a great martial artist like you, Lady Shui. Don't you think? Shui Xiuyin looked at Xian and smiled softly. You truly are different from everyone else, young hero Helian Yin. Her enchanting expression left Xian grinning foolishly, unsure how to respond. They had not spoken for long when laughter rang out, drawing their attention. Just as I expected, I'm a genius. A signal flare shot into the sky a moment later, revealing the location to the other members. Xian smiled and remarked, it seems they've found the tomb. The entire group soon gathered there. They stood outside and looked down at the tomb below. Xian studied it and thought, is this the entrance to the unseen phantom thief's tomb? They quickly took out a light. Holding it in his hand, Tai Wuguang cautioned, let's first look around and see what's inside. He then turned to Zhuge Shifeng. I'll protect you, so you can lead the way. Shifeng confidently replied, follow me. No one in the Zhuge clan understands traps better than I do. Before entering with Tai Wuguang, he added, have the others wait outside for a while. A new day dawned as the sun gradually rose above the rooftops. Xian's group of 6 traveled together. Yang Haoshuan and Tang Zheng watched them from nearby. The 2 old men could hear laughter in the distance. That's more like it. I was one of the people who found the notorious thief's tomb. Yang Haoshuan and Tang Zheng scowled, clearly displeased. As Xian's group approached, Zhuge Shifeng spoke on their behalf. Is something wrong? Yang Haoshuan shouted a question in his face. Have you all forgotten every rule you were taught? Tai Wuguang rested an arm on Zhuge Shifeng's shoulder and sneered. That's rather harsh. We went through a great deal of trouble to find the notorious thief's tomb. However, his words only made Yang Haoshuan even angrier. Your thoughtless actions could have placed everyone in danger. How can you not understand that? Xian clicked his tongue and bluntly exposed him. After all that rambling, you're just jealous, aren't you? Lu Yin and Mao Xing looked surprised before sarcastically agreeing. Humiliated in front of everyone, Yang Haoshuan's face twisted with fury. How dare an idle nobody like you spout such nonsense here? Tai Wuguang remained silent, choosing to watch Xian handle the situation. Sion showed no restraint and openly provoked him. How could I remain silent when an old dog like you keeps barking nonsense? As soon as Sion finished, Tang Zheng added, "This bastard is the one who insulted the Tang clan. We must teach him a proper lesson." Spurred on by Tang Zheng, Yang Haoshuan drew his sword. "Is that so? It seems I must teach you a lesson on Brother Tang's behalf." The instant he finished speaking, he charged furiously. Yang Haoshuan swung his sword at Sion, but Sion did not stand still and accept the blow. He immediately drew his weapon and countered. Yang Haoshuan tensed and cursed inwardly. So this bastard's reputation isn't entirely undeserved. They then backed away and put some distance between themselves. He charged again with only one thought in mind. I must defeat him with the Yin Yang sword. Sion raised his own sword, ready to counterattack. The force of Yang Haoshuan's strike sent Sion's feet sliding backward. Sion frowned and assessed the attack. That must be the Yin Yang sword. It's terrifying. Yang Haoshuan has grown stronger. It looks like I'm at quite a disadvantage. He then gathered his strength and forced Yang Haoshuan backward. Sion kept his eyes fixed on his opponent and thought, either way, it's time to knock this man out. Unexpectedly, another sword descended from above. It struck both Sion's and Yang Haoshuan's weapons before spinning away. The sword returned to Wu Yuangui's hand. Sion looked at the old man and sighed in relief. There he is. The true master of the Wudong sect, Wu Yuangui, has finally arrived. My plan can only proceed with him here. When Wu Yuangui landed, Yang Haoshuan quickly clasped his hands and bowed. Sect leader Wu, I am Yang Haoshuan, a disciple of the Wudong sect. It is an honor to meet you. The old man politely replied, "It has been a long time. But what exactly is happening here?" Questioned by him, Yang Haoshuan hesitantly explained, "Please forgive me for allowing such a shameful sight to offend your eyes. But the truth is, before he could finish, Wu Yuange stepped closer and said, 'You must be Tai Wu Guang, the bastard brought here by the alliance leader.'" Sion politely responded, "Calling someone a bastard is hardly appropriate when meeting them for the first time." Irritated by the retort, Wu Yuangue slowly asked, "Do you have any idea who I am?" Sion ignored him, picked at his ear, and mocked him. "Does everyone from the Wudong sect belittle others when they speak? You all sound the same, calling everyone a bastard." Sion's brazen attitude terrified Mao Sheng, while Lu Yin and Zhuge Shifeng could not contain their laughter. Enraged, Wu Yuangue shouted, "How dare you show such disrespect, you bastard? Who is your elder?" Beside him, Yang Haoshuan trembled with anger. "These damn brats." Tang Zheng then kindly explained, "He has no master, sir. He is the adopted son of the leader of a small merchant organization called the Five Merchants Guild." He also revealed Sion's identity. His name is Helian Yun. Wu Yuangui's eyes widened in utter surprise. A nameless nobody without a master fought Haoshuan to a standstill? Even the other disciples were astonished. Helian Yun of the Five Merchants Guild can use the Heavenly Jade Sword without having a master. Impressive. Sion glanced behind himself and thought, good. He continued calculating. In the original story, Tai Wu Guang was the one who gave Helian Yun his nickname after his battle with Yang Haoshuan. Now I've gained some information. It may prove useful when we reach the tomb. After Sion's identity was revealed, Wu Yuangue cleared his throat and turned away. His attitude changed dramatically as he addressed Yang Haoshuan. "Come to think of it, you fought an ordinary man. We will have much to discuss after the matter of that ancient tomb has been resolved." Tang Zheng could only call helplessly after Wu Yuangue as he left. "Please wait." Back in the forest containing the tomb, a large group slowly made its way through the trees. Zhuge Shifeng exhaled in frustration. "Why do we have to follow behind when we're the ones who found the tomb?" Sun Xiang smiled and tried to placate him. "Don't be like that. We couldn't advance any farther by ourselves." However, this only backfired and angered Zhuge Shifeng further. What nonsense! That old man could clear the entire path by himself. He grabbed Sun Xiang by the collar and threatened him. "Take that back." Meanwhile, Tai Wu Guang was surveying their surroundings. Sion noticed and immediately asked, "What's wrong, warrior Tai?" Tai Wu Guang gave a brief assessment. "This path is dangerous. If we're ambushed, we'll be in serious trouble." Sion had to agree when he heard this. That's true. This is where Helian Yun was beheaded after picking a fight with Tai Wu Guang. A question immediately surfaced in his mind. Did I just escape death yet again? As soon as he had that thought, Tai Wu Guang froze. He immediately warned everyone around them. "It's an ambush. Everyone, prepare for battle." High above them, a gigantic boulder was rolling toward the group at tremendous speed. It was about to crash into them. Wu Yuangue roared furiously. What worthless scum dares oppose us? Xian and the others looked around for their attacker. What the hell? Who could it be? Helian Yin was originally the one who initiated this attack, but I'm standing right here. A moment later, a horse stopped before them, snorting and breathing heavily. A group of masked men accompanied the horse. Their leader loudly proclaimed, "I am the fourth leader of the demonic cult. I command you to surrender yourselves as the first sacrifices for our ritual. Sionesse ais widened in surprise." What the hell? The imposter's subordinates simultaneously threw smoke bombs. A thick cloud of white smoke instantly appeared. Wu Yuangue turned around and shouted a warning. "Everyone cover your mouths and noses." Xian obeyed, never taking his eyes off the men. The imposter laughed confidently and ordered, "Kill them." While everyone else was still overwhelmed, Xian looked around and quickly realized the truth. This smoke isn't poisonous. At that moment, someone drew his sword. The person who acted was none other than Tai Wuguang. After cutting through the white smoke, he decisively advanced. Xian quickly followed, intending to support him. Their target was none other than the imposter. Seeing them approach, the man's face turned pale with fear. "Kill them all." The two sides prepared to clash. Tai Wuguang let out a mighty shout. He charged directly into the enemy ranks and tore through their formation. The men still standing were immediately terrified. Xian joined the assault, mercilessly striking down the enemies around him. The imposter broke into a sweat when he saw his forces being overwhelmed. Damn it! He took out a whistle and blew it forcefully. Reinforcements quickly appeared. They were the Iron Army. Tai Wuguang and Xian both turned toward them. Xian exclaimed, "What the hell are those?" His confidence restored. The imposter loudly declared, "Now you will face the demonic cult's invincible Iron Army." Tai Wuguang sneered when he heard the name. What a ridiculous name. Seeing his smile, Xian wondered, what does he find so amusing? Tai Wuguang launched another attack. The men quickly raised their shields to defend themselves. Tai Wuguang's sword struck one of the shields. He pierced straight through it and even impaled the man holding it. The soldier fell to the ground without any chance to resist. The remaining men began fearing for their lives. Watching with wide eyes, Xian thought, "Damn, he's incredibly strong. I couldn't defeat him even if I risked my life." He quickly reminded himself, "What nonsense am I thinking? Why should I risk my life?" While Tai Wuguang dealt with the soldiers, Xian began considering how he could discover what was really happening. He then rushed forward decisively. Xian's target was the imposter. The man froze in terror. Xian kicked him squarely in the face and sent him flying from his horse. Xian landed easily while his opponent crashed to the ground. The imposter then said, "The rumors about the heavenly jade warrior were true. Your skills are formidable." Despite his situation, his voice contained no fear. "But a fool like you will never be able to stop my devil thunderbomb." Yang Haoshuan was running toward them, but he hurriedly stopped when he heard those words. He turned and shouted a warning. "A thunderbomb! Everyone run!" Suddenly, an arrow flew down from above. It pierced the imposter's hand, forcing him to drop the bomb. The bomb fell freely through the air. Xian reacted like a professional footballer and kicked it away. The bomb flew into the distance before exploding. With the latest threat dealt with, he immediately seized the imposter. He demanded, "Who are you?" But the man stubbornly insisted, "I am the fourth young master of the demonic cult." Xian coldly pointed out the truth. "You idiot. Would a member of the Sun and Moon Divine cult really call it the demonic cult?" The man was being strangled to death. "I'm the fourth young master, Helian Yun." Xian questioned him again with a murderous expression. "How do you know that name?" The imposter finally confessed. "Please spare me. We are merely wandering warriors. I only did what someone ordered me to do." Impatient. "What were you ordered to do? Who told you bastards to do this?" Unexpectedly, the imposter's body suddenly began behaving strangely. Xian stared at him in confusion. What the hell? Lumps began swelling all over the imposter's body. From a distance, Hao Chun shouted furiously, "Helian Yun, you idiot! We needed to interrogate him. What the hell did you do?" Realizing something was wrong, Tai Wuguang immediately signaled, "Get away." Xiun swiftly retreated. Damn it! The imposter's body began to glow. The instant Xian moved far enough away, the man exploded. The force of the explosion sent Xian flying, along with what remained of the imposter. Tai Wuguang spun his weapon to create a shield. The entire area was engulfed in dirt and dust. When the dust finally settled, only a crater remained. Xian stared blankly, still too stunned to recover. Elsewhere, someone spoke. Infiltrating the orthodox factions and reaching the tomb of the infamous thief Renwo Luoboni would be difficult even for someone with proper training. Another person offered his opinion. I believe the four leaders were forced to make a difficult decision. It is not yet too late to start a revolution. However, Lun Zhen interrupted him. No, I trust him. He must have a plan of his own. More importantly, he then revealed shocking news. Asana Aslin, chieftain of the Asana tribe, has been assassinated. Both people opposite him were stunned. Luan Zhen continued. A storm is sweeping across the region ahead. Someone then asked, will Asana Asmet succeed Ruslin as chieftain? Luan Yu calmly replied, he is on good terms with our factions. Lun Zhen glanced at her and explained, Asmet is a skilled warrior, but it is still too soon for him to become chieftain. It appears that throne will be stained with blood. That is why he will likely seek an external enemy to prevent internal division. Luan Yu considered his words carefully. An external enemy? It seems he is targeting our factions. After hearing her, he reaffirmed, we must prepare thoroughly for every possible scenario. Back at the tomb, a shrill curse rang out. Capturing the demonic cult's fourth young master alive would have been an enormous achievement. The speaker was Yuan Gue, the Martial Alliance's guardian of justice. Yuan Gue continued shouting in Tai Wuguang's face. Do you know how many people died, only for you to let that criminal perish? Listening beside them, Xian's ears were beginning to ring. This old man really loves causing a scene. Tai Wuguang responded provocatively. Then why did you not capture him yourself, esteemed master? Yuan Gue's face turned red with fury. Insolent fool. Xian finally stepped into their argument. Warrior Tai was not the one who captured that man. I was. He looked directly at Yuan Gue and firmly declared, if you want to blame someone for capturing him recklessly, then blame me. Yuan Gue remained dissatisfied and continued threatening him. Brat, I will be watching you. If you ever allow something like this to happen again. Turning to leave, the old man issued one final warning. Prepare to face the consequences. Tai Wuguang watched him leave and scoffed. What is that old man muttering about? So what if he keeps watching us? Xian kindly warned him. If you keep behaving like this, you will make enemies everywhere, Warrior Tai. But his words meant nothing to Tai Wuguang. I do not care. I am strong enough to protect everyone close to me. Tai Wuguang even found the warning irritating. And please do not stick your nose into my affairs next time. Siun trembled, Witanje. I should never have helped this bastard. Their group continued deeper inside. Before long, everyone arrived in front of a door. Yuan Gue coldly ordered, open it. His attitude irritated Zhuge Shifeng. Seriously? You're acting as if someone simply handed us the key. As soon as he finished speaking, both Yuan Gue and Hao Chun turned and glared at him in warning. Shifeng then asked, do you even know what is in front of us? Zhuge Ming was extremely irritated by the question. You have become rather arrogant after learning a few petty tricks, you master swindler. This man was Zhuge Ming, strategist of the Azure Heaven Corps. Shifeng answered with a sneer. At least I know more than someone who wanders around accomplishing nothing. He infuriated Zhuge Ming so much that the man could only curse. You little. Shifeng then changed the subject. Shall we take a look? He stepped forward and began working. Here, here, and here. Shifeng pressed one finger against the wall. Now if I do this... The door immediately swung open. I already told you. Do not, I repeat, do not touch anything. Yuan Gue paid no attention to him. Good heavens. So this is the tomb of the infamous thief. Shifeng cried out in alarm. What are you doing? But Yuan Gue was already busy issuing orders. Hurry and bring out the equipment. His subordinates quickly rushed inside. Let us go. Even Sun Xiang was baffled by this ugly spectacle. What is going on? None of the others said a word. Extremely annoyed, Shifeng scratched his head and muttered, this is why I hate working with people from the martial world. Tai Wuguang tried to comfort him. Do not let it bother you too much. No one gets to spend their life doing only what they want. That only confused Shifeng further. That does not sound very convincing coming from you. Tai Wuguang burst into hearty laughter. It is true. There are always exceptions. The moment he finished laughing, a scream came from inside. Shifeng immediately rushed in. Did I not tell you not to touch anything? The others followed him. One of the subordinates was writhing in pain after triggering a trap. Everyone else immediately raised their guard. It is a trap. Everyone, stand back. Hao Chun stared at the scene in confusion. What happened? Did you not say there were no traps? Zhu Ming answered mockingly. I said the trap would not activate if you stepped where I told you. I never said this place had no traps. Tang Jiaming had already flown into a rage. Are you serious? Did this not happen because of your instructions? This man was Tang Jiaming, commander of the Sichuan forces. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, Yuan Gui interrupted. Enough. Arguing will not change anything. The old man continued. From now on, be more careful, strategist Zhuge. Jiaming was enraged by Yuan Gui's condescending tone. Damn it, we're the same age. Who does that old man think he is? However, they soon returned their attention to the main problem. How are we supposed to get past this trap now? Zhu Ming gave them instructions. We must break through the lower wall and destroy the connecting mechanism. He beckoned Xiang Yu forward. As Xiang Yu stepped forward, Jiaming added, make sure you do it decisively in one strike without making a single mistake. Xiang Yu immediately raised the hammer in his hands. Shifeng panicked and rushed forward to stop him. No, without thinking, he placed his own body in the hammer's path. Xiang Yu's face went pale because he could not stop his swing in time. Shifeng closed his eyes and accepted his fate. Suddenly, a stone flew through the air and struck the hammer in Xiang Yu's hands, forcing him to release it. The hammer crashed heavily to the ground, shocking everyone. Xian had thrown the stone. He calculated inwardly. That idiot owes me his life now, assuming we make it out of here. Having been saved, Shifeng turned toward him with immense gratitude. Young warrior Helian. Meanwhile, Hao Chun grew annoyed. What is the meaning of this? Shifeng briefly explained. This place will collapse if we destroy that connection. Zhu Ming immediately challenged him. Nonsense. How dare an immature old brat like you question me? Shifeng showed him no respect. Take a look at yourself. Do you not understand why I brought equipment for everyone when we could have explored this place on our own? If you carelessly touch the wrong thing, we are all dead. Zhu Ming had no intention of listening. There is no need to heed this brat. We must destroy it and enter. Their argument forced Yuan Gui to reconsider. At that moment, Su Jun suddenly declared, I agree with young warrior Zhuge Shifeng. It may take us a little longer, but our safety must come first while exploring this place. Yuan Gui immediately changed his attitude after hearing him. All the equipment we have here belongs to the Tang clan. The old man added a warning. However, if anything goes wrong, you'll be held responsible. Shifeng was delighted to receive command. Now, please place that over there. Good. Put the other one beside it. The subordinates proceeded cautiously, laying stone slabs on the ground. Shifeng examined everything, then muttered, the problem is here. What should we do? Xian turned to Fu Xian and asked, what do you think? Can you do it? The equipment was attached near the tip of his arrow. Fu Xian answered briefly, just tell me where to aim. Shifeng quickly explained, what? Slightly to the right of that ledge over there. But I do not know whether you can hit it from. Fu Xian did not answer. He simply raised his bow and fired without hesitation. In an instant, the arrow embedded itself deep in the upper wall. Lu Yin watched the display in amazement. Incredible. Even Shifeng wore the same astonished expression. Unbelievable. Fu Xian's arrow was buried deep in the wall, pulling the attached rope taut. Shifeng looked at him in admiration. Amazing. You solved the most difficult part of our problem, just like that. Absolutely incredible. I mean it. Please let me worship you as my hero from now on. Fu Xian reluctantly replied. It was nothing difficult. Shifeng continued, instructing the subordinates. All right, now I need to connect these ropes to the planks. Before long, he had constructed a bridge. Finished. Shifeng turned to the others and announced, if we follow this bridge, we will avoid all the traps. Xian observed him in silent admiration. I barely mentioned this guy in a novel, so I never knew he could do this. Still, there must be a reason he became one of the leading supporting characters. The exploration party slowly advanced. Throughout the journey, Zhu Ming kept glaring at Shifeng with an irritated expression. Su Jun then commented, strategist Zhuge Ming must truly hate young warrior Zhuge Shifeng. Lu Yin continued, it is not hatred, it is jealousy and envy. He then told them the story. Rumor has it that the strategist drove young warrior Shifeng out of the family and forced him to wander from a very young age, all because Shifeng was more talented than him. Eventually, that old man Guang Fengji recognized Shifeng's potential, took him in, and taught him the dog-beating staff technique and how the world works. Xian finit surprise. Is that so? I already knew all of this. Su Jun, however, had a question. Is Guang Fengji not an elder of the beggars sect? So that is why young warrior Zhuge travels with a group of beggars. I mean, practitioners of the dog-beating staff technique. Their conversation was interrupted by a command from the front. Wait, Yuan Gui responded irritably. What is it now? You nearly frightened this old man to death. Shifeng sniffed the air, his eyes darting around as he cautiously examined their surroundings. He finally reached a conclusion. There's a formation directly ahead of us. The moment he finished speaking, Yuan Gui became agitated. What? Will those bastards leap out in front of us again? Sifeng Bashchenti explained. No, it is worse than that. This formation will make everyone hallucinate the moment they enter. Yet Yuan Gui dismissed his warning. Forget it. We will continue exploring. Shifeng immediately objected. What are you saying? Who knows what will happen if we enter and activate the formation? But Yuan Gui walked straight inside. It is nothing but trickery. People like us have thoroughly disciplined minds. These petty illusions are nothing. The others had no choice but to follow Yuan Gui. Jiaming folded his arms and began weighing their options. He then turned to Su Jun, young chieftain. If we fall behind, the martial alliance will take every treasure inside this ancient tomb. Isu Yun Lahots Defonfi. But if we ignore young warrior Zhuge's warning and enter, Jiaming continued, trying to persuade him. This is not like an ordinary trap. As long as our minds remain firm, we can overcome it. Shifeng merely sighed. Seriously? I already told you that is not how it works. Tai Wuwang looked at him and asked, Shifeng, how do we get through this trap? Shifeng slowly explained. Given its design, we cannot destroy the formation from here. Our only choice is to enter, find its core, and destroy it. As soon as he finished, Tai Wuguang stood and declared, so someone must enter the formation either way. His behavior puzzled Sun Xiang. Are you going in? Tai Wuguang calmly answered, if not me, then who? However, another hand rose into the air. Two are better than one. Xian smiled and offered, I will go with you. His declaration stunned everyone. Su Jun turned toward him and asked with wide eyes, young warrior Helian Yun, are you certain? Xian calmly confirmed. Would our chances of success not increase if two of us went together? Su Jun said nothing more and silently observed him. A rope was prepared, and Xian and Tai Wuguang were thoroughly equipped. Shifeng gave them final instructions. Brother Wuguang, Brother Yun, if you destroy it, pull the rope 3 times. If anything, Xian was confused by this new way of addressing him. Dai Wuduang loan it. Do not worry so much. The two quickly entered the formation. The corners of Xian's mouth curled into a smile. He calculated inwardly. Just as the novel described, this formation can disrupt the 5 senses and disturb the mind. Xian's expression gradually became inhuman. Now, I have the perfect opportunity to eliminate Tai Wuguang. Their footsteps slowed as they advanced. Xiunese ai sudinli widened. The space before him had completely changed. What the hell is this? Xian hurriedly looked down and realized the rope is gone. He examined his surroundings and exclaimed in awe, what beautiful scenery. This virtual reality is unbelievably realistic. Fortunately, Xian remained clear-headed enough to warn himself. Wait, what if I get skewered full of holes while wandering around? Suddenly, a voice called out, Yun! Sweat formed on Xian's brow as he searched in every direction. Who is there? The voice continued guiding him. Yun, this way. Come over here. Xian sighed and decided to follow it. I know I should not, but there's a hand over here holding a basket of food. The voice urged him again, hurry over here. The person who appeared was none other than Lianhua. Mother made plenty of snacks. Xian was completely taken aback. Lianhua, why was Helian Yun's mother here? Xian suddenly leaned in and brought his face close to hers. His sudden action flustered her. Oh my, is there something on my face? Only then did Xian realize that he had acted somewhat inappropriately. No, it's just. He wondered himself, what is going on? Is this one of Helian Yun's memories? Lianhua then urged him, anyway, eat before it gets cold. Looking at the appetizing dishes spread out before him, Xian wondered, can I actually eat these? She asked worriedly, why aren't you eating? Are you feeling unwell? Just then, strange sounds rang out, followed by the appearance of the Iron Troops. Lianhua grabbed Xian's arm and firmly pulled him along. This way, Yun. The figures on the opposite side continued approaching them slowly as sunlight filtered through the canopy overhead. After running for a long distance, Lianhua became exhausted and collapsed onto the ground. Even so, her first concern was still Xian. Run, Yun, Hurry, they're almost here. He held Lianhua and began questioning her. Mother, do you know them? She shook her head desperately and continued urging him. You have to run. Hurry, Yin. Hearing this, Sion began to grow irritated. What a pain. Several figures appeared before them. 3 fully armed iron troopers slowly advanced. Sion slowly drew his sword and called out, Hey, you worthless creeps. Who the hell are you? None of them answered. Sion charged forward without hesitation, thinking, with no one watching, can we overcome our own hearts? He let out a powerful shout and unleashed a slash. The soldiers immediately raised their shields to block it. Even so, the strike sent dust billowing everywhere. Their feet remained firmly planted on the ground, but their weapons and armor began falling apart. Sion charged toward them confidently. The soldiers could only brace themselves for battle. He maneuvered the sword in his hand, preparing to bring it down as he hovered high in the air. At the moment the two sides collided, his figure suddenly vanished. The unexpected sight bewildered the armored soldier. Their formation wavered, and Sion appeared behind them. He let out another mighty shout. Then he decisively slashed downward, tearing up the ground and creating a thick cloud of dust. The victor was none other than Sion. Only then did he calmly remark, if this were the real Hellion Yun, he would probably have curled up and died in some corner. Sion continued confidently, but I'm not that guy. Got it. Lianhua was utterly stunned. Yun. Cracks appeared across the sky. He looked up at them in confusion. Those are cracks in the formation. A pillar of light appeared behind Sion, and he immediately realized, there's the exit. He sprinted toward it. He gathered momentum and leaped decisively toward the pillar of light. The next thing he saw was a blinding light, and then Sion appeared in another unfamiliar place. He looked up and was stunned by the scene of death and devastation before him. Sion looked around and assessed the situation. Is this another one of Hellion Yun's memories? Just then, a sound caught his attention. Looking down, Sion saw Wu Guang sitting there and crying. After examining the boy's appearance, he quickly realized that dragon headband. This must be Wu Guang's memory. Sion immediately began drawing his sword. Judging by this childhood scene, he must have fallen into an illusion formation. Wait, isn't this perfect? I can take advantage of the confusion. Before he could act, however, someone demanded, Who are you, you bastard? A group of men radiating murderous intent appeared before Sion. This irritated him greatly. Damn it, right when things were getting interesting. He bluntly told them, I'm busy, so let's get this over with. The men quickly drew their weapons. They launched their attack by hurling their weapons. Sion remained still, watching their trajectories. Only then did he exhale. Immediately afterward, Sion entered combat mode and swung his sword wildly. The mysterious men were stunned by his footwork. Sion shattered their weapons and rapidly closed in. He swept past them and defeated them all. Finally, Sion landed forcefully on the ground. The bodies of the defeated men burst into flames. A box suddenly fell to the ground. Sion stared at the scene in confusion. Who were those guys? He then turned around. Now then, Sion slowly approached Wu Guang, thinking as he observed him, this is a golden opportunity. Unexpectedly, Wu Guang suddenly asked, Big brother, did you defeat all the bad men? The innocent question completely caught Sion off guard. The image of the adult Wu Guang immediately appeared in Sion's mind as a warning. Stay focused. This is Kai Wu Guang, the man who will slit my throat. With his face covered in tears, Wu Guang looked up at him and continued, Thank you. He lowered his head before adding, Big brother. Sion sighed upon hearing this. This kid looks about 5 years old. Wu Guang stared at him in confusion. Sion thought, if he dies in this dreamscape, I might end up trapped here too. He then told the boy, wipe away your tears and snot. Wu Guang obediently replied, all right. Sion picked him up so they could leave together. Let's go. At that moment, cracks once again appeared across the sky. Wu Guang looked back. The bodies of his family lay on the ground. Wu Guang's expression changed as he made a firm resolution. I swear I will avenge them. The pillar of light leading out of the hidden realm appeared. Sion and Wu Guang entered it together. At last, Sion awoke in the real world. Sion sat up, feeling dizzy. He turned to look at Wu Guang, who was still unconscious. He slowly approached him and drew the sword at his waist. Gai Wu Guang. But then he remembered the grateful expression on the boy's face. Big brother. Sion began to wonder, was his family massacred when he was still a child? How pitiful. But I'm sure I only wrote that he was a martial artist who stumbled upon a fortunate encounter while trying to avoid some bandits. Then what the hell is this backstory? There's no point in dwelling on it. I need to follow my instincts. He's only a character in my story. Wu Guang finally woke up. Xian clicked his tongue and sheathed his sword. Wu Guang clutched his head and slowly sat up. A hand was extended toward him. Warrior Kai, are you all right? Wu Guang took the hand without hesitation and asked, what happened? Xian calmly explained, it seems you escaped the illusion. Do you remember anything? He thought, I'll eliminate him if he remembers me wielding the demon bead sword and using all those different martial techniques. Wu Guang still looked uncomfortable as he replied, I don't know. The answer reassured Xian somewhat. What a relief. Pretending nothing had happened, Xian said, I see. I don't know how you escaped the illusion, but let's head farther inside. The two of them continued forward, but they soon had to stop. Ahead of them, Yuan Gui's group was still struggling inside the illusion. Get away from me. Save me. Wu Guang wondered in embarrassment. Was I like that too? Xian remained focused on their objective. The formation's core that the young warrior mentioned must be up there. They continued forward without paying any attention to the struggling people. Their destination was a raised platform. A blue stone rested atop the platform. Wu Guang drew his sword and declared decisively, we just need to destroy it now, right? Xian hurriedly stopped him. Wait, I know a little about formations. Can I inspect it first? Wu Guang turned his head coldly. Suit yourself. His attitude infuriated Xian. I should have killed him after all. Xian's expression became serious as he calculated. Let's see. Combining this with everything I read about different formations in the library, he soon figured it out. There it is. The more I look, the more it resembles a meridian formation diagram. He paused when he found a clue. Xian is gaz s'étale dans un single point. There, he removed the talisman attached to it. The stone, which had been glowing blue only a moment earlier, immediately went dark. Only then did Wu Guang approach. Is it done? Xian replied, I think so. They looked around and observed. The mist is cleared. I think we should pull the rope to let them know. Wu Guang immediately pulled the rope. Once that was done, he waited with Xian. Wu Guang suddenly said, I don't remember exactly what happened inside the illusion formation, but I do remember that you saved me. His expression was completely sincere. Thank you. Xian was utterly surprised and momentarily did not know how to respond. Well, why are you suddenly saying that? Their conversation was interrupted when Su Jun's group entered. Young warrior Helian Yun, is everything all right? Shi Feng examined the miserable state of those who had entered first and remarked, this is why I told you people not to take this on. What a bunch of reckless fools. Hao Chun glared at him in displeasure and thought, this cannot continue. I must lead the expedition into the ancient tomb. His hostility focused on one person. That Kai Wu Guang is clearly ruining my reputation. Tang Zheng approached and tried to provoke him. Are you really going to let those bastards get away with this? However, Guming interrupted and questioned him. What else are we supposed to do? Tang Zheng continued ranting. Those bastards are stealing our glory. We're the ones who did all the hard work, yet they are disregarding our efforts. Hao Chun agreed. Everything young warrior Tang said is true. He glared at Xian's group. Those parasitic heroes will stab us in the back the moment they find the treasure. Tang Zheng had been waiting for those words. I have a plan. No one knew what he said, but all three men wore sinister smiles. Hao Chun decided to follow the plan. Fine, let's do it. The group continued deeper inside. Shi Feng carefully surveyed the area and reported, I don't see any traps or formations. I think we can rest here. Only then did Sun Xiang sit wearily on the ground. I didn't think this tomb would be so large. Lu Yin continued. I think we still have a very long way to go before reaching the end. Mao Sheng also exhaled and remarked, all the more reason to rest for a while. Unexpectedly, strange sounds rang out. One member of the group suddenly appeared to be in pain. That person soon collapsed to the ground. He was not alone, as several others suddenly began exhibiting the same symptoms. Hao Chun observed the situation and secretly assessed it. Good. Everything is going according to plan. He shouted, what the hell is going on? Tang Zheng raised a hand to stop him. Wait. Guming approached and examined one of the victims before giving a concise diagnosis. It's poison. He slowly added, someone poisoned them. Several more people began writhing in pain from the poison. Hao Chun smiled wickedly and calculated. Those bastards from the so-called hero team certainly weren't poisoned. I can use that. Unexpectedly, Xian suddenly began exhibiting the same symptoms. Hao Chun and Tang Zheng simultaneously paled in shock. Wu Guang's eyes also widened. Hao Chun turned to Tang Zheng and demanded, "Didn't you say you wouldn't poison them?" Tang Zheng quickly replied, "But I haven't even used the poison yet." That answer made Hao Chun panic even more. What? Meanwhile, Xiao Yin and Su Jun hurried towards Xian. Warrior Helian Yun. They helped him up and repeatedly shouted, "Young warrior Helian Yin, wake up!" Su Jun placed several fingers on Xian's wrist to check his pulse. His pulse is extremely weak. What kind of poison could reduce him to this state? Guming began to feel afraid. This was Tang's rotten idea. Even if he intended to poison them, he should have used a smaller dose. He pointed to Shifeng and accused him directly. "Shifeng, you did this because you want to keep the treasure for yourself, didn't you?" The accusation immediately enraged Shifeng. What nonsense are you spouting?" Meanwhile, Su Jun calmly told Guming, "Old man, I think young warrior Helian Yin was poisoned with 7-step snake venom. If he is not treated immediately, he will die." Guming listened with a stunned expression. What? It seems several others were poisoned too, but how could he endure such a deadly poison? Xian weakly raised his hand. Earlier, that person. His finger pointed at a specific person. "He did something to me." The accused was none other than Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng's face turned deathly pale, and he hurriedly defended himself. "I don't know what nonsense you're talking about." Inwardly, he wondered, "I haven't even done anything yet. What the hell is happening?" Xiao Yin, burning with fury, demanded, "Hand over the antidote." Tang Zheng continued trying to defend himself. "How dare you suspect me?" Inwardly, he thought, "I haven't even used the poison yet." That bastard walked into the trap all by himself. Wu Guang was the next to demand an answer from Tang Zheng. "Hand over the antidote while I'm still asking nicely." This time, Hao Chun stepped forward to defend him. "Young warrior Kai." He even drew his sword. "Seeing you threaten your own ally makes my blood boil. I cannot tolerate it any longer." Yuan Gui grew even more irritated as the situation descended into chaos. "Damn you! What the hell are you people doing in a crisis like this?" Xian was also observing the situation. He smiled and thought, "What now, Tang Zheng? I already knew which poison you intended to use, so I deliberately prepared something similar in advance." Tang Zheng was forming a plan of his own. "I have to dispose of the poison immediately. As long as there's no evidence, they won't be able to accuse me." At that moment, Wu Guang suddenly moved. He seized Tang Zheng's arm and demanded with a murderous expression, "What are you doing?" Wu Guang moved so quickly that Hao Chun could not react. When did he? Hao Chun charged with his sword. "Stop this at once." Wu Guang did not even bother reacting. His swordsmanship was several times faster than Hao Chun's. In the blink of an eye, Hao Chun was repelled. What? Hao Chun was sent flying backward and struggled to get up. Wu Guang calmly exposed their scheme. "Look at this. It seems you two made some sort of agreement, didn't you? I suspected you from the moment you started causing trouble for us." Hao Chun became so furious that he lost control. "Shut up." Wu Guang clenched his fist. "But I don't think I can hold back any longer." He decisively punched Hao Chun. He crashed face first into the ground. Wu Guang approached and continued, "You are not worthy of wielding that sword." After dealing with him, Wu Guang turned to Tang Zheng, approached him, and demanded, "Hand over the antidote." Though his face went pale with fear, Tang Zheng desperately denied it. "It wasn't me. I didn't use any poison." Wu Guang answered Tang Zheng with a kick, causing the vial of poison hidden on his body to fall out. Su Jun examined it and quickly announced, "This is 7-step snake venom." Tang Zheng desperately explained, "I did bring it, but I haven't used it yet." However, that did nothing to quell Wu Guang's anger. "You admitted it yourself." With no other choice, Tang Zheng raised a hand to stop him. "Wait." He reluctantly handed over a vial. "This is the antidote." The expedition members were quickly cured. Utterly humiliated, Hao Chun sat alone in a corner. He looked toward Wu Guang and wondered, "If we fought again, could I beat him?" Wu Guang responded with a glare. Hao Chun hurriedly looked away. "I lost completely. I can't defeat him." His behavior displeased Yuan Gui. Pathetic failure. Only then did Jia Ming make a suggestion. "Elder Wu, now that things have come to this, continuing onward would be unwise. I think we should prepare to leave and return later." However, the proposal was immediately rejected. "What are you saying? If you're going to spout such cowardly words, then the Tang Clan's group can turn back. In the name of the martial world, I will explore this tomb to the very end." Xian was extremely pleased to see the old man bristling like that. "Good. We can't stop here." He had his own plan. "If we go farther, we may encounter a deadly trap. Then I'll finally be able to kill Kai Wu Guang." Unexpectedly, someone approached Xian from behind. He looked up and saw Wu Guang. "What the hell? Don't tell me. He knows. Wu Guang extended a hand towards Xian. He then asked with concern, "Are you all right?" The gesture left Xian completely bewildered. What is he doing? Their group continued forward. At that moment, someone shouted, "We found it! The ancient tomb's treasure!" A brilliant light flashed. Piles of jewels lay before them, along with chests filled with gold coins. Everything glittered enticingly. Yuan Gui could hardly believe his eyes and exclaimed, "Incredible!" Shifeng put an arm around the person beside him and said, "See, I was right, wasn't I?" Sun Xiang praised him. "Just as I thought. You're a genius, Shifeng." Behind them, Wu Guang calmly added, "So this is the treasure." Xian exhaled and thought, "There are countless traps here, all set by the bastards who came before us. They can't even distinguish the real treasure from the fake." Meanwhile, Su Jun was gazing at him admiringly. He can restrain his own greed, even with this treasure before him. Just as I thought, young warrior Hellion is truly extraordinary. Several people could not restrain themselves and reached forward, but before they could touch anything, Yuan Gui shouted, "Step back. Anyone who touches the treasure will be punished." He slowly approached the chest in the center, but a voice suddenly stopped him. "Wait!" Shifeng loudly warned him. "There may be a trap, so be careful." Yuan Gui replied without gratitude, "I know. I'll be careful." He had nearly scared the old man to death. Yuan Gui stopped before the chest and slowly opened it. A brilliant light flashed, making his eyes widen. Unbelievable! These are. Inside were the Golden Emperor's supreme sword art, the heaven-destroying sword technique, and the Monkey King fist. Aren't these the greatest martial arts in existence? With these, I will become the leader of the martial world. Unexpectedly, a hand reached out and stopped him. Yuan Gui demanded roughly, "What are you doing?" "Release my hand at once." Wu Guang answered curtly, "Didn't you hear?" He kindly reminded him, "You said anyone who touched the treasure would be punished." Instead, that only made Yuan Gui's anger flare even more violently. "You fool! I am the one in charge here. Who would dare punish me?" A deathly silence descended. Yuan Gui froze, his eyes bulging. Those accompanying Yuan Gui began harboring ambitions of their own. "If I could take one of those manuals and secretly enter seclusion to train, I should do it. If I can master one, I could become the strongest person in the world." Hao Chuan was no exception. "If I had those martial manuals, I could crush that bastard Kai Wu Guang with one finger." Su Jun observed the situation and quickly concluded, "At this rate, a huge fight will break out." Sun Xiang muttered in confusion, "What has gotten into them?" A voice then came from behind. "How about this? Si on offered a suggestion. Let's seal the treasure and take it back to the Martial Alliance." Jia Ming was the first to object. "Absolutely not. What nonsense are you talking about? I intended to move all of it to the Tang clan's estate." Siun challenged him. "If it is moved to the Tang estate, can you guarantee that you will take full responsibility for everything that happens afterward?" Isu Yun agreed. Young warrior Hellion is right. I think it would be best to deliver it to the Martial Alliance. Xian added, "I believe our mission will only be complete once we safely deliver the treasure to the Martial Alliance." Everyone looked at him, but no one voiced an objection. Even Yuan Gui had no choice but to agree. "Fine, let's do it." The chest was secured tightly. 2 people were assigned to carry it. The moment it was lifted from the stone pedestal, the pedestal began to move. The tremors caught everyone by surprise. What the hell? A stone door suddenly descended. "The exit has been sealed." Hao Chuan pointed in another direction and announced, "This way. There's another exit over here." Everyone hurriedly fled. Quickly. However, after only a few steps, they were forced to stop. Wait! Feet emerged from the darkness. An entire army of reanimated corpses followed. "Something's there." Tang Zheng's face went pale with fear. "There." Xian sneered and thought, "Just as I expected." Every corpse was armed. Someone suddenly shouted, "Reanimated corpses? I've never heard of such a thing." The undead army began advancing toward them. Wu Guang immediately drew his weapon and called out, "Everyone, raise your swords and fight." However, the others were so frightened that they fled. An army of undead. The undead charged to attack them. Wu Guang clicked his tongue as he dodged a slash. He counterattacked, instantly bringing down 2 of them. The rest continued, charging fiercely. Wu Guang gave signal. Lu Yen leaped in from behind and unleashed a relentless assault on the undead. He moved effortlessly through their ranks, cutting them all down. Sion watched with admiration. Just as I thought. He isn't some nobody. He's a rare talent. Wu Guang turned toward Hao Chuan's group and requested, "Those of you trained in Taoist martial arts, please assist us. These creatures are vulnerable to purification arts." However, the group intended to flee. Protecting the chest is our priority. Let's go. Sion was furious when he realized they really aren't going to help us. I knew these bastards would act just as I described in the novel, but seeing it firsthand is even more infuriating. The other members continued fighting desperately. Everyone used every skill at their disposal. Sion watched them with satisfaction. They're actually pretty good fighters. He turned after sensing someone approaching from behind. A long-haired corpse was targeting him. It swung its weapon down with tremendous force. Sion retreated with a startled expression. What the hell? This is different from the novel I wrote. However, the corpse paid no attention to him. Its true target was the chest being carried away. It immediately accelerated, raised its weapon, and prepared to strike Hao Chuan and Tang Zheng down. The corpse's attack was so powerful that both men were forced backward. Hao Chuan stared anxiously at the manuals. No. The corpse prepared to attack again as Hao Chuan muttered, "The martial manuals." A sharp iron spearhead descended. The corpse struck decisively, but it failed to kill anyone. Sion had saved Hao Chuan's life. However, Hao Chuan was gradually losing his mind and kept muttering, "I must obtain those martial manuals." Sion angrily warned him, "Come to your senses. Do you want all of us to die here?" He silently calculated, "If we stay here much longer, we may not make it out alive." While continuing to fight, Wu Guang called out, "Young warrior Helian, please lead everyone outside first." Sion directed the remaining members to flee. "Hurry, run toward the open passage over there. Quickly." He glanced back curiously. Can that bastard really handle all of them by himself? Whatever. I need to leave first. Unexpectedly, the long-haired corpse blocked Sion's path. That scared the hell out of me. Sion decisively drew his sword. Damn undead. Another battle immediately erupted. He slashed the corpse with all his strength, but the attack caused no damage. What? It didn't even budge. Sion swung his sword again and slashed down at his opponent. Only then did the corpse counterattack, aiming its strike at Sion's head. Fortunately, he was quick enough to block it, but the impact sent his entire body flying backward. He looked up in frustration. Damn it, with my current strength, breaking that saber will be difficult. Then Sion noticed something. Wait, its knees aren't protected. He rapidly charged forward. All right, let's try this. The corpse unleashed another slash. Sion dropped to his knees and slid forward, evading the attack. In an instant, he was behind it. Sion poured all his strength into his sword. This slash finally wounded the corpse. Watching it collapse, he nodded with reluctant satisfaction. Good, at least it won't be able to chase me now. Unexpectedly, the ground suddenly began cracking apart. The ground! Sion immediately turned and ran. Time to go. However, something grabbed his ankle. Sion cursed furiously. You annoying bastard. Let go. Let go of me. Someone suddenly severed the corpse's arm. Xiuyan had come to his aid. Get up. Sion stared blankly at her. Lady Shui. The corpse still tried to stop them, but a sword pinned its body down. Wu Guang rendered the corpse completely immobile. Sion moved forward and shouted, "Young warrior Kai, Lady Shui, let's get out of here first." They skillfully made their way forward. The three of them soon saw the exit, but a hand pressed against the stone wall. A treacherous smile appeared on Tang Zheng's face. Sion cursed loudly, "Tang Zheng, you bastard." He grabbed Xiuyan and continued, "Lady Shui, forgive me for this." He then decisively threw her forward. She successfully escaped and immediately used her sword to hold the door open. Xiuyan shouted encouragement. "Hurry!" Sion and Wu Guang accelerated, but a slash suddenly flew toward them. Both Xiuyan and Sion were caught by surprise. The attacker was none other than Hao Chuan. Sion was hurled backward, completely losing his chance to escape. The attack sent him flying through the air. Hao Chuan could not hide his smug satisfaction. Startled, Wu Guang quickly looked back. Hao Chuan was now aiming directly at Xiuyan. Sensing the movement, she turned in alarm. Wu Guang turned and snarled furiously. Young Hao Chuan, the moment he finished speaking, his sharp sword slashed down. The attack tore across the ground, making it quake. A tremendous explosion immediately erupted ahead. Dust, smoke, and shattered rocks scattered everywhere. Wu Guang quickly turned the other way. Without hesitation, he leaped down and reached out, swiftly grabbing Sion's hand. The two of them fell into the deep pit together. Above them, Hao Chuan was pinned against the stone wall by the tip of a sword. Xiuyan frowned and demanded through clenched teeth, "Why did you attack young warrior Helion with sword energy?" Holding his sword, Hao Chuan argued, "What nonsense are you talking about? I was only aiming at the corpse. Regardless of what happened, I cannot tolerate your arrogant attitude, Lady Shui." His words filled her with contempt. "I finally understand why my master told me to beware of promises made by members of the Orthodox sections. With such a vile character, you will never catch up to young warrior Helion or young warrior Kai." They stared at each other with open hostility. A voice suddenly startled them. "What are you two doing?" Hao Chuan immediately lowered his sword and replied meekly, "Senior, please forgive us. We merely had a small misunderstanding." Nearby, Fu Xian silently observed everything. Just as Yin said, a cold gleam flashed through his eyes. "I want to kill him with my own hands, but first I must escape and reunite with the Black Lion Knights." Xiuyan refused to let the matter go. "A misunderstanding? You used sword energy to attack someone on our side," Tang Zheng replied in a low voice. "Azure Heaven Sword Yang Hao Chuan saved us. Shouldn't you be grateful?" Xiuyan frowned and cursed inwardly. "These bastards." Sun Xiang then approached with a group of people. "Lady Shui." He approached and whispered, "Please stop. Those people are not worth wasting your time on." She turned and replied, "We must rescue young warrior Helion and young warrior Kai." After observing for some time, Shi Feng concluded, "The stone gate has descended. We can't go any farther. For now, we should focus on finding a way out." Xiuyan nodded. "Understood." Elsewhere, the other two had fallen into a deep pit. Si un stirred before regaining consciousness. He struggled to sit up and looked around. "Where is this? What the hell happened?" His gaze stopped on the opening high above. "I fell from that height and survived?" "Don't tell me." It was Kai Wu Guang. Xian carefully examined his body. "Now that I think about it, I owe him my life." He suddenly remembered something. "I still have this." He pulled out a palm-sized bamboo tube. "I'm glad I bought this night pearl torch from Lady Shui." The slash across his abdomen throbbed, infuriating Xian. "Yang Hao Chuan, you bastard. Just wait until I get my hands around your neck." "Damn, this hurts like hell. If not for death-escaping meditation, I would have taken that attack head-on." He looked up at the opening again. "So it was here all along." Thinking about the two of them, he nodded in realization. This is where the romance between Kai Wu Guang and Xiuyan began. Xian frowned slightly and muttered, "My head. I only remember being struck by Yang Hao Chuan's sword and falling somewhere." A sound nearby caught his attention. Xian warily raised the night pearl torch. "Who's there?" Wu Guang emerged from the darkness carrying a large sack. "Yin, are you awake?" Xiuyan started blankly for a moment. "Yin," he thought in disbelief. "Why is he suddenly acting so familiar with me?" Wu Guang slowly approached. "You've been unconscious for several days." Xiuyan flinched in surprise. "What? That long?" Wu Guang did not answer, and instead removed the sack from his back. Xian stared in horror at the pile of insects before him. What the hell were those things? Tai Wu Guang cheerfully picked one up. "They may look a little disgusting, but they taste pretty good. I ate plenty of them while training in the cave, so go ahead. There's nothing to worry about." Xiuyan answered shikiri. "Understand." Tai Wu Guang then placed it over the fire. "Let's roast them." Xian's eyes immediately lit up. Did this man have fire in his hands or something? He watched Tai Wu Guang's every move intently. Was he trying to use something from the box of secret manuals to start a fire? What was that white sheet of paper? A symbol resembling a compass had been drawn on it. The instant Xian saw it, his face went pale. "Wait!" Tai Wu Guang smiled and turned around just as the flames flared up. Xian gritted his teeth and reached desperately for the paper. Damn it! He immediately drew the sword at his waist and slashed, sending dust and smoke billowing everywhere. The powerful sword strike extinguished the fire Tai Wu Guang had just lit. Tai Wu Guang stared wide-eyed at the embers flying past him. It took him a moment to react. "Wait, what the hell did you just do, Yin?" Meanwhile, Xian was frantically searching for something. "Where is it?" He finally pulled out a half-burned piece of paper. "This is a map. These are scale markings and symbols." Tai Wu Guang looked puzzled. "What are you doing? We should hurry up and roast these things." Before he could finish, Xian cut him off angrily. "Those bugs aren't important right now." Ignoring everything else, he concentrated on his thoughts. The infamous thief, who exactly was he, judging from all the traps, formations, and details on the map? Tai Wu Guang turned away sulkily. "But I'm hungry." Sion carefully pieced the scraps of paper together. At a glance, it appeared to be a map of the cave. Tai Wuguang approached with wide eyes. It looks like a cave map, but it also resembles a city. Sion remained silent. Did that mean there was an entire city down here? After a moment of silence, Tai Wuguang muttered, "There are many blank areas on the map. I think I can figure out where we are." Sion spun around upon hearing that. "You know where we are?" Tai Wuguang reached out and pointed to a spot. "Why are you so surprised? Isn't this where we fought?" Sion stared blankly at him. "How can you be sure?" Tai Wuguang closed his eyes and stood still for a long while. "If you circulate your internal energy and probe the area, you can sense everything around you." Sion's face gradually pallid. What was this guy, a radar? What a freak. Sion quickly regained his composure. "Let's see. If this is where we are," Tai Wuguang suddenly shouted again, "I'm hungry." He wandered off and happened to find several wooden planks. After lifting them all, several books were revealed underneath. "These are..." Tai Wuguang picked them up and sighed. The secret manuals those old foxes from the Wudong sect were desperate to obtain. Serves those lunatics right. Tai Wuguang then turned around and called cheerfully, "Yin, look!" It seems they weren't damaged at all. The moment Sion saw them, he flinched. "Those are..." He hurried over to examine them. In truth, these were counterfeit secret manuals prepared by the Shadow Army. Sion imagined a man going berserk. Mastering them would unleash tremendous power at first, but the practitioner could eventually be possessed by their inner demon and become a demonic fiend. He hurriedly turned around. "Warrior Tai, were there any other secret manuals besides these?" Tai Wuguang shook his head. "No siun silently calculative." The thundercloud annihilation technique that Wu Yuangue stole in the novel was not here. Thinking of the old man put Sion somewhat at ease. Wu Yuangue had still fallen into corruption and become a cripple, which meant the plot had not changed. The fire was lit once again. Tai Wuguang eagerly held up a skewer of insects. "Let's hurry up and cook them." Sion remained lost in thought. He burned those manuals without even knowing they were fake. Tai Wuguang turned back and called, "Come over and eat." An idea suddenly occurred to Sion. Was he not greedy because of the protagonist's aura? After finishing their meal, the two ventured deeper inside. Sion looked around curiously. "Where are we?" Tai Wuguang, who had been humming to himself, suddenly stopped. Sion was still lamenting the taste of the bugs when Tai Wuguang called out, "Yun." Looking over, Sion saw him standing before a crack in the rocks. "I found a secret passage. Sion Froze. A secret passage? I've never seen this before." He truly is the protagonist. Luck is a skill in itself. Tai Wuguang paid it little attention and took the lead. "Let's go." The two descended the steps one after another. A source of light shone at the end of the passage. Sion was overwhelmed by the sight before him. Glowing blue stones had been embedded in the ceiling. The place they had entered resembled an extremely ancient structure. Sion looked around and speculated, "I think this really is a city. The roads even lead to waterways." A loud noise suddenly rang out nearby. It came from a monster crawling out of the darkness. Sion's face instantly went pale. What the hell? The two immediately turned and ran. They quickly hid behind a massive pillar. Following the noise, the monster searched everywhere for them. Sion prepared to draw his sword. What was a subterranean beast from the monster cave doing here? A hand slowly pressed his arm down. Sion looked at Tai Wuguang in confusion. Tai Wuguang fearfully pressed himself against the pillar. "It's coming this way." The monster suddenly approached and sniffed Tai Wuguang. What is that idiot planning this time? A moment later, it opened its mouth and shrieked. Was it dangerous? The monster's body suddenly stiffened. Before their astonished eyes, it turned around and left. It then resumed, crawling along the ground. Sion stared wide-eyed at Tai Wuguang. "Warrior Tai, what just happened?" Tai Wuguang slowly took something out. "While you were unconscious, I prepared a few things to deal with them. They can't approach this kind of moss." Seeing the moss in his hand, Sion trembled with anger. "If only I'd known this sooner, I wouldn't have struggled so much in the monster cave." The two continued deeper inside. Monsters like the one they had just encountered were now everywhere. After slipping past them, they continued their journey. Tai Wuguang stopped before a narrow slit of light. Sion once again carefully examined their surroundings. No matter how many times he looked, this place did not resemble the architecture of the Central Plains. In fact, it looked more like a Western style. His gaze suddenly stopped in one direction. There was a drawing on the wall behind the vines. What did the direction marked on the map mean? Sion approached and forcefully tore away the vines. As he struggled to remove them, he wondered whether the person who created this tomb might have come from the modern world. Remembering Sue, Sion hurriedly dismissed the thought. No, I shouldn't jump to conclusions. The moment he saw the whole thing clearly, his expression froze. Before him was a wall covered in drawings. Symbols were scattered everywhere, with the figure of a man in the center. The more Sion studied the symbols, the more suspicious he became. Aren't these the floral seals of the sun and moon divine cult? Let's see. Sion's gaze shifted toward the center. The Supreme Lord of all things possessed strange knowledge, as though he had come from another world. He used that knowledge to create rare devices no one had ever seen before. Sion stared at the drawings in shock. Don't tell me this man also came from the modern world. The images changed to show soldiers fighting against one man. During the Supreme Lord's reign, the chosen crown prince launched a rebellion. As a result, the Supreme Lord of all things fled to the Central Plains with his loyal followers. It's somewhat similar to the story of an ancient empire I once read about in the library. Sion scratched his head thoughtfully. Don't tell me they ruled the western territories, including the frontier, before the desert tribes appeared. I only read a summary of these stories, so I can't remember the details. A series of dark corridors now stretched before them. The inscription said they went underground and built an entire city. Don't tell me this place was their capital. Tai Wuguang suddenly spoke beside him. An empire? Which empire? After a brief start, Sion explained, no matter how I look at it, this carving seems to depict an emperor. Tai Wuguang murmured, an emperor. After a moment, he carefully pointed out, personally, I think he looks more like a leader or perhaps some kind of god. His words startled Sion. Part of the wall had crumbled. This pattern has been destroyed. I can't read it. A war? A clan? Descendants? He carefully ran his hand along the inscription. The ancient tomb. These were messages left behind by the infamous thief. How did the infamous thief know about our cult's floral seals? Tai Wuguang asked curiously. Do you know what it is? Sion answered honestly. It seems to be a code, but too much has been destroyed for me to decipher it. Tai Wuguang immediately turned away. Then let's keep moving. Sion remained troubled. Could the infamous thief have been the last descendant of the ancient empire? Tai Wuguang called out once again. Let's go, Yin. The two soon arrived at another location. A gigantic door blocked the end of the path. Sion swallowed nervously. This is it, the place where Tai Wuguang obtains his fortunate encounter. Tai Wuguang clenched his fist in preparation. There must be something inside. Should I break it down? Sion sighed and stopped him. What if the entire place collapses? He approached the flower carved into the center of the door. In the novel, Tai Wuguang entered after breaking through the wall behind it, not through this door. It also took him quite some time to circle back here. With that thought, Sion reached out and tried turning the flower. A flash of light suddenly shone from its center. The door slowly opened, leaving Sion dumbfounded. It opened? The door never opened in the novel. Tai Wuguang paid no attention and casually walked inside. The door opened, just as I expected. You're a genius, Yin. Sion remained frozen in place. How did that happen? Beyond the door was an enormous chamber. Why did this place look so much like the monster cave? Tai Wuguang turned to look in one direction. This place is larger than I expected. There may be an exit here. Sion nodded in agreement. Sound good. He then suggested, in that case, let's split up and search. Tai Wuguang's entire body suddenly went rigid. Sion looked at him suspiciously. What are you staring at? Tai Wuguang began walking forward. A box rested on the stone pedestal ahead. That's chaotic images flashed through Sion's mind. He had seen the box's pattern in Tai Wuguang's memories. Tai Wuguang had already picked it up. Why is this box here? Sion looked at him in confusion. Why was he making that face upon seeing it? Tai Wuguang spoke in a low voice. The enemies who slaughtered my family carried this with them. He clutched his head and muttered, they stole it from my father and left it here. Sion's face twisted as he thought, could you tell me that story without dropping it on me so suddenly? Tai Wuguang opened the box, but there was nothing inside. Without thinking much of it, he tucked the box into his robe. Seeing Sion still standing there in a daze, he called out, what are you still looking at? Sion followed behind him while thinking, isn't he being far too friendly toward me? I'm supposed to kill him. This is so frustrating. Come to think of it, is that really the best way to kill him? If the protagonist dies, the entire world might disappear as well. A voice echoed through the still night. Deputy leader, did the leader fall in the trap? Fuxian calmly recounted what had happened. At first, he said he needed to walk into that trap himself and told me not to interfere. But after someone from an orthodox sect ambushed him, he ended up truly getting trapped. After a brief pause, he muttered, although I arrived a little late, he should still be fine. Mu Damping turned away furiously. Those orthodox bastards. How dare they attack the man who saved them? A noise behind them caught Mu Damping's attention. Fuxian also spun around at once. A group of black-clad, armed figures charged toward them. Seeing them, Mu Damping swiftly drew a dagger. The two simultaneously blocked the attacker's strikes. Staring at the sharp blade before him, Mu Damping growled, "Who the hell are you bastard?" At the same time, a hand slowly drew back a bowstring. Fuxian raised his bow and aimed straight ahead. The masked attackers were cleanly taken down. Mu Damping turned pale as he looked over. I should have practiced archery when I was younger. Fuxian approached the trembling men. Who are these people? Don't tell me the tomb itself is a trap. The sight before him made Fuxian flinch. Blisters gradually spread across their bodies. Fuxian raised a hand to signal those behind him. Fall back. He regarded the writhing men with contempt. Those crafty old foxes. Fuxian then raised a hand to his mouth and whistled. Even our cult would never go this far. I'm now certain they're neither exiles from our faction nor members of the martial sections. We need to extract information from them. If we let them escape this easily, capturing them next time will be much harder. A large group of subordinates appeared in response to his signal. Fuxian turned to assign their tasks. Split into two groups. One group will search for our leader's party. The rest of you will follow me. Everyone present nodded in agreement. Following his orders, they immediately dispersed. Elsewhere, Tai Wuguang called out loudly again, "Yun, there's a passage over here." Xiun answered, "I'm coming." Xiun struggled to keep a clear head. Why am I hesitating? If I remain indecisive, I'll be the one in danger. I have to be decisive. He isn't a real person, merely a character from my novel. Tai Wuguang stood silently before a stone pedestal. The moment Xian saw it, he recognized it. That's right. This is the only way to kill Tai Wuguang. He imagined Tai Wuguang cultivating atop the pedestal. When using sound waves to probe his surroundings, Tai Wuguang would need to concentrate his energy on defense. Once the process was complete, no sorcery or curse technique would affect him. Tai Wuguang's brows furrowed slightly. However, while circulating his internal energy, his mind would be distracted, leaving him unable to defend himself. This is my chance. Xian could not restrain himself and rushed over. Incredible. I can sense an immense power coming from it. After speaking, Xian looked at Tai Wuguang again. Is he really doing it? What is he searching for? Xian's expression darkened. No matter how he considered it, this was simply too unbelievable. The flower carved into the stone pedestal was glowing. All the energy in the cave was gathering around that lotus platform. It was a formation designed to amplify its master's power. Why would the infamous thief's tomb contain something like this? After examining it for a long while, Tai Wuguang said, "You must already know that I successfully mastered the divine white sword manual." Xian stared blankly before answering. "From what I saw of the future, yes." Thinking of that man, Tai Wuguang continued, 200 years ago, the divine white sword sect possessed the greatest martial arts in the world. Do you know what happened to its leader in his final days? Xiun was confused. The final days of the divine white sword sect's leader? He hesitantly replied, "I don't know." Recalling what had happened, Tai Wuguang explained, "The truth is he lost a duel." Xian exclaimed in astonishment. The leader of the divine white sword sect, the strongest man in the world, lost? That's impossible. Tai Wuguang calmly explained. That is what he personally wrote. Moreover, his opponent was a young man barely over 20. Sunesiais widened in disbelief. Someone that young was capable of matching him. Tai Wuguang's voice gradually lowered. It was never officially recorded, but a determined gleam appeared in Tai Wuguang's eyes. According to the divine white sword sect's records, that young swordsman came from another world. They said his techniques and knowledge were unlike anything the divine white sword had ever seen or heard of. The revelation struck Xian like a bolt of lightning. He immediately stepped forward and bombarded him with questions. Really? Are there any other records about that swordsman? Please tell me. Warrior Tae. Tae Wu-guang did not understand his sudden interest. Is something wrong? Of course. I have no problem telling you. But just then, the door behind them abruptly opened. Both of them instantly went on alert as a dart suddenly flew toward them. Wu-guang immediately swung his sword and knocked it away. Who are you? A group of people appeared before them. A small figure slowly emerged from behind them. That is what I would like to ask. After a short pause, the old man tilted his head. How did you get in here? Siun's face tourned deathly pale. That mask. Why is he already here? He swept his gaze over them. That man is a mid-tier boss who is supposed to appear in the second half of the novel. Besides, I'm sure Tae Wu-guang did not clash with anyone when he received the blessing. The scene of himself pushing the door open flashed through his mind. What if this happened because, unlike in the novel, I was the one who opened the door first? The old man waved his hand. Take them alive. We will interrogate them ourselves. At his command, his subordinates immediately charged. Wu-guang's figure flashed past Sion's eyes. A cold gleam flashed in Wu-guang's eyes as his sword swept out, cutting them down one after another. They were all quickly defeated. Seeing this, the old man fell silent, deep in thought. Wu-guang spoke first. There is something I want to ask you. The other man remained silent. A moment later, Wu-guang leveled his sword at him. You had better answer honestly, or this sword will take your head. He raised the hand holding the box. Wu-guang then called out loudly, I will spare anyone who can explain what this box is. The cult leader extended his razor-sharp claws. Forgive me, but we cannot do that. With those words, he launched himself straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Wu-guang. The tremendous pressure from his attack shattered the ground. The men behind Sion trembled so violently that they could barely stand. They suddenly raised their swords against themselves. The sun and moon divine cult shall endure forever. Sion spunaron in alarm. What the hell? These lunatics have lost their minds. Wu-guang blocked the attack while glancing in their direction. Sion thought, I have to go help him. The ground in front of him suddenly exploded, and an anxious shout rang through the dust. Sion, are you all right? His sword spun, creating a vortex in midair. Sion stood his ground, gripping his sword firmly. He frowned and let out a shaky breath. Was there poison in those men's blood? Those treacherous bastards. He turned to look aside. Either way, we are in serious trouble. Wu-guang was struggling against the cult leader. It does not look like Tae Wu-guang can defeat him yet. That only becomes possible after he grows stronger in the later chapters. Wu-guang swung his sword, unleashing a barrage of slashes. He then quickly retreated. The cult leader calmly stroked his long beard. I truly do not understand. Someone wielding a lost martial art has appeared in a place where no outsider is permitted to set foot. The old man turned toward Wu-guang. What an extraordinary child. How did you accomplish such a feat? Sion immediately let out a mocking laugh. What outdated nonsense. Such things do not even exist. Sion exhaled and continued. Or perhaps you can see the future. His eyes widened as he thought. Let me see through this old fool's plan. A stream of energy slowly crept toward the cult leader. Mind-reading art. The old man's eyes opened wide at the same time. Sion felt as if his body had been cast into a dark void. I cannot see anything. When he returned to reality, he was still reeling in shock. Sion gasped for breath. That was insane. Now that I think about it, he almost read my thoughts instead. Is it because he is a mid-tier boss? Hurried footsteps echoed across the ground. The cult leader warily thrust out his claws. What are you trying to do? A brilliant sword arc slashed straight at him. Wu-guang suddenly appeared in front of Sion and shielded him. The old man withdrew his hand with an irritated growl. How troublesome. Fine threads seemed to extend from his fingers. Horrified, Sion shouted a warning. Warrior Tae, be careful. The moment he looked up, he was startled. The members of the Blood Heaven cult were all advancing toward them. Sion sprang aside to evade one man's fist. Then they all charged him at once. There was no time to worry about their identities. Precise sword strikes came at him one after another. Sion frowned as he struggled to evade them. A powerful attack sent him flying, his feet carving a long trail across the ground. Damn it! They attacked again like mindless beasts. Sion extended his hand and manipulated the surrounding power. I have to survive first. In an instant, he was holding two swords. Jade Ghost Sword Art. As their blades descended, Sion gritted his teeth and resolutely charged forward. he unleashed a tremendously powerful sword strike. The Blood Heaven cult members were caught completely off guard. Xian then slowly backed away. Glancing toward Wu Guang, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. He did not see it. The cult leader's claws repeatedly scraped against Wu Guang's blade. An enormous pressure forced Wu Guang backward. Xian immediately tried to assist him, but the cult leader's figure was already directly in front of him. Power gathered around the old man's hand. That sword art. You came from Xinjiang. You must be the one who shattered the prophecy and threw all of Xinjiang into chaos. Sionesse body involuntari di Stephen. What is this murderous aura? I can barely breathe. The enemy was already before him. I will never forgive anyone who defies the prophecy. Sion's eyes widened, but his entire body remained frozen. I am going to die. He gathered all his strength and shouted, Daemu. The name made the old man stop dead. Where did you hear that name? The corners of Sion's mouth slowly rose. I wonder. Before he could finish, a fist slammed into his stomach. Sion immediately collapsed to his knees. Looking down at him, the cult leader coldly ordered, Tell me everything you know about that name, and I will grant you a painless death. Sion's face had turned deathly pale. Enough of your rambling. The other man growled and raised his hand. You filthy little rat. A noise rang out beneath the night sky. Have you found him? Another voice answered, Not yet. Fu Xian frowned and looked around. What the hell happened to you, Xian? Every sound caught his attention. When he heard something from the cave, Fu Xian rushed inside without a word. Cries of pain came from within. A man lying on the ground screamed, My eyes! Who are those masked men? The man was soon helped outside. Mu Sheng and Shi Feng shouted, Get the wounded outside. Follow me. Ignoring the frantic cries of hurry this way, Hao Chun quietly walked off to one side. He then carefully concealed the object on his person, the thunder of destruction. I never thought it would fall into my hands. The thought filled him with excitement. With this, I will definitely kill Tei Wu Guang. A sword tore through the air ahead. The cult leader tilted his head and evaded it before slowly landing on the ground. A multitude of other swords appeared before him. Caught off guard, the cult leader could only continue dodging. Only then did Xian notice what was happening. Wu Guang stood atop a pile of rubble, coldly swinging his sword. Sionesse eyes widened in astonishment. Swart manifestation. Incredible. Has Tei Wu Guang already reached this level? The cult leader suddenly fell unnaturally silent. A moment later, the mask on his face cracked. It split into two pieces and fell to the ground. The cult leader paid it no mind. To have reached this level at your age, just as the wielder of the divine white sword predicted, your technique is quite impressive. Wu Guang abruptly froze upon hearing that. The old man reached out and seized Xian by the throat. The cult leader glared at him and tightened his fingers. However, even an exceptional individual cannot change the course of events. Wu Guang immediately charged forward. Stop! Neither man reacted. Then the cult leader suddenly shoved Xian backward. His target shifted to Wu Guang. You have left this old man no choice but to kill you. Wu Guang fearlessly raised his sword. If you are so old, then retire already. The crushing pressure made Wu Guang struggle. Watching the situation unfold, Xian thought, perhaps I should use this opportunity to escape. But he quickly came to his senses. No, Tei Wu Guang is no match for that old man right now. The thought of Wu Guang being beheaded made Xian shudder. Even if I escape, that old man will kill Tei Wu Guang and come after me afterward. Xian finally steeled himself and gripped his sword again. In that case, he crouched and sprang forward. I have no choice but to help Tei Wu Guang. At that moment, the cult leader punched Wu Guang directly in the chest. Xian faltered at the sight. Xian's face immediately turned pale. What am I supposed to do if he's already finished? The cloth wrapped around Wu Guang's forehead suddenly came loose. It fell away, revealing a symbol engraved on his forehead. The cult leader immediately froze. Xian recognized it as well. That is the symbol from the box. A cold bead of sweat ran down the old man's face. The successor of the divine white sword. He bears the leader's mark on his forehead. By the time he recovered, Xian was already helping Wu Guang escape. The two slowly made their way toward the door. Now, we only have to reach that passage. We're almost there. What has this guy been eating? Why is he so heavy? An immense power erupted behind them. Why are you in such a hurry? Soon hostili spunaround. A beam of light shot past and cut across their path. The space ahead exploded, and fragments of stone rained down without end. Damn it, the exit. Power gathered in the old man's outstretched hand. You who escaped the prophecy, surrender the successor of the white heavenly sword and accept your death. Sion frowned as he considered his options. What should I do? Wait. His gaze fell upon a distant stone platform. He immediately stood and spoke in a taunting voice. No chance. The moment the words left his mouth, he changed direction. Sion sprinted toward the stone platform with all his strength. Whatever happens, I either risk everything or we both die. The cult leader's entire body stiffened. What are you doing? Dread filled his heart. No, the forbidden lotus platform. Sion had already gathered momentum and leaped into the air. The old man reacted and hurriedly reached out to stop him. Stop! A faint smile appeared at the corner of Sion's mouth. Sion casually raised his middle finger. The cult leader's face visibly turned pale. No, Sion's eyes suddenly widened. He looked around in confusion. What the hell? None of this was here when Te Wuguang came down. A voice echoed through the darkness. Come forth, my successor, you who have entered the promised path. Startled, Sion called back. Who are you? The voice quickly introduced itself. My name is Yelu Huangcheng, the man they call the most notorious thief in the martial world. Sion immediately realized that is the thief's voice. Is he still alive? Sion turned and shouted, Where are you, Yelu Huangcheng? The man did not answer and calmly continued. The Yelu order has protected this secret for a very long time. Sion kept searching. Yelu Huangcheng. The voice continued its message. We inherited an ancient lotus platform thousands of years ago. After a moment, Sion accepted the truth. Is this only a recorded voice? It must be part of the system. Huangcheng's voice rang out again. Ultimately, every martial manual, system, and sect came from the same origin. The members of our Yelu order dedicated their lives to finding and protecting that origin. CIS expression fausse. The ancient lotus platform. Every system, sect, and martial manual originated from the same thing. The voice continued. That secret sent waves throughout the world. Although we created a new page of history in our time, it was already too late to pass it down to future generations, for they had traced our footsteps. Sion raised his head, his eyes wide. Countless streams of light gradually converged in one place. From this moment onward, I shall pass all the achievements of my companions and myself on to you. The name of this secret art is the Transcendent Adversary Energy Art. Sion closed his eyes and absorbed the complete martial art. Then he suddenly jolted and opened his eyes wide. Bolts of lightning spread around him, making Sion cry out in pain. The cult leader remained within sight. Stop! A thunderous impact erupted in midair. The cult leader's eyes widened as he stared downward in astonishment. Wuguang charged in with his sword and intercepted the attack. He frowned slightly and tightened his grip on the hilt. A powerful force immediately sent the old man flying. Wuguang lightly adjusted his grip on the sword. Then he advanced one step at a time. Hey, old man, let's fight again. The old man's fury erupted. Do you have a death wish? A sphere filled with immense power shot forward. Wuguang immediately launched himself toward it. How dare you? He brought his sword down with all his might. Even the combined force of his two swords failed to make the sphere budge. The cult leader gave a low, mocking laugh. Do you truly think you can withstand this? He waved his hand, forcefully driving the sphere forward. The crushing pressure made Wuguang cough up blood. He was then hurled far away. The sword in his hand also spun out of control. The cult leader slowly approached. Your efforts are futile, successor of the divine white sword. The sphere had now accumulated the energy it required. The old man aimed it directly at Sion. Wuguang forced himself up and screamed, No. He hurried forward to block the attack. Wuguang caught it directly with his bare hands. Its immense destructive power began ravaging his body. The veins bulged across Wuguang's straining hands. The cult leader calmly snapped his fingers. This is the end. The space ahead instantly exploded. The cult leader slowly stepped closer. He stared in disbelief at the shattered stone platform. Where is he? Sensing danger, the cult leader immediately spun around. Sion placed Wuguang on the ground and exhaled. The cult leader's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you evade the jade blood annihilation? Sion ignored him and focused on examining Wuguang. He reached out, releasing a stream of energy. he could still feel Wu Guang's pulse. Xian withdrew his hand and quickly searched for something. His injuries are too severe. At this rate, Tei Wu Guang will die. Xian carefully took out a pill. I wanted to save this, but it looks like I have no other choice. I still need to hear the rest of the story about that mysterious leader. He then slowly stood. Old man, the martial art you just used. Did you call it the Jade Blood Annihilation? The corner of his mouth rose slightly. Jade Blood, what a distinctive name. Since someone from Daemu is using it, I now know who you are. His words immediately enraged the cult leader. This bastard knows too much. An immense surge of power shot straight ahead. Xian remained standing without moving. The ground immediately exploded under the impact. The cult leader leisurely approached from afar. Xian now lay motionless on the ground. The sight made the old man wary. After taking that attack, is he truly dead? The foot rose and stomped down hard on his hand. Suddenly, Xian's body radiated a burst of light. The next instant, he vanished before the old man's eyes. Realizing he had been deceived, the cult leader snarled furiously, "You brats." A subordinate hurried up from behind and reported, "Lord Bloodjade, the tomb's foundations are collapsing." Hearing that, the old man turned and ordered in a low voice, "Take everyone away for treatment." The man immediately complied. "Yes, sir." The old man was soon left alone amid the crumbling ruins. "You brats, I will find all of you soon, and I will finish you with my own hands." Dark clouds gradually covered the late-night moon. Faint sounds came from beneath the ground, followed by a powerful hand bursting through the surface. Gritting his teeth, Xian dragged himself out of the hole and reached forward to grip the ground. Once he was out, Xian struggled to pull Wu Guang up after him. One of his eyebrows twitched. What kind of hellish situation is this? What crime did I commit in my past life? Only after a long while did Xian finally collapse onto the ground. "I'm dying here." He then recalled what he had felt earlier. "I survived thanks to the waves of internal energy. We escaped because I could sense which areas wouldn't collapse." He suddenly turned to look beside him. Wait, he isn't going to die, is he? After examining him, Xian concluded, "It looks like he's been poisoned. For now, I'll place him under an ice crystal stasis seal." With that, he raised his head, brought a hand to his mouth, and whistled. A group of people immediately appeared. Fu Xian quickly arrived with the others. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Leader, there you are." Xian waved and chuckled. "You people, I nearly died back there." Early the following morning, they returned to the sect. A cry rang out from outside the main hall. "My beloved leader!" The strategist came rushing over in tears. "Leader, I thought something terrible had happened to you." Xian smiled and gently reassured him. "I'm sorry for worrying you, strategist." Then he glanced behind himself. "More importantly, please summon a physician." Guanho stepped forward to inspect the patient and was taken aback. "Is this man from the Martial Alliance?" "Sionan suert firmly. Il explain everything later." "Call physician first." A short while later, they gathered in the sect's main residence. After thinking for a long time, Guanho still could not understand it. "Jiangshi? Isn't that ancient history connected to our divine cult? Who knows what those people are plotting?" He sighed helplessly. Who would be reckless enough to use our cult's name as part of their scheme? Fuxian slowly spoke it. At this rate, even though I identified some of the masked men from the leader's description, we still couldn't capture them alive. Some told lies after being caught, while others self-destructed when they joined an expedition, causing a major disaster. Sion frowned slightly. The Martial Alliance must have anticipated how our divine cult would respond. Recalling Yuan Gue leading the group, he speculated, perhaps the expedition went to the Martial Alliance to lodge a complaint. They divided their forces and searched every corner, saying they would split up to inspect the tomb. He then turned and asked, "Did those strange young heroes return to the Martial Alliance as well?" The other man hesitated before answering. "They did, but things don't look good." Didn't Zhuge Shifeng already know the tomb's location and its traps? He's currently being detained. Yang Haochuan used that as an excuse to accuse those young heroes of colluding with our divine cult. That's why the Martial Alliance imprisoned him. Xian could not help cursing. That Yang Haochuan really does nothing but create trouble. Fu Xian continued quietly, "I haven't forgotten how he stabbed you in the back either, leader." After sighing, Xian asked, "What about our divine cult?" Fu Xian gestured dismissively. "I've contacted them too. A reply came for you." A scroll was immediately handed over. "It's a confidential letter, so I don't know what it says." After reading it carefully, Xian concluded, "Asana Ruslin has been assassinated." Just as I expected. He suddenly thought of Luan Zhan. Our plan to advance into the Central Plains will probably have to be postponed. The divine cult's forces will head to the border first. Just as the second young master predicted, we've drawn attention. His next words stunned both men. It appears the expedition into the Central Plains will have to be delayed. After a long silence, Guan Ho spoke again. Then are we returning to the cult? Xian looked at him and warned quietly, don't bring that up. We can remain here in the Central Plains until further orders. A noise then caught their attention. The door before them was pulled open, and the strategist entered with his head bowed. Leader, the physician has finished examining young hero Kai Wuguang. Xian arrived and silently listened to the physician's diagnosis. He's no different from an empty shell. In this condition, I cannot predict what will happen to him. Looking at Wu Guang's weakened body, he continued, the patient's body is filled with a high-temperature poison, yet his skin is as cold as stone. A possibility occurred to Xian. Perhaps that's because of the ice crystal. He then asked quietly, is there no way to neutralize the poison? Even the physician struggled to explain it. To be honest, it would be more accurate to say that he is dead on the inside. The physician turned and slowly continued. That poison is still alive and seems to possess a will of its own. Regulating it through acupuncture or medicine would be extremely difficult. Si on fait silent in tot, an ice crystal stasis seal has its limits. We must force the poison out of his body soon. The physician sighed again. The Martial Alliance's divine physician might have a way, but this old man is helpless. Xian's eyes immediately lit up, and he murmured two words. The divine physician. Moonlight cast a cold glow across the hall's roof. Inside a room, the cult leader questioned someone in a low voice. They left tracks behind, yet you still lost them? The subordinate repeatedly kowtowed and pleaded, please spare my life. The old man remained silent, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. The man's face instantly turned deathly pale. The cult leader then snarled an order. Use your head and find him. Report any information directly to the leader. They all dropped to their knees. Yes, sir. We will prepare everything. Thinking of Xian, the old man gritted his teeth and growled. The prophecy must be fulfilled no matter what happens. We cannot leave behind any potential threat. Sunlight streamed through the narrow gaps as a doubtful voice rang through the room. The Martial Alliance? The strategist exclaimed in shock. Are you planning to go to the Martial Alliance personally, sir? Xian leaned back in his chair and answered calmly. I've considered meeting the divine physician and asking him to save Kai Wuguang. Guan Ho looked unconvinced. Wouldn't it be enough to send Kai Wuguang there? Is there some special reason you need to go personally? Xian closed his eyes and sighed helplessly. I wish there wasn't, but given the current circumstances, the Martial Alliance will probably use Kai Wuguang as leverage in negotiations. Guan Ho stared at him with widened eyes. Leverage? Fu Xian immediately understood. Is it because of those people pretending to be on our side? The images of Luan Zhan and Sha Jia standing together came to mind. That's right. Our cult is concentrating its military strength on the border incidents while gaining an advantage by intervening among the various factions. After a long silence, Xian suddenly asked, what if the Martial Alliance sends an army to Xinjiang? Guan Ho's eyes widened and his mouth fell open in shock. Fu Xian could not hide his concern either. The strategist finally summarized, you're saying you'll go there personally to prove that we weren't behind those incidents, correct? Only then did Xian sit upright and confirm solemnly, that's right. It may be risky, but I must go to the Martial Alliance for our sake. He silently calculated his priorities. First, we must wake Kai Wuguang so we can learn about the mysterious master who defeated the White Sword God sect. Second, in case I cannot return in time, I must minimize the consequences of a war between our cult and the Martial Alliance. Xian recalled the power the cult leader had displayed. Their strength completely surpassed my expectations, and there may be many more people like him. Kai Wuguang is far from the only danger. He raised an eyebrow in thought. The plot keeps changing because of me. The cult's strength has been revealed far too soon. Seeing that he remained silent, the strategist continued, will they believe you? Won't they suspect you because you're a member of our divine cult? The corners of Xian's mouth slowly curved upward. When undertaking something momentous, there are three things you must remember. The three men before him fell silent at once. Seeing that, he raised two fingers. They share the same bloodline, and they once studied together. And he raised another finger as he revealed the final detail. They come from the same homeland. At the same time, a peaceful atmosphere surrounded the Tang sect's grand hall. Inside a room, two people sat facing each other. One of them could no longer restrain himself and slammed his hand onto the table. Soo-jun clenched his fist and shouted, "Young hero Hellion is still missing. Why is the Martial Alliance acting so slowly?" Jiaming calmly took a sip of tea. "Young patriarch, losing your temper will not change the situation." Only then did Soo-jun lower his voice. "If I hadn't suddenly gone in there, I wouldn't have been forced to leave in such a hurry." Jiaming nodded. "That is why you were confined to your quarters." After a pause, he explained sternly, "The Patriarch had no choice but to remove you from the Martial Alliance's expedition because those people were suspected of being spies from the demonic cult." Soo-jun froze in disbelief. How could young hero Hellion and Kai Wu-guang be spies from the demonic cult? Don't you see it, senior? This is all happening because they're trying to cover up the mistakes made by Yang Haochuan and Tang Zheng. Jiaming did not answer. He raised a hand to his mouth and warned, "Stop. Someone might hear you." Soo-jun muttered frantically, "Of all the Martial Alliance's factions, who is supposed to uphold justice? The Tang clan? The leader of Sichuan? Are they all nothing but useless fools?" Jiaming sighed helplessly. "Young patriarch." He then stood and left the table. "Perhaps it is time you learned how this world truly works." The cold moon shone in the night sky. Soo-jun walked silently along the long corridor. A figure appeared from nowhere and announced, "Young patriarch, your guest has arrived." Soo-jun paid him no attention and moved past him. "I don't want to see anyone. Tell them that." Holding a note in his hand, the man replied, "He said he knew you would say that." Soo-jun silently reached out and accepted it. The moment he read its contents, his entire body froze. A short while later, Soo-jun cried out in joy, "Young hero Hellion is still alive." Meanwhile, at the docks in Chongqing, near the mouth of the Yangtze River, Sion stepped ashore and stretched comfortably. After looking around, he remarked, "That was a long journey." He then sighed inwardly. "I'm glad your confinement was lifted so you could accompany me." Young hero Hellion, how did you manage to persuade the Patriarch? Soo-jun smiled and answered casually, "Naturally, I have my ways. In any case, I don't know when we'll arrive. Once we enter the Yangtze from here, it will only take 2 days to reach Wuhan." Siu nodded. "Understood." Just then, Fuxian approached and spoke quietly. Young leader, we have a problem." Sion turned around suspiciously. "A problem?" Fuxian slowly explained. "The ship used by our merchant caravan is still being repaired, so it may take several days. I think you, young hero Tang, and young hero Kai should go on ahead." After thinking briefly, Sion ordered, "Nothing can stop us. Find us another ship first. The rest of you can board ours once the repairs are complete." Fuxian board. "Yes, leader." After that, Sion looked around. Not far away stood a small vendor stall. "We have everything you could want. Please come take a look. Everything is very cheap." The moment the proprietor saw him, he greeted him warmly. "Welcome, esteemed customer." Sion started at a mirror in surprise. "Wait, this is..." Only then did Sion realize something startling. Why is Hellion Yun's face beginning to resemble mine? Could this world be gradually assimilating me? The corners of his mouth rose slightly. At least my face won't keep looking like the one those people are accustomed to seeing. Seeing him like that, Soo-jun curiously leaned closer. "Is something wrong, young hero Hellion? Should I buy it for you?" A loud call suddenly came from the distance. "Master!" Fuxian waved and announced, "I found a ship for you." Sion immediately perked up. "Really? I'm coming." The two of them hurried toward him. I don't know what's happening, but this face. In the end, Sion set his thoughts aside. "I can think about it later." The ship left the docks and headed into open water. Countless passengers were aboard. Standing beside Soo-jun and gazing into the distance, Sion folded his arms and calculated for a while. "We'll make port tomorrow." Inside the cabin, Wu Guang's condition was gradually worsening. But if the protagonist is in this state right now, something bad may happen. Bubbles suddenly rose from beneath the water. Grappling hooks abruptly shot upward. Soon spun around in surprise. What the hell? One hook caught the edge of the ship, and several more quickly followed. Figures suddenly appeared, terrifying the passengers. A group of armed men came aboard. Someone cried out in panic. "It's the 18 pirates of the Yangtze." Seon stood wearily amid the chaos. I thought this journey was going to be easy. Soo-jun carefully turned to him and asked, "Young hero Hellion, what should we do?" A pirate brandished his saber, an old man. "Don't test me. Move faster, or I'll—" Valuables were dropped into the sack one after another. The passengers were forced to surrender their possessions. Soo-jun could no longer restrain himself and cracked his knuckles. "These bastards." A hand suddenly gripped his shoulder. Standing behind him, Seon warned quietly, "Don't waste your energy on something this trivial." Another pirate noticed them and walked over. "What are you two whispering about?" Seon smiled and took out a pouch of money. "Please forgive us. Here." Behind him, Soo-jun struggled to suppress his anger as Seon stepped forward. "It's been a difficult few days." The pirate raised an eyebrow suspiciously. "What about you, the one in the back? Raise your head." Soo-jun glared at the pirate. The man immediately approached and lifted his chin for a closer look. "Well, this is quite an unexpected prize." Another pirate walked over curiously. "Oh my, the River King will love her." Seon could only shake his head helplessly. These idiots are digging their own graves. Soo-jun was trembling with suppressed rage. "I am." The pirate leaned closer with a mocking expression. "What did you say?" Soo-jun finally growled, "A man." The two pirates froze. A moment later, delighted laughter rang across the ship. One folded his arms and grinned. "That's even better than expected." The pirate beside him immediately added, "Exactly. If this one's a man, that's even better. The River King will definitely reward us handsomely." Soo-jun's eyes gradually began glowing blue. "Is that so?" A violent surge of power erupted from his body. "How delightful, isn't it?" Seon rolled his eyes and sighed wearily. "So much for a peaceful journey." A sword flashed through the air, leaving fresh blood on its blade. A figure appeared and mercilessly cut down the pirate. Soo-jun recoiled in shock. "What the hell?" The man's face was concealed beneath his hat. Seon's eyes widened and his mouth fell open. "That man." A bird soared through the sky with its wings spread wide, and someone standing nearby extended an arm to receive it. Slender fingers glided gently across the strings. Fei Ling smiled, losing herself in the resonant melody. Without looking up, she slowly said, "It seems our great eagle has returned. Something must have happened." Chi Tian let the bird perch on his arm and turned toward her. "What is it?" He carefully removed the note tied to its leg. The message left him puzzled. "The forbidden grounds of the Yelu sect have collapsed." Her hand instantly stopped plucking the strings. Fei Ling rose and slowly approached him. "What did you just say?" He sighed and explained, "That is what the thousand-faced fox wrote." She looked confused. "Isn't the Yelu sect's forbidden ground where the Blood King went?" He frowned in displeasure. "My plan was to use the Thief's Tomb to disrupt the Orthodox faction and create conflict between them and the 8 great sects. We even planted forged secret manuals inside, so they would spread throughout the martial world." Fei Ling hesitantly said, "Aren't your plans always flawless?" "Then how could?" The hand holding the note rose into the air, cutting her off. "I do not know what happened." Chi Tian promptly burned the note. "It seems I will have to meet the Blood King in person." She flinched slightly. "My lord, are you certain you wish to leave the valley?" As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful gust swept past. Enormous talons appeared from the sky. The eagle flapped its wings and landed before him. It let out a cry, and Chi Tian asked uncertainly, "The chief of Assassin Valley?" After a moment of silence, the corner of his mouth curled upward. "The only person capable of stopping me is that person." With that, he sprang into the air. Chi Tian landed on the eagle's back. "Let us go." The bird spread its wings and soared into the sky. It flew straight toward the distant horizon. Chi Tian stared ahead resolutely. That person must have defied the prophecy. Crimson blood sprayed from a blade as the man appeared and severed a pirate's head. The sword flashed beneath the sunlight. At the sight, all the remaining pirates froze. One of them opened his mouth and roared, "Attack!" The entire mob charged forward with their weapons. "Kill him!" A figure suddenly streaked past. The pirate's face turned deathly pale. "What the—" A hand slammed directly into his face, sending his body flying. Soo-jun silently watched him fly away. The others began trembling in fear. Are they martial arts masters? Not one of them dared attack first. One pirate quietly urged another, "You go. Attack them." The man immediately refused. "Not a chance. I don't want to die yet." A noise in the distance made them rejoice. Seeing the enormous ship before them, the pirates shouted, "The Dragon King is here." The pirates quickly regained their arrogance. The Dragon King has arrived. He'll skin you alive and hang your hides from the sails. Whispers broke out around Sion. That's the Yangtze Dragon King. We're finished. Sion focused on the man. Those people look familiar. He must be a character I wrote into the novel. But who was he? A wooden gangplank dropped onto the edge of their ship. A huge figure emerged from behind the pirates. His iron-armored feet slammed heavily against the deck. He leaned sideways and drew his weapon, then brought the razor-sharp axe down with tremendous force. Lin Gongyu glared around. Who dares lay a hand on my 18 Yangtze pirates? One pirate immediately pointed them out. It was them, my lord. One look at them made Gongyu exclaim, "Good heavens!" Gongyu approached Su Jun with delight. What a pretty face. The pirate beside him quietly added, "I heard he's a man. I'm certain you'll like him, my lord." Gongyu's cheeks instantly reddened. He is exactly my type. Sion frowned and thought, the Yangtze Dragon King. If I remember correctly, he's an utter pervert who kills anyone beautiful, even men. He looks even more disgusting than I imagined. A wooden hat was tossed onto the deck. Tianji stepped forward and shielded Su Jun. Yangtze Dragon King Lin Gongyu, I wanted to pass through peacefully, but fleeing from a pervert like you would disgrace me. He pointed the tip of his sword at Gongyu. It would be sinful not to punish you. Gongyu tilted his head casually. Even if you do not know who I am, you should know your place and surrender, not challenge me. And what is with that tone of yours? His opponent finally introduced himself. I am Chiu Tianji of the Complete Truth Sect. Those words made Sion freeze. That's right, Chiu Tianji. Of course, that was his name. Gongyu looked surprised. The Complete Truth Sect? No wonder you dare speak so boldly. Are those old priests from your sect still alive? Tianji answered firmly. Of course. I, Chiu Tianji, leader of the Complete Truth Sect, shall punish you. Sion swallowed nervously, remembering Ganjue's brutality. Chiu Tianji was traveling to the Martial Alliance to deliver a prophecy concerning the conspiracy of the seven-star sage, who could interpret celestial signs. However, the old man was killed after encountering the Yangtze Dragon King. The thought made Sion's head ache. Old man, if you're carrying such an important message, you should keep a low profile. The two men had already charged into battle. Tianji swung his sword and blocked the attack. Sion's expression darkened. And because Chiu Tianji dies here, the rebellious ghost cult escapes. Gongyu opened his eyes wide and shouted defiantly, "The Complete Truth Sect is nothing." A tremendous force struck the deck beneath his feet. The enormous axe came crashing toward Tianji's head. A cold flash descended, and the axe blade pressed close to his face. Tianji's body gradually sank into the deck. A moment later, cracks began spreading across the ship. The surrounding passengers panicked. "Watch out!" Sion reached out and grabbed one of them. These idiots. The rescued man trembled in fear. "Thank you." Paying him no attention, Sion muttered, "If you're going to fight, then fight properly. Why destroy the ship?" He immediately turned and ordered, "Warrior Tang, make sure no one gets hurt." Isu Yun stared blankly. What about you, Warrior Hellion?" Sion said nothing more and rushed forward. In the novel, Kai Wu Wang killed the Yangtze Dragon King after Chiu Tianji died. But I have no choice except to act first and explain later. Gongyu laughed madly. "Didn't you say you would punish me?" Just as I thought, insects like you never know their limits. A flash appeared behind him. Gongyu tightened his grip on his axe just before he was sent flying. His feet skidded backward. Enraged, Gongyu let out a furious roar. "Who are you?" Tianji's face also froze. Sion slowly raised his sword. "Hellion Yun of the 5T's house. I am its proprietor." Tianji immediately warned him, "Young warrior, you are no match for him. I will hold him back, so hurry and flee." Sion's lips curved slightly. "You should value your life more, young warrior." Inwardly, he thought, "I just saved you, yet you're still spouting nonsense, old man." Gongyu's eyes suddenly gleamed. "You're no ordinary man either, are you?" Power gradually surged from his body. "Then I shall teach you some manners." Before he could finish, Sion charged forward and swung his sword through the air. The sight frightened Gongyu. "Wait, I'm not ready." Ignoring him, Sion clenched his teeth and slashed downward. Mysterious technique, or whatever. A razor-sharp sword flash erupted. "If I cannot defeat you, then I have failed." Gongyu's staggering body struck the railing. Sion immediately sheathed his sword. Behind him, Gongyu toppled straight into the sea. Sion stood upright and exhaled softly. My waist. The one who strikes first wins. He then began wondering, come to think of it, what was that disgusting feeling I sensed earlier? He died sooner than I expected. He returned beneath everyone's astonished gazes. Tianji's eyes were wide, and his entire body had gone rigid. A moment later, Tianji suddenly dropped to his knees. Kowtowing repeatedly, he said, I, Chio Tianji of the Complete Truth Sect, owe you my life, young warrior. Sion hurriedly helped him up. I merely finished him off after you weakened him. Inwardly, he remained baffled. Why does this old man overreact to everything? Tianji está mal. No. What do you mean I weakened him? Secretly, he was filled with admiration. Leaving aside his abilities, how could anyone achieve such maturity at his age? Tianji's eyes lit up. Young warrior, you are. Sion suddenly flinched. A familiar figure leaped out of the water. Everyone nearby turned pale and screamed, what is that? The man's skin had taken on a strange gray color. Sion immediately raised his guard. How is this possible? I already ran him through. A closer look at Gong Yu's face left Sion stunned. Wait, this is a Jiangshi. The force of Gong Yu's kick shattered the wooden deck. He suddenly lunged forward. Sion barely managed to defend himself. Why did he suddenly become so strong? The two of them immediately plunged into the sea. Tianji's eyes widened as he shouted, young warrior. The commotion drew Su Jun's attention. They had already sunk deep beneath the surface. Sion struggled to remain conscious. I can't breathe. No wonder he reminded me of that glowing man. Gong Yu's eyes were now completely lifeless. His energy is like that of the Jiangshi I saw in the ancient tomb. Gong Yu then pinned him against the seabed. Sion raised his sword with all his strength and slashed directly at Gong Yu's neck. Gong Yu was easily knocked away. Keeping his mouth tightly closed, Sion looked around. He dragged me all the way to the riverbed. I can barely breathe, and he's even stronger than the Jiangshi from the tomb. Sion quickly began swimming upward. I'm not confident fighting underwater. I need to reach the surface first, or I'll die. Gong Yu's figure suddenly appeared before him. Sun's face tournait deathly pale. Seriously? Gong Yu swung his axe and brought it down with tremendous force. Sion was driven back toward the seabed. This time, he had reached his limit. No, I can't breathe. Watching Gong Yu charge toward him, Sion could not suppress his fear. Am I really going to die like this? No, that can't happen. His eyes gradually closed. If I die so easily from drowning, then everything I have endured until now. His hand began to loosen. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. Sion's body seemed to float in empty space. What is this? Gong Yu was already right before him. That thing. Sion could now see through Gong Yu's chest. Wait, what is that? He quickly realized, perhaps that is what brought him back to life. Sion immediately charged forward. I have nothing left to lose. He roared and swung his sword. I'll know once I cut him down. A razor-sharp sword flash erupted through the water. The pressure sent Sion flying backward. Gong Yu's body was covered in countless cuts. The sea's surface remained calm until a massive column of water suddenly erupted. Two onlookers stared upward in shock. Good heavens! Sion surfaced and greedily gasped for air. Su Jun waved and shouted, Warrior Hellion, over here. Sion did not answer, instead silently searching his surroundings. Ripples spread across the water before him. What just happened? The memory left Sion astonished. I still have more to learn about those strange chi techniques from the tomb. Water streamed from his hand as he climbed aboard the ship. Su Jun approached and asked anxiously, Warrior Hellion, are you all right? Tianji blurted out, what was that? How could the Yangtze Dragon King return to life? Sion raised his head and exhaled. He is dead now. Sion fell into thought. So that explains the feeling I had. After a brief pause, he asked, come to think of it, didn't this ship belong to the Yangtze Dragon King? Isu Yun Xiaokut. Our ship was badly damaged, so we relied on Warrior Tang's strength to seize the enemy's ship. He then added in surprise, that happened a while ago. Were you the one who caused that, Warrior Hellion? Sion turned away with a faint smile. I have no idea. Tianji's gaze caught his attention. Unable to endure it any longer, Sion asked, why are you staring at me like that? Tianji's expression suddenly darkened. Warrior Hellion. He hurriedly seized Sion's hand. Please help me. Taking a deep breath, he pleaded earnestly, no, please save the martial world. Everyone present stared at him in astonishment. Tianji's eyes shone brightly again. As leader of the Complete Truth sect, I am traveling to the Martial Alliance on a secret mission. Under the instructions of the seven-star sage, who can interpret celestial signs, I beg you to help me complete my mission. Sion hurriedly pulled his hand free. Let go of me first. Sujun immediately focused on one detail. A secret mission? The curious passengers opened their mouths and cried out. A secret. Even the two bound pirates eagerly joined in. Hey, what kind of secret? We want to know too. Sion trembled as he suppressed his fury. Inwardly, he screamed, Xiao Tianji, you idiot! Why would you announce it to everyone? Brilliant sunlight shone down upon the Martial Alliance's main gate. Sion looked up at the enormous fortress before him and sighed in relief. We have finally arrived. Tianji continued rambling beside him. Warrior Helion, are you listening? I am certain you are the one destined to save the entire martial world. This world needs you. Sion gritted his teeth and suppressed the urge to curse. Why did the Complete Truth sect entrust this mission to such a loudmouth? His mouth is going to get us killed. Sion recalled Tianji's earlier excitement. Even after rambling throughout the entire night, the old man was still talking. Who would have thought he would follow me all the way here? Sion ignored him and sighed. Thinking about the Yangtze Dragon King is already giving me a headache. How could he return to life? His gaze swept across the sky. In the novel, Kai Wuguang only had to kill him once. The image of Gong Yu's pallid skin appeared in his mind. He looked like the Jiangshi from the tomb, but there must be some conspiracy behind it. That means whoever spread those rumors about the 18 Yangtze pirates. A hand suddenly reached out and stopped them. Halt! The guard carefully explained. Anyone visiting the Martial Alliance must state their name and position. Sion smiled and stepped forward. Yes, of course. Inwardly, however, he mocked them. The Martial Alliance. I knew these pretentious fools would behave like this. That is why I brought several people with me. He raised his chin toward his companions. My companions are all talented young disciples from prestigious sections. See, he then called loudly, Warrior Yang. Contrary to his expectations, Tianji answered instead. How disappointing! His shout startled the guard. How could someone like you become a gatekeeper for the Martial Alliance? Can you not recognize the hero who killed the Yangtze Dragon King? With an awkward smile, he whispered, Warrior Chiu, why did you suddenly shout that? He struggled to suppress his anger. I should have just let this old man die. One of the guards asked suspiciously, Are you really the man who killed the leader of the 18 pirates of the Yangtze Dragon King? The guard beside him immediately added, I haven't heard anything about that Dragon King being dead. Sion smiled and nodded in confirmation. We arrived before the news had time spread, so of course you wouldn't know yet. The other man's voice turned scornful. What do you think you are, spouting such nonsense? A voice suddenly came from behind them. What is going on here? Both guards turned around at once and bowed respectfully. Lord Azure, Yang Haochuan approached with an irritated expression. I'm sick of punishing gatekeepers for neglecting their duties. Who has the nerve to cause trouble this time? He raised his voice and demanded, Who is it? The guards immediately stepped aside. Yes, my lord. Sion froze for an instant, while Yang Haochuan was rendered speechless. You! His heart sank. How is he still alive? Yang Haochuan immediately drew his sword. How dare you come here, you spy of the demonic cult? Suppressing his fear, he shouted, I will kill you and avenge all those who lost their lives. A fist suddenly flew straight at his face. Without hesitation, Sion struck him squarely in the face. Sion grinned and growled. It is so good to see you again. A tremendous crash echoed in front of the gates. Young Han staggered backward in terror. Faced with such incredible speed, his face turned deathly pale. This bastard concealed his true abilities inside the tomb. With that thought, he immediately collapsed to the ground. The guard stared in disbelief. The great Azure swordsman was knocked unconscious by a single punch. Sion raised his foot, preparing to stomp on him. You are unconscious already. He continued beating and cursing him. Is this how you treat the man who saved you? How dare you point your sword at me? Unable to endure it any longer, one guard finally spoke. Please stop. He is already unconscious. A soldier behind him muttered. How much farther is he planning to take this? Hearing that, Sion turned and glared at him. Did you say something? The man was immediately frightened into silence. Is it a demon's face? That must be the face of someone from the demonic cult. They promptly ran inside, shouting, The demonic cult! The demonic cult is attacking! Only then did Sion come to his senses. I forgot that I wanted to enter peacefully. I lost my temper the moment I saw that bastard's face. His gaze suddenly fell upon something. A book was sticking out from beneath Yang Haochuan's robe. "This is..." A loud cry rang out. "The Thunder God Secret Manual." Sion was quickly surrounded. "I'm sorry." Seeing what was happening, Su Jun shouted, "Stop right there, you filthy demonic cult bastard." Sion fled in alarm. I said, "I'm sorry." The guard frowned and shouted, "What do you people think you're doing?" Sion's wrists were suddenly shackled. "Arrest this madman immediately." The two people in the distance turned deathly pale. The group was then escorted into the main hall. Only after they arrived were the shackles removed from Sion's wrists. Once their work was done, the guards quickly departed. The man seated in the distance spoke quietly. "To be honest, you caused quite a commotion before you even appeared before us. You said your name was Hellion Yun." Mu Qing then carefully explained everything. "I apologize for allowing you to be branded a spy of the demonic cult. I have also ordered the release of young warrior Tai Wuguang's companions, who were falsely accused by the Azure Swordsman." Sion stepped forward and bowed. "It does not bother me." Inwardly, however, he felt somewhat guilty, since he truly was a member of the demonic cult. Mu Qing could not help feeling curious. "But how did you know that the Azure Swordsman was studying an evil art?" A hairpin was carefully held up before the man. "When I became trapped in the tomb, it was because there was a spy among the expedition party." Sion recalled the image of Hua Ta. "Furthermore, while I was fighting the Azure Swordsman, Yang Haochuan, I sensed dark energy associated with an unorthodox sect. Sion sighed helplessly. I only reported it as a precaution. Who would have imagined that the foremost swordsman of Azure would actually practice an evil art? He secretly concealed one other fact. Now that I think about it, Yang Haochuan, not that old man Wu Yuange, was the one who stole the Thunder God's secret manual. He remembered the earlier shout to arrest the culprit. By then, he had already burned the manual. Since he had destroyed the evidence with the sacred Samadhi fire, no one could ever discover that Yang Haochuan had learned his art from the manuals inside the tomb. Su Jun clenched his fist and growled, "I cannot believe that bastard was a member of the demonic cult. Honestly, I had suspected him ever since he attacked Warrior Hellion." Mu Qing leaned back in his chair and sighed. "If even an elder of the Wudong sect belongs to the demonic cult, then whom can we trust now?" Qiu Tianji, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. "My lord, it is possible that the manual studied by the Azure Swordsman did not come from the demonic cult." Mu Qing looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Qiu Tianji slowly explained. "The truth is the Seven-Star Sage discovered several things concerning the recent incidents." Isu Yun quickly interrupted. "That reminds me. While we were on the ship, you said the Seven-Star Sage had entrusted you with a message for the Alliance leader. Why have you not explained it yet? What was it, Warrior Qiu Tianji?" Only then did Qiu Tianji quietly reveal it. "Very well. I will tell you what the Seven-Star Sage told me." A man's silhouette appeared within the prophecy as the rebels' fame spread throughout the land. Mortal eyes can see only the surface, never the deception and falsehood hidden beneath. An age of chaos approaches, and crises will erupt everywhere. Will you join forces to stop the enemy when those believed to be allies reveal themselves as foes? Beware the one who calls himself a hero, and prepare for the worst that may come. Hideous pustules rose across the man's body. Among his words, I believe that mortal eyes can see only the surface, never the deception and falsehood hidden beneath, and will you join forces to stop the enemy, are connected to the recent chain of events. The man's madness remained deeply etched in Qiu Tianji's mind. That must be why the Seven-Star Sage, who can read the heavens, gave me this urgent mission. Mu Qing pondered for a long time before reaching a conclusion. Then the Seven-Star Sage believes the demonic cult is not behind the recent attacks. Su Jun also began to understand. Now that I think about it, the attackers acting in the name of the demonic cult were suspicious. It was almost as though they were deliberately trying to provoke a war between the martial world and the demonic cult. Sion stood there and nodded in agreement. Good thing I spared Qiu Tianji. It would be disastrous if the demonic cult and the orthodox factions started fighting each other. Mu Qing frowned slightly. Although it is still too early to reach a conclusion, I believe we should refrain from acting rashly. Elder Chun Yi is administering acupuncture and treating both young warrior Tai Wuguang, who was attacked by the assailant, and Yang Haochuan, who practiced an evil art. We will soon learn who our true enemy is. After a brief pause, Mu Qing slammed the table and rose to his feet. More importantly, the one who calls himself a hero, as mentioned by the seven-star sage, has not yet revealed his identity. His words astonished both men. Xiao Tianji smiled and said, actually, he hesitated when speaking about the one who calls himself a hero. He said that the path of the martial world would become one with that self-proclaimed hero. Su Jun's eyes immediately lit up. Did he have any idea who that person might be? Xian remained silent and did not join the conversation. Of course he did. Tai Wuguang appeared in his vision. Xiao Tianji spread his arms wide and proclaimed, the seven-star sage was correct. I met that person on my way here. He abruptly turned towards Xian, and that person is young warrior Helian Yun. Xian's face turned pale as he pointed at himself. Me? After the conversation, Xian left in dejection. Su Jun followed behind him, bursting with excitement. You were incredible. You really are the hero from the prophecy, warrior Helian. You are an extraordinary man. Xian turned around with a haggard expression. He then looked up and lamented inwardly. Why am I suddenly some kind of great hero? What the hell is going on? A thought suddenly made everything clear to Xian. All of this happened because Tai Wuguang is unconscious. The cult leader's power still terrified him. If I become a hero of the martial world, I'll have to fight those terrifying monsters again, won't I? The more Xian thought about it, the more panicked he became. I should have kept everything under control inside the tomb. All I want is to go home. A loud voice suddenly called to him from the distance. Yun, Zhuge Shifeng approached with the others. Stud apret asmide. Thank you so much, Brother Yun. It was thanks to you that we were released. Before he could finish, everyone abruptly fell silent. Xiaoyan came running over and threw her arms around Xian. Xian's cheeks instantly turned red. Maybe I should stay here a little longer. Unable to hold back her tears, she said, Thank heaven you are safe, warrior Helian. Xiaoyan suddenly realized that something was amiss. She stepped back, cleared her throat, and continued, You have no idea how worried I was when I saw you in that condition. The others immediately understood what was happening. Xian scratched his head awkwardly. Is that so? Inwardly, he was astonished. She was worried about me, not Tai Wuguang. Xiao Yin angrily clenched her fists. I should have cut Yang Haochuan's hands off. Mao Sheng curiously approached them. That reminds me, I heard you beat up Yang Haochuan in front of the Martial Alliance's gates. Is that true, Helian? What happened? What did the Azure Swordsman do? Si on retold, Muking gesse careful warning. If the Azure Swordsman truly practiced an evil art as you claim, the Martial Alliance will be placed at a severe disadvantage. You must keep this matter secret. Xian told himself, I have to conceal this. Outwardly, he could only smile and offer a vague explanation. You already heard about that. I simply could not control my anger after remembering what he did inside the ancient tomb. After a short pause, he added, I heard that the divine physician is treating him now. Zhuge Shifeng raised his thumb in satisfaction. He deserved it. Yun, I cannot believe you managed to beat the Azure Swordsman. Zhuge Shifeng leaned closer and whispered, Could it be that you encountered some miraculous fortune inside the tomb? Xian's entire body immediately stiffened. What? Zhuge Shifeng burst into laughter. I'm only joking. Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That nearly scared me to death. I thought he had seen through me. Zhuge Shifeng quickly regained his serious expression. In any case, Wu Guang is receiving treatment now, correct? I wonder how he is doing. Xian fell silent and pondered. Wait, come to think of it, Zhuge Shifeng might know something about the ancient empire and the Yelu sect. With that thought, Xian cautiously tested him. Excuse me, warrior Zhuge, but do you know anything about the ancient empire on the frontier? I heard it was destroyed during the uprising led by the feudal lords. Zhuge Shifeng looked bewildered. What? Why are you suddenly asking me about something like that? Xian carefully explained. A group called the Yelu sect was also part of the feudal lord's army. Zhuge Shifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. The Yelu sect and an ancient empire on the frontier. Lu Yan, who had remained silent for a long time, curiously interrupted. What are you two talking about? Zhuge Shifeng did not answer him and continued excitedly. I remember hearing a similar story, although I do not know whether it was true. Sion quickly grasped the significance of his words. Just as I thought, Sion pictured Juga Shifeng examining old records. 1,000 years ago, there was a kingdom called Dejiang. Its feudal lords chose a man with mysterious powers to be their king and worshipped him. Among those lords were two familiar names, the Yelu clan and the Yuchi clan. They stood on opposite sides. The Yelu clan established the kingdom's foundations and stabilized society, while the Yuchi clan, renowned for its martial prowess, was given command of the armies. Sion frowned as he remembered the stone platform in the chamber deep within the ruins, which had been concealed inside the tomb. The realization filled him with excitement. That was the place we discovered, with a glowing lotus at its center. It was where the Yelu clan had withdrawn. Juga Shifeng could no longer suppress his curiosity. Why are you suddenly asking about the ancient empire? Sion tilted his head back and sighed. I'm simply interested in the history of that era. Sion continued probing. In any case, do you know anything about the king who possessed those special abilities? Inwardly, he already had a theory. Perhaps that king also came from another world. Juga Shifeng lowered his head and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Information about that king? That is an interesting question. Thinking about the ancient ruins, Juga Shifeng recounted what he knew. They say he left no trace behind. He was supposedly nothing more than a king in name, but there must have been something remarkable about him for his name to survive. Juga Shifeng's voice gradually faded. What was his name again? After a long pause, Juga Shifeng finally recalled the name. The Heavenly Lord. I believe they called him the Heavenly Lord. Sion's entire body froze. A chill ran down his spine. The Heavenly Lord. Recalling the man's silhouette, Sion realized in shock that this was the same name those people had used for their leader. At the bustling port of Wuhan, Sion leaned against a wooden railing, lost in thought. Their grand plan is connected to the ancient empire. Does that mean there is a way for me to return to reality? He sighed, sweat beading across his forehead as he folded his arms. But there is no way I can defeat those monsters. Since I learned part of their plan inside the tomb, I'll need a miracle to survive the next time we meet. A voice suddenly called to him from another direction. Yun! A man with a small goatee appeared and raised his hand. Did you really kill the Yangtze Dragon King? That is incredible. Sion could only smile faintly and answer in an arrogant tone. Honestly, he was weaker than I expected. It is good to see all of you again, Fuxian. Fuxian immediately asked another question. Young master, have you made plans to expand the 5 tea houses by opening another branch in Wuhan? Sion promptly clenched his fist and replied seriously, of course. All the information is already here. If we intend to proceed, we naturally need to establish a foundation in this city. The goateed man shrugged skeptically. But this place is close to the Martial Alliance. Would that not be rather dangerous? Sion slowly put an arm around his shoulder. You proved quite capable back in Sichuan. This should be child's play for you, should it not? Fuxian's eyes widened, and his entire body stiffened. Is there something I can do? At last, his attitude changed, and his face filled with excitement. Very well. I will do everything I can, Yin. Si un suden licast a chart, glance el suere. That is enough idle conversation. There is something I need you to do. At a small stream in the forest, the setting sun glimmered through the trees to the west. A hand, wrinkled for being submerged in water for so long, emerged from the stream. The lower half of the man's body remained submerged. He lay motionless and lifeless. The cult leader sat upon a large rock with his arms folded. What do you think? The grand strategist, known as the Thousand-Faced Fox, carefully inspected the body. The core has been completely destroyed, almost as though it were cut out. Nearby, a grayish-blue-haired man replied coldly, Are you not the one most skilled at dealing with matters like this? Thousand-Faced Fox? The Thousand-Faced Fox raised his face slightly toward the sky. Considering that the taboo was broken and someone defied the prophecy, we must rescue the target as soon as possible. If we do not hurry, a great disaster will occur. Is that not so? The long-haired man remained extremely serious. According to the prophecy, word from the Qianzan sect should never have reached the Martial Alliance, and the man named Qiu Tianji should have died on the Yangtze River. The cult leader slowly stared at him with a questioning look. Yet the entire plan ended in failure. Do you not think this has something to do with the Heavenly Lord words? The other man examined the destroyed core and the body lying face down upon the rocky ground. The thousand-faced fox coldly asked, "Should we kill him?" The other man appeared to have found a possible use for their target. If he can use the Imperial Citadel Sect's martial manual to learn how to cross the boundary, he may prove useful to the Heavenly Lord. The grayish-blue-haired man's eyes suddenly turned sinister. "Keep watch over him for now." After those words, the cult leader merely fell silent, his brows tightly furrowed as he stared at him. That night, the full moon peeked out from behind the roof of an ancient building. Hellion Yun walked slowly down the silent corridor, his thoughts churning. Could that really be the truth? Countless events flashed through his mind. The True Blood Manual, used in Day Guy's scheme, belonged to a group of traitors expelled from the Orthodox blood cult. He recalled the inscriptions in a strange language inside the tomb of the Sun and Moon Divine cult. Could Day Guy be connected to the Divine cult? Suddenly, his entire body began trembling. He looked at the young woman standing beside a wall and softly called to her. She immediately replied, "Warrior Hellion Yun." Hellion Yun was slightly puzzled. "What are you doing here at this hour? Were you waiting for me?" Su Yun answered without hesitation, "Yes, I have something to tell you." Her words astonished him. "What is it?" Su Yun calmly enunciated every word. "The Alliance leader has decided to appoint you commander of the White Dragon Corps." Hellion Yun immediately looked utterly bewildered. The commander of the White Dragon Corps? That position was mentioned in the novel after Tae Mugwang became famous, wasn't it? Moreover, Tae Mugwang was supposed to receive it. Why had it been given to him instead? Although they had defeated the Yangtze Dragon King, it was still too early to celebrate. It seemed the heavenly strategist's words had greatly influenced the Alliance leader's decision. Hellion Yun scratched his head and tried to explain. "That position is a bit much for an ordinary man like me. We already have warrior Tae Mugwang. Since he was merely acting as a spy, he thought it would be best to remain on the sidelines." Su Yun praised him. "I believe you deserve that position, warrior Hellion Yun." Hellion Yun stared at her in surprise. "What?" She explained, "You not only saved many people in the tomb, but also defeated the 18 bandits of the Yangtze on your way to the Martial Alliance. Those are not feats an ordinary person could accomplish." Hellion Yun stammered, "Is that so? There aren't many people in the White Dragon Corps, so surely they... I mean, Commander Tae's warriors, right? If it's only them, then I suppose." "Sujeon Saif, I can no longer tell whether you're thinking too deeply or not deeply enough. Hellion Yun, the White Dragon Corps has far more members than you think. After your fight with swordsman Qing Jin, his position was left vacant, and no one has taken command of the Qing Jin Corps either. The Alliance leader said he would transfer all of the Qing Jin Corps' troops into the White Dragon Corps." Hellion Yun was even more stunned. What? He knew this had never happened in the novel, but then he thought of Sheng Jing. That bastard. Isn't he also a member of the Qing Jin Corps? Sujeon looked confused. "What? That's right." Although furious, Hellion Yun forced himself to smile. "That means I can become that bastard's commander, doesn't it?" Brilliant dawn illuminated the magnificent buildings. Hellion Yun strolled leisurely past the bewildered maidservants. He felt thoroughly refreshed. After settling his personal grudge, he thought, "I'm not finished with you yet, you bastard. 5 more laps. Please, spare me." Hellion Yun cheerfully decided that becoming commander of the White Dragon Corps was not so bad after all. Just then he saw the Divine Physician. Hellion Yun politely bowed to the old man. "Why did you summon me, Divine Physician?" The physician said little and merely instructed him. "Follow me." As they walked, the old man added, "He is not fully recovered yet, so don't interfere with his rest." With that, the Divine Physician opened the door. Upon entering the room, Hellion Yun saw Mugwang. When Mugwang realized who had arrived, he called out happily, "Yun." Hellion Yun was surprised. "You're awake, Warrior Tae?" Understanding the situation, the Divine Physician left. "I'll let the two of you talk." Mugwang began the conversation. "I heard you brought me here for treatment while I was unconscious. I owe you my life." Taken aback by his gratitude, Hellion Yun answered courteously, "You were injured because of me. Bringing you here was the least I could do to repay you." Mugwang did not agree. "The least you could do? You had already saved me from that deranged old man. Yet you still brought me all the way to the Martial Alliance for treatment and rescued my comrades as well." Hellion Yun scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh, knowing he had only done it because it was part of his plan. To his astonishment, Mugwang rose to his feet. Before Hellion Yun could react, Mugwang clasped his hands. Mugwang said gratefully, I owe you my life, Brother Yin. I, Te Mugwang, no, Borjijin Mugwang, hereby ask warrior Hellion Yin to become my sworn elder brother for the rest of my life. His actions left Hellion Yin flustered. Why all of a sudden? Then he realized something strange in Mugwang's words. Wait, did you just say Borjijin? Mugwang answered frankly, I can finally tell you the truth, Brother Yin. Te Mugwang is an alias I use to hide from my enemies. Hellion Yin found the name strangely familiar. Borjijin. He was certain he had heard that name before. He recalled what Shifeng had said. Among those noble houses, I remember two clans named Yelu and Borjijin. Realizing who stood before him, Hellion Yin sprang to his feet in shock. He staggered and cried, Te Mugwang, what connection do you have to those Daegai bastards? Mugwang looked equally confused. Daegai? Who are they? Hellion Yin asked in bewilderment. You don't know about the bastards known as the Heavenly Lords? Mugwang stared at him in shock. Agitated, Mugwang rushed forward and pressed Hellion Yun for answers. The Heavenly Lords? Where did you hear that name? How do you know the people who murder my family, Brother Yin? At that moment, Hellion Yun had no idea what was happening. Night fell, but they continued walking and talking about Daegai in a country named Dion. Mugwang sought to confirm what he had heard. You're saying the people who killed my family once served the ruler of an empire that fell 1,000 years ago? Hellion Yin answered, I'm not certain yet, but Hellion Yin pondered, come to think of it, the only people in this novel capable of doing something as insane as this are those Daegai bastards. Mugwang remained doubtful. But didn't you say the Borjijin clan was one of Diong's great houses? Why would they? Hellion Yin explained, according to what we discovered in the tomb, Diong seems to have collapsed because of rebellions. Perhaps one of them began with your clan. Mugwang stammered that. Hellion Yin added, come to think of it, didn't you say they took something from your father? After returning to his quarters, Hellion Yun stared suspiciously at the box in his hands. His family had protected the White Dragon Lord's legacy, and those bastards had stolen it. If the White Dragon Lord's true name was Borjijin Beck, was there anyone in this novel who was not connected to Diong? He sighed because he could not find a definite answer. Even though I'm the author, I still have no idea. Hellion Yin formed a hypothesis. If that's true, then Te Mugwang did not discover the secret cave by coincidence. He was searching for his ancestors' secret manual. But why would Daegai want to take it from the Borjijin clan? While he was lost in thought, a noise came from outside his door. Suspicious, Hellion Yin opened it. The heavenly strategist smiled politely. Forgive me for troubling you, sir. Hellion Yin wondered what the man was doing there at such a late hour. He asked, Warrior Gu, do you need something? The man explained, I have completed the mission assigned to me by the 7-star hero, so I am preparing to return to the cult. I came because I thought I should bid you farewell. Hellion Yin forced a smile. Of course. I wish you a safe journey. The heavenly strategist said, since the Martial Alliance now has a trustworthy hero, I can finally leave with peace of mind. Hellion Yin scratched his head and stammered, right? Inwardly, he thought, again, I'm not a hero, understand? The heavenly strategist looked around, and only after confirming that no one else was present did he address the real reason for his visit. Actually, there's one more thing I must tell you. Hellion Yin asked curiously, what is it? The heavenly strategist leaned close and whispered into his ear, this is what the Martial Alliance leader ordered me to tell you. Hellion Yin was still confused. The Martial Alliance leader? Without delay, the heavenly strategist whispered the message to him. After hearing it, Hellion Yin froze. He shouted in astonishment, you want me to serve as the envoy to the demonic cult? Amid the bustling streets, a voice repeatedly called out, welcome to the new Wuhan branch of the Green Tea House. A flag bearing the shop's signature azure dragon hung at the entrance. The voice continued, celebrate our grand opening. All drinks are 50% off today. Inside, every row of tables was filled with customers. One man suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. They abruptly made you the envoy to the demonic cult? What? And you're also representing the Martial Alliance? Another man glanced over, unable to contain himself. He smirked and folded his arms across his chest. Out of everyone available, they chose you as their representative. Were they plotting? Hellion Yin slowly turned toward the two men. It seems Martial Alliance leader Duanli Muxing doesn't have a particularly good reputation. That's because he didn't come from one of the 9 great sects, or any other previously renowned faction. Still, many bastards in the cult react badly to the words demon or demonic cult. That's probably why he chose me. Not many people understand the meaning of the 7-star sect's message. The gray-haired man fell silent, looking extremely puzzled. Then what do you plan to do? Hellion Yin placed both hands behind his back, his expression strangely calm. Well, I heard the alliance leader has already sent the letter. For now, we'll simply try to proceed as usual. He slowly turned and looked off to one side, because this would be the last thing those bastards would ever dare challenge our sect over. The gray-haired man immediately lowered his head, his brows tightly furrowed and his expression cold. Nearby, the bearded man also fell silent, his gaze sharp. Elsewhere, the immense heavenly demon hall towered between heaven and earth. Inside, Hellion sat majestically upon a high throne, attended by rows of palace maids and 2 subordinates. He rested a scroll upon his right thigh. His robe hung slightly open at the collar, revealing his muscular chest. He asked, "What do you think?" Luin Yu frowned. "An offer? Has the Martial Alliance leader lost his mind? The problem on the front line has been resolved. Now is the time to concentrate on the purge." After she finished, Hellion coldly questioned the other person. "What do you think, Jean? Do you believe this is the time for us to conduct a purge?" The young man hesitated thoughtfully. "Aye." After a moment, Luan slowly raised his gaze and continued, "I think we should focus on the information Gon sent us." He added without hesitation, his tone serious. "According to Gon, certain people are trying to drive a wedge between our cult and the Martial Alliance." Luan brows drew tightly together, his gaze turning sharp. "What those people want is precisely why we need to carry out the purge." Afternoon gave way to night as Hellion's voice echoed through the air. "They want to distract us, or perhaps they have some other objective." Standing with both hands behind his back, he gazed toward the distant setting sun and continued, "Furthermore, judging by the current situation, they appear to have some connection to the blood cult and the traitors from our own cult." Luan immediately offered his opinion. "I believe this is the time to go to war, exactly as those bastards want." Hellion immediately lowered his head and swallowed hard. Then he turned around and murmured, "You think exactly like Yun, Jean. This is what Yin sent me. The boy says we should accept the Martial Alliance's proposal." Hellion once again placed both hands behind his back, his cold voice echoing through the air. "And it seems the Martial Alliance leader wants Yin to serve as their representative this time." Luan was utterly horrified, sweat pouring down his face. Hellion slowly folded his arms across his chest and added, after reaching an agreement with the king at the border, "You are capable of handling the front line by yourself. That is why I am entrusting this alliance to you. Assemble your troops immediately and depart for the meeting place." His face filled with intense excitement. "Use this occasion to prove your abilities." After he finished, Luan quickly clasped his hands and raised them in salute. "As you command." At the same time, his thoughts surged. Yin will be the Martial Alliance's representative. The image of an alluring, brown-skinned young woman named Sai immediately appeared in his mind, along with her gentle, warm voice. Without the secret information from Fourth Master, I could never have risen to become ruler of the borderlands. Returning to reality, Luan closed his eyes. More and more, I feel as though he has become a completely different person. At the city gate, Hellion yawned repeatedly, tears forming in the corners of his eyes. "Do we really have to leave at this hour? I told you to keep this secret from the people in the cult." Sun Chong looked worried as he sat astride his horse. "I'm not sure leaving Mugwang there was the right decision." The young woman nearby quickly added, "According to the divine physician, Warrior Tay has not fully recovered." Lu Yin agreed without hesitation. "As long as we return soon, there shouldn't be a problem, right?" Hellion pulled back on his horse's reins and said, "Warrior Ban is right. The sooner we leave, the sooner we'll return." He quickly urged his warhorse forward. The others hurried after him, calling loudly, "Brother Yin, wait." The 2 soldiers guarding the gate watched curiously and spoke to each other. "Where are they going?" "Who knows? He's so young, yet he defeated the Yangtze Dragon King. He must have been given an important mission." The 2 continued their quiet conversation. "Did he really kill the Yangtze Dragon King? I still can't believe it." "It's true. Couldn't you sense it? Do you think they would appoint a useless man as commander of the White Dragon Corps?" One of the guards suddenly glanced to one side. "Believe it or not, our duty is to guard the gate." Just then, 2 mounted figures slowly approached the city entrance. The man in front appeared to be Hellion Yun, dressed in a black cloak. One guard looked puzzled. "Wait, why have you returned, sir?" The man answered without hesitation, his voice low. "I came back because I forgot to report something to the Alliance leader." The guard became curious. "Where are the others?" The supposed Hellion Yun slowly gave a faint smile. I told them to go on ahead because I still had something to do. Only Warrior Lee and I returned. As you can see, this is an extremely important matter. Meanwhile, the rider beside him merely lowered his head and remained silent. One of the guards said, "In that case, you may enter." The disguised man replied without hesitation, "Thank you." The two horses, one black and the other brown, slowly advanced. They silently passed beneath the towering city wall. Suddenly, the disguise fell away, revealing an old man with snow-white hair and beard and bloodshot eyes. At the same time, the other rider's long blue-gray hair came loose and fluttered in the wind. He finally revealed his face, which bore faint dark circles around the eyes. Inside a dimly lit building, lanterns burned throughout the room. Muxing's voice rang out. "What is it, young warrior Hellion Yun?" He asked suspiciously, "Why did you return instead of traveling to Sea City? And who is this person?" The disguised man raised his head. "That doesn't matter. Martial Alliance leader, why do you want to form an alliance with the demonic cult?" Muxing was surprised by the question. "What do you mean? Didn't you hear the 7-star hero's message? The demonic cult might not be our true enemy." The disguised man suddenly sneered. "The message? That message should never have been sent in the first place." Realizing something was wrong, Muxing hurriedly seized the saber beside him. "You bastard! Who are you?" The old man beside the intruder calmly declared, "I established a sealing formation the moment we entered this room. No one outside can hear you." Muxing charged forward furiously. "You dare look down on me?" Seeing this, Jiqian immediately rushed forward. He blocked Muxing's blade and taunted him. How confident. Jiqian strike hit Mu Xing impossible. How could anyone be this powerful? Mu Xing released his sword and collapsed to the ground. Jiqian raised his blade to deliver the final blow, muttering, "Everything happened because of that day." He struck without the slightest mercy. The sound of music echoed throughout the area. It jolted Yu Guang awake. With his swift reflexes, he immediately sprang to his feet. A violent shock tore through Yu Guang's mind. He suddenly coughed up blood. A musical technique. "We're under attack." A wounded hand reached through the doorway. The divine physician, covered in blood, struggled toward Yu Guang. Divine physician. Before Yu Guang could ask what had happened, the old man collapsed heavily. "Sir!" Yu Guang hurriedly grabbed his blade. He rushed outside, but an attack came flying at him as he ran. Yu Guang sensed it and stopped dead. The cult leader was already outside, waiting for him. Yu Guang cursed furiously, "You bastard." The old man's expression did not change, and Yu Guang charged at him. "You filthy dog." The old man merely raised one hand against his attack. "Your tone hasn't changed at all, has it?" A single strike made Yu Guang spit blood. The cult leader's technique tore straight through his body. As Yu Guang fell, the old man laughed with delight. "I was thrilled when I nearly killed you last time. That is why I will take excellent care of your precious body this time." Fei Ling emerged from behind him, holding a zither. "Have you captured the marked one?" The old man looked at Yu Guang lying there and replied, "Of course. Now we only need to wait for the Faceless Fox and the Martial Alliance's operation upstairs." The sounds of fighting came from above. Fei Ling remained perfectly calm. "The Martial Alliance cannot possibly fail." Shouts echoed outside. "Hellion Yun, the commander of the White Dragon Corps, Hellion Yun, has attacked the Alliance leader." On a mountain, a small campfire burned. Xian's group sat beside the fire. He suddenly complained, "I just felt a chill." The person beside him looked over. "Are you all right, Warrior Hellion?" Xian answered, "Yes, I'm fine," but he could not suppress his unease. This feeling, if the negotiations proceed smoothly, we can prevent a war between the martial world and the demonic cult. Elsewhere, voices rose in discussion. "I heard Hellion Yun was one of his men and fled to the demonic cult. Who would have thought he was actually their spy? And now he commands the White Dragon Corps." One person proposed, "It is not too late to reconsider the position of White Dragon Corps commander, as well as the war between the Orthodox sects and the demonic cult." Muxing sighed softly. "This is my fault. Hellion Yun will face the suspicion of every sect in the martial world." Someone spoke up, "But did you not say they were heading to negotiate with the demonic cult? How can we catch up with them now?" Mu Xing replied, "There is a special unit there that operates under my direct orders." The other man was surprised. "A special unit?" Mu Xing's expression turned ominous. "Yes." Elsewhere, as dusk descended, a group of riders advanced. Their horses' hoofbeats rang out in a steady rhythm. Their leader was Carr, who wore an enigmatic smile. He was Kalbeek, Dark Knight of the Grand Plan. The horses raced across the vast grassland. A voice called out, "Brother Sun, you seem to be struggling. Should we rest for a while?" Sun Xiang's face had turned pale, but he tried to remain composed. "I'm Fina." Hearing that, Xian turned around. "Then let us rest." As they stopped their horses, he heard a commotion in the distance. The Dark Knights were charging toward them. "Those bastards are." Once Xian recognized them, he shouted, "They're members of the Grand Plan." Lu Yin and Xiao Yuan still had no idea what was happening. Carr raised a hand to halt his subordinates, then pointed his blade at Xian. "You are Hellion Yun, are you not?" Still unaware of what had happened, Xian calmly replied, "Why don't you introduce yourself first?" "I am the Black Dragon Commander." The man answered, "We are a unit under the Alliance leader's direct command. I am Kalbeek, and I have come to arrest the criminal Hellion Yun. You infiltrated the Martial Alliance and attacked the Alliance leader." Shifeng and Sun Xiang were stunned. The Alliance leader was attacked? By whom and when? Fu Xian objected as well. "Black Dragon? I have never heard of such a unit. Are you truly members of the Martial Alliance?" Carr scratched his head impatiently. "Just as I expected, you do not believe me. But that does not matter." With that, he unleashed a technique. "Because all of you will die here." Before Xian could react, Carr's attack was already upon him. When the dust cleared, Carsterd ati sunin surprise. Xian was still sitting on his horse and merely sighed. That was frightening. Carr rested his sword against his back. "Emperor's blood. When I heard that old man had failed his mission, I wondered what had happened." "So you blocked it as well." Xian stared at him and thought, "This man is also a senior member of the Grand Plan. His internal energy is as powerful as that bastard I met in the tomb. Can I defeat him? Whatever happens, I am no longer the same man who spent all that time fooling around." Carr smiled as he thought, "This fight will not be as one-sided as the one in the tomb." Xian urged his horse toward them. "This is my chance. Their defenses are still open." He shouted and charged. Seeing him attack, Carr's subordinates raised their shields. Xian drove his horse straight at them. "Good. Forward!" Xian assumed a combat stance and prepared his technique. His strike came crashing down. It blasted a huge opening through their formation. Xian immediately ordered, "Everyone run! Put some distance between us and them." Everyone quickly accelerated. Mao Sheng rode beside him and asked, "Young warrior Hellion, do you know who those people are?" Shifeng answered from nearby, "They must be the villains Brother Yun mentioned, the ones called the Grand Plan. They're trying to provoke a war between the Orthodox and unorthodox factions." Carr's men continued pursuing them closely. "Stop right there," Xian angrily shouted back. "Would you stop if you were me?" Xiao Yuan warned him. "Young warrior Hellion, look ahead." Xiuntaran in surprise. What? A river now lay directly before them. Xian recalled the look on Carr's face. That bastard deliberately herded us this way. He did not know what to do. What now? It will be dangerous, but should we break through their ranks? Suddenly, someone called his name. "Yun, we have a boat ready. Over here." Fu Xian was waiting aboard the boat. "Hurry!" Xian was overjoyed to see Fu Xian. "Fu Xian," Su Jun asked in confusion. "Who are those people?" Shifeng replied, "Aren't they Brother Yun's guards and the servant from the Five Virtues tea house?" Carr's men were still close behind, and Sun Xiang urged his horse faster. "They're catching up." Seeing this, Fu Xian drew his bow to assist them. Without hesitation, Fu Xian fired. His arrow struck several of Carr's subordinates. Carr caught one and slashed another from the air with his blade. The people on the boat threw out several long ropes. "Grab these ropes." They seized the ropes and successfully boarded the boat. As soon as they were aboard, Xian shouted, "Go, quickly." Seeing them escape onto the boat, Carr's men reined in their horses. "You rats!" Enraged, Carr unleashed a whirlwind-like attack towards Xian. "How dare you!" The people aboard the boat were horrified. "What is that?" They took defensive positions. "Damn it, if that attack hits us, the entire boat will be destroyed." Siungruangshos. "I blocked it once. I can block it again." As the whirlwind drew closer, he thought, "No, I cannot." Sun Xiang was so frightened that he burst into tears. Suddenly, a streak of purple light shot across the sky. It stopped Carr's attack. Siunsterd in confusion. What was that? The person who had unleashed the technique was riding a giant eagle. Carr fell silent at the sight. The rider was Ji Tian. He asked sternly, "I told you not to kill him, did I not?" Carr shouted, "Supreme Saint, what in the world is going on?" Ji Tian descended from above and landed on the green grass. Ji Tian explained. Our Lord has entrusted all matters concerning the prophecy to me, and I have decided to keep that man alive. Sion's boat drifted farther away. Gazing into the distance, he thought, who is that bastard? Even from afar, he could sense the man's power. What terrifying pressure! Kar coldly ordered, "Get out of my way, Supreme Saint." Ji Tian refused. "My command is our Lord's command. Do you intend to defy me?" Kar answered coldly. "Punishing those who stray from the prophecy is the Heavenly Lord's command. Unless you intend to rebel, get out of my way, Supreme Saint." Ji Tian drew his sword. "I cannot. A loyal servant's duty is to stop his master when the master makes the wrong choice." Kar tightened his grip on his blade. Kar charged, radiating murderous intent. Ji Tian thought, "You speak boldly for a descendant of traitors. I am different from the former master of the Wei Qi clan." A shock wave erupted from their clash and spread as far as the boat drifting on the river. The person in charge shouted, "Turn the boat so it does not capsize." His subordinate obeyed. "Yes, sir." The two fought fiercely. Sion stared in disbelief, struggling to remain on his feet. What is happening? Are they fighting among themselves? Shifeng anxiously called out, "Brother, who are those people?" The battle was nearing its end. With Ji Tian's blade poised at Kar's throat, Ji Tian declared, "I will personally report this to our Lord." Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended, making him freeze. Dark clouds gradually covered the sky. Ji Tian stared into the distance, stunned as a rift opened in space. A foot emerged from the rift, accompanied by a sinister voice. "That will not be necessary," the Heavenly Lord declared. "The great war between the orthodox and demonic factions has been confirmed." Fu Xian asked in a trembling voice, "That corpse, is it a reanimated corpse?" The others were equally shocked. "What is that thing?" Xian recognized the presence. "No, this energy. That is the master of the grand plan." A fierce wind swept across the river, filling the sails. One person aboard the boat clutched his head in agony. Several others suffered the same symptoms, veins bulging across their foreheads. Shifeng looked back in alarm. "Brother Sun." Sion gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, how can this be possible? That bastard is an absolute monster." Yitian horridly knelt. "My lord, why are you here? If you exert too much power, your body will be damaged." The Heavenly Lord laughed. "Why are you worried? I will soon possess a new body. Tell me, Supreme Saint, why did you stop the Dark Knight from carrying out my command?" Ji Tian reported. "There is no longer any doubt that the Great War will begin. Everything is already prepared, so there will be no problem. Furthermore, if we use the Jialu clan's strength, we can succeed without making so many sacrifices." The Heavenly Lord asked coldly, "Without making so many sacrifices? Why should we do that? Those in Xinjiang are also descendants of traitors. Once everything is over, they will all kneel at my feet." Ji Tian replied, "My lord, they are merely the descendants of traitors, not the traitors themselves. Just as you gave me a chance, perhaps those people." Blood suddenly sprayed through the air. A hand had pierced Ji Tian's chest. The Heavenly Lord said, "That is true. You are also a descendant of traitors." He withdrew his bloodstained hand. "I spared your life only as a contingency. Now that I have obtained the perfect body, you are no longer useful to me." The Heavenly Lord raised his hand again. "You have worked hard, Supreme Saint." At that moment, a giant bird swooped down. Its talons seized Ji Tian and carried him soaring into the sky. Blood-red energy surged from the Heavenly Lord's palm. "Insolent creature!" He suddenly froze upon sensing something unusual. The Heavenly Lord coughed up blood, and Kar caught him. "My lord, are you all right?" He replied, "We are returning." Kar asked worriedly, "Is it truly safe to let the Supreme Saint escape?" The Heavenly Lord answered confidently, "It does not matter. When that day comes, not one of them will survive. Every piece will have fallen into place. Everything will unfold according to the prophecy." Meanwhile, the river around Sion's group had become calm again. Someone approached and asked, "How is he?" Fu Xian answered, "I truly have no idea what the young master is thinking." Lu Yin said in dismay, "It cannot be. Is Brother Yin truly a member of the demonic cult?" He sighed. "We have undoubtedly become traitors to the Martial Alliance now." Su Jun asked, "Were the people pursuing us truly from the Martial Alliance?" The person beside him added, "They would have no reason to falsely claim the Martial Alliance's name." Xiao Yuan decided, "Let's trust young hero Helion." Shifeng remained doubtful. "Even if we trust Brother Yin, What was he thinking when he brought that monster aboard? After being rescued, Jition asked, "What exactly do you people want?" When frost crystals sealed his wound, he stared in astonishment. "How strange. Is this frost crystal? You always act beyond my expectations. Why did you save my life?" Sion replied, "You are now the only way for us to obtain information about the grand plan." Jition asked in confusion, "Why do you think I would give you any information?" Sion answered, "I do not know if you will. I want to prevent a war between the orthodox and demonic factions, so countless lives are not needlessly lost. That is all." Jition remarked, "Hellion Yun, fourth young master of the demonic cult. Your personality is very different from the reports I received. I heard you were arrogant, cruel, lecherous scum. Siunkursid im inwarduli. You bastard." Then he warned him, "Listen, I saw the master of the grand plan try to kill you. I used frost crystal to stop the bleeding, but you will not survive without proper treatment. If you give us information, I will take you to the Sichuan Tang clan and try to have you treated. Their medical arts may not equal those of the thousand-handed divine physician, but they are still renowned, are they not?" Seeing Jition remain silent, Sion thought, "So it will not work after all? For now, I suppose we must return to the demonic cult and assess the situation." Jition suddenly revealed something shocking. "The Alliance leader is dead. Siunrekaid inorur." "What did you say?" Jition continued. "Soon, the Alliance leader will declare a great war against the demonic cult before the entire Orthodox martial world. Siunesse vase trembled." "What do you mean? You just said the Alliance leader was dead." Jition replied, "The Alliance leader, Duanli Mu Xing, is unquestionably dead. I killed him myself. The man wearing the Alliance leader's face before the Orthodox martial artists is known as the Thousand-Faced Fox, a master of disguise." Sion exclaimed in disbelief. "How could the Alliance leader? Wait, did you kill the others too? What about the young hero who entered the secret vault with me? He remained inside the martial alliance." Jition revealed. "The Marked One was chosen as the Heavenly Lord's new body and was being prepared. By now, the Heavenly Lord may already have taken possession of him." Sion stared in shock. What is that supposed to mean?" As dusk gradually descended, everyone hurriedly turned to look when they saw him return. Shifeng approached and asked, "What exactly is going on? Is Brother Yin really a member of the demonic cult? Who is inside the cabin? And what actually happened on the riverbank yesterday?" He interrupted, "Wait a moment, young hero Jiaju. I will explain everything one at a time." Everyone fell silent and listened as Sion began his explanation. "First, it is true that I am a member of the divine cult." The two men were stunned, and Xue Xiuyin was equally speechless. He bowed solemnly. "I am Hellion Yun, fourth young master of the Sun and Moon Divine Cult. Allow me to formally introduce myself." Lu Yin suddenly remembered something. "Wait, if you are the fourth young master of the Sun and Moon Divine Cult, did the people who attacked us on the way into the secret vault not mention that name?" Sion confirmed, "Yes, they did. Information that I had left the Divine Cult for the Central Plains must have leaked to the Grand Design, but they apparently did not know my exact location. Ever since that day, I have been investigating the organization impersonating the Divine Cult and plotting to incite a war between the Orthodox and unorthodox factions. I've already told you about the Grand Design. That man is one of its senior officers." He privately added, "and a blood relative of young hero Te Mugwang." The listeners were shocked. One of them asked curiously, "Why are you suddenly bringing up Brother Mugwang?" He answered awkwardly, "Well, last time I asked you about the Qi Empire. Do you remember?" The other man was surprised. "The Qi Empire? What does that have to do with this?" Sion revealed, "Only one emperor ruled the Qi Empire from its founding until its destruction." The other man nodded. "That is indeed what the records say, but what are you getting at? Is that not merely a common lie used to deify a ruler?" He immediately denied it. "No, the emperor of the Qi Empire received living sacrifices from his vassal clans, took over their bodies, and lived an immortal life." The other two exclaimed, "Honestly, that story is difficult to believe. When we last saw the master of the Grand Design, his body was in terrible condition. If young hero Huiyan's story is true, should he not have moved into a healthier body long ago?" He answered uneasily, "He cannot simply move into any body he chooses. Only those with the most exceptional constitutions among the direct descendants of the vassal clans can fully contain the Heavenly Lord's power. When they find a suitable candidate, they carve a mark onto that person's forehead so they can keep track of them." Tang Sujuan seemed to realize something. A mark on the forehead? Could it be? He confirmed, yes. The scar on young hero Tae Mugwang's forehead is that very mark. Elsewhere, the Heavenly Lord and Kair returned to a dark chamber. He ordered, "Bring it here." The captive was immediately brought forward. Another subordinate then presented a small wooden box. "Here it is, master." The Heavenly Lord reached toward the box. "After losing the essence of my soul when I was gravely wounded in my battle against the white sword martial god, I had no choice but to endure within this slowly dying body. 20 years ago, when I destroyed Wazila, I recovered the legacy he had left to his clan." Hua Tuo remained kneeling with his head lowered. He recalled the past. "Thousand-faced fox, because you allowed that suitable child to escape, I was unable to find a proper body capable of containing this power. Instead, I raised Wazila's child, whom you brought back. Yet no matter how powerful the martial arts I taught him were, or how extensively I altered his body with sorcery, he could never become a vessel for my power. But at last, the body destined for me has finally returned." The Heavenly Lord let out a deep, hoarse laugh. He declared smugly, "The tide of the world is turning in my favor." Back with Sion, the boat reached the shore as night fell. Tang Sujuan gave a fist-in-palm salute. Then, "Young hero Helion, please take care until we meet again." Sion replied, "Yes. Young hero Tang, I wish you a safe journey. And as for the matter I asked of you," Ji Tian sat on horseback, waiting for them. Tang Sujuan assured him, "Yes, I will not forget." Someone aboard the boat lamented, "After living this long, who would have thought the day would come when I joined the demonic cult?" The other two elbowed Chiffon. He stammered and corrected himself. "I mean, who would have thought the day would come when I had to visit the Sun and Moon Divine cult?" Dice rolled across the floor. Luyan accepted it easily. "I think it's fine. Are we not going there to save the world?" Chiffon reminded him. "Do you actually believe that? Crossing the boundary and bringing power from another universe?" If anyone other than Brother Yun had said that, I would have cursed him out for spouting nonsense. Shue Shiyan added, "That man called the Heavenly Lord really did appear as though he had just crossed some boundary." Chiffon was dumbfounded. "Good grief, I already told you. It was either a formation or movement arts so advanced that he merely appeared to arrive out of nowhere." Sun Chong stepped forward and warned him, "Young hero Jia Ju, what if it is true? If the Alliance leader is truly dead and the Martial Alliance has fallen into the Grand Design's hands, we will be killed the moment we return." Shifeng sighed and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother Chong, merely traveling with Brother Yun is already enough to get us killed." Mao Sheng had something to say. "But when young hero Helion gave you the opportunity to return to the Alliance, you were the one who refused." Shifeng replied helplessly, "I do not care for those hypocrites in the Martial Alliance either. It is not as if I like them." Mao Sheng reminded him, "Brother Yin also saved our lives in the secret vault. Does that not make him our life-saving benefactor? Let's try trusting him this once." The next morning, as dawn broke over the grasslands, a group approached from afar and called out, "Helion Yun." The newcomers were Luin Jun and Luin Yu. He happily waved to them. "Elder brother." Luin Jun approached and greeted him. "Helion Yun, you have finally returned." Luin Yu asked, "It has been a long time. Have you made some new friends?" He gave them a fist and palm salute. "Brother Jun, sister Yu, it has been a long time. I have a great deal to tell you, but first," he thought, "right now I must request an audience with the cult leader." They returned to a fortified pavilion, where Sion stood inside the grand hall. The cult leader asked curiously, "You have worked hard, but what matter is so important that you requested to meet me alone?" He reported, "Cult leader of the Sun and Moon Divine cult, ruler over all creation. I asked you to dismiss everyone because I have a question for you." The man sighed. "What is your question?" Sion asked. "Is the Helion clan one of the vassal clans of the ancient Qi Empire?" The cult leader stared blankly at him. "Where did you hear that?" Sion requested. "Before answering that, please allow me to ask one more question." The cult leader agreed. "Go ahead." He brought up the Nahu clan. Unlike the divine cult, which reveres the path of domination, the Nahu clan excels at sorcery. They are calculating and highly opportunistic, so the other clans look down upon them. Strangely, however, they have never been expelled from the 6 great clans. Is that because the Nahu clan is actually one of the great clans of the Qi Empire, the Yalu clan? The two moved to the study to continue their discussion. Soon was astonished. I never imagined it was true. Is the Hellion clan really descended from the Qi Empire? The cult leader replied, when I inherited the position of clan head, I heard about it as well. But as you know, unlike the divine cult's forces that drifted here from the Ming dynasty, the Hellion clan was originally a powerful local clan of Xinjiang. He asked curiously, you only learned about it when you became clan head? Why does no one else know? The cult leader explained, it would be extremely dangerous if too many people knew. I was told that our clan's original name was not even Hellion. I have heard all sorts of stories, but I always assumed they were myths. The Heavenly Lord's return would destroy the world. Yukai was where the gate between worlds would open. How could anyone believe such things? And you're saying they were the ones who killed Lianhua. Xiun understood. Yes, I heard they can locate descendants with a strong familial aura. Mother's aura was extremely strong, but mine apparently was not. That is why I remained undiscovered until now. The direct descendants of the traitors were all exterminated. The Hellion clan is also a collateral branch of Wazila's bloodline, but its influence was too great for them to attack directly. The cult leader accepted his explanation. Yun, what exactly do you want from me? You said the orthodox factions and those people would come here together to attack us, did you not? We need only kill them all. Xiun immediately objected. We cannot do that. The cult leader froze, looking confused. Xion explained, the Heavenly Lord opens the gate between worlds by sacrificing countless lives. To connect with another world and absorb its power, he requires the rage and resentment of the dying, along with emotions such as fear. That is why he is so obsessed with causing endless wars. The cult leader asked, then what are we supposed to do? Xion made his request. We must do everything in our power to save everyone and prevent anyone from dying. Elsewhere, a large crowd had gathered before the grand hall of a vast palace. Murmurs spread through the assembly. What could they possibly be announcing to have gathered this many people? Could it be related to the previous attack? Is that young hero beside the alliance leader not Tae Wang, the man who often accompanied Hellion Yin? For some reason, his entire presence feels different now. Muxing cleared his throat and began. Everyone gathered here has probably heard about the previous attack. Just as the rumors claim, the one who attacked me was Hellion Yin, commander of the White Dragon Unit. Afterward, I investigated his identity and uncovered a shocking truth. He is no ordinary lackey of the demonic cult. In truth, he is the fourth young master of the demonic cult. The son of the demonic cult leader infiltrated the very heart of the Martial Alliance to trample the orthodox factions. If we allow this insult to stand, how can we continue to raise the banner of vanquishing demons and eradicating evil while calling ourselves the Martial Alliance? Young hero Tae Wang, who stands here today, once acted alongside Hellion Yun. However, after discovering that man's deception, he bitterly regretted his actions and volunteered to lead this punitive expedition against the demonic cult. I, Duanli Muxing, leader of the Martial Alliance, will not let this matter pass either. I shall gather all willing martial artists and march directly into Xinjiang, where the demonic cult is based, to make them pay for showing contempt toward the Martial Alliance. He called out, heroes of the martial world, will you march with me? Everyone roared their approval in unison. The two men stood amid the crowd's united cheers. Satisfied with the result, the Heavenly Lord curled his lips into a faint smile as thunderous cries for the Alliance leader echoed around them. A firm, resounding command rang out. Attention! The soldiers stood in orderly ranks, with Sion at the front inspecting the formation. He thought, the Black Lion unit was formed to save me from Mugwang. How did it suddenly end up fighting to save the world? Sion then addressed them. All right, it has been a long time, everyone. While the vice commander and I were away, I heard you trained diligently under strategist Zhang's instructions. You have all worked hard. I'm sure you have heard some of what is happening. The time has come to demonstrate the fruits of your training. Things will not unfold as you expected. I am sure you all hope to stand at the forefront of an invasion of the Central Plains. Instead, you must fight here in Xinjiang while protecting even the lives of our enemies. However, stopping the schemes of those treacherous men is a glorious mission that will safeguard the entire martial world. I have no doubt that you are the divine cult's strongest fighting force. Prove the results of your long training in this battle. Fists rose in a united display of determination. A powerful presence descended before him, and Xue Shuyan asked, that was quite an impassioned speech. Do you intend to give us one as well? He answered with a smile. I could, but would any of you want to listen? Everyone already knows I belong to the divine cult, she replied. Even so, everyone followed you all the way here because they trust you, young hero Hellion. Si un suggerit remembered something. Speaking of which, I have something I want to give you, Lady Shui. This is perfect timing. Shui Xiuyin stared blankly. What is it? He handed her a sword. This frost dragon sword. I believe it would suit you better. Shui Xiuyin tried to refuse. If you give this to me, then what will you use, young hero Hellion? Xion still had another sword hanging at his waist. I have another sword. Shui Xiuyin accepted his goodwill. She gave the sword an experimental swing. Then please excuse me. A mighty wave of sword energy swept past, leaving Xion stunned. That is incredible. What overwhelming power. Since this weapon shares the same attribute as Lady Shui's martial arts, I thought it would be helpful, but I never imagined it would make this much of a difference. I should have given it to her sooner. After testing it, Shui Xiuyin sheathed the sword. She gave him a fist in palm, salute, and bowed. Thank you, young hero Hellion. I will put it to good use. He cautiously asked, Lady Shui, does it truly not bother you that I am a member of the divine cult? Shui Xiuyin replied, I believe Hellion Yun, fourth young master of the divine cult, is the same young hero Hellion whom I have always known. And I believe that young hero Hellion is a good person. Xion was stunned by her answer. He began, Lady Shui, there is something I would like to discuss with you in private. As they walked through the corridor, she asked, what did you want to tell me? Xion wrestled with himself. I managed to ask her to stay, but what possessed me to do that? Did I lose my mind after getting swept up in the mood? Still, I might die in this battle. At the very least, I want to tell Lady Shui the truth, that I am not Hellion Yun. Yes, I will tell her. Even if she does not believe me, Lady Shui will surely hear me out. He began, Lady Shui, what I am about to tell you is absolutely not a lie. Even if you cannot believe it, I ask that you hear me to the end. The truth is, Hellion Yun, fourth young master of the divine cult, is not my real identity either. I am, he hesitated. To be honest, this is extremely difficult to believe. He began recalling his previous life. At the time, he had been working when a mysterious surge of energy suddenly pulled him away. Shui Xiuyin asked, are you saying that some mysterious force swept you away and brought you here from another world? And that this world is the setting of the novel written by young hero Hellion? No, by Li Xion. He lowered his head. At first, that was what I thought, but this world is very different from what I wrote in the novel. There are also many stories here that I knew nothing about. I now know that this is not simply the world of the novel I wrote. When I wrote The Hero's Path, strangely enough, the words came to me without any thought. I wrote the entire novel in a flash, almost as though I were possessed. I sometimes even wondered whether I had truly written it myself. Shui Xiuyin offered another possibility. If that is so, could this world have used your hand to write its own story? Suggestion choqued Xion. He said, I never considered it that way, but it is possible. She asked curiously, if that is true, then why did this world bring you here? Xion lowered his head and thought, this world brought me here? She has a point. Looking back, many strange things happened before I came here. A stack of boxes suddenly collapsed for no reason, and a laptop I had definitely turned off switched itself back on. If all of this had been arranged from the moment I began writing The Hero's Path, then why was I chosen? Someone hurriedly called out to him, My lord, a man claiming to be the young master of the Sichuan Tang clan has just arrived with another man. He says he has an urgent item to deliver to you. Xion narrowed his eyes solemnly. It has arrived. Elsewhere, inside a dark cultivation cave, a man sat in secluded cultivation while Ji Tian stood beside him with his arms crossed, watching. You do not look well. Xion understood. Although he had obtained the legendary inner core known as the Supreme Polarity Divine Pill, it had been made by combining 10,000-year-old ice essence found in the monstrous bird's nest with the Tang clan's 10,000-year-old fire essence. As a yin-yang elixir that could only be refined through the Tang clan's secret art, it had been extremely difficult to acquire, even with Tang Sagon's help. Why did this have to happen just as I was about to confess to Miss Seal? Ji Qian reminded him, Hey, if you do not want it, you can give it to me. Aren't you going to take the pill? He replied with a smile. I was just about to. Xion immediately swallowed the pill. That was right. Now is not the time to lose himself in such thoughts. Who had time for romance at a moment like this? He revealed, what the Heavenly Lord desires is all of Xinjiang, and perhaps even more than that. He seeks the destruction of the martial world. I once hoped that after obtaining power, he would rebuild the empire and bring peace to the entire martial world. But in the end, he is nothing more than a murderer blinded by hatred. The Heavenly Lord's soul is immortal. To sever and erase its very source requires a secret art that transcends the boundaries of the law of the one clan. You are the only person left in this world who knows that secret art. But with your current cultivation, forget the Heavenly Lord. You could not even defeat me. I, Wei Ji Qian, will help you fully absorb the energy of the Supreme Polarity Divine Pill. I will help you, Helian Yun, fourth young master of the demonic cult. Use that power as your foundation and stop the Heavenly Lord's plan. Outside, an army had arrived. Shouts rang out. Those fools from the Orthodox factions, stirred up by a few shallow provocations, are coming. Luan Zhun wondered, can we stall them without killing anyone until Yun comes out of the cultivation cave? Helian Wen corrected him. What do you mean? Wait until Yun comes out? Where's your spirit? You should be thinking about ending this before that brat Yun emerges. He bowed his head in acknowledgement. Yes, the cult leader is absolutely right. Helian Wen proclaimed, this is Urumqi, the territory of the divine cult. We may not take their lives, but we must make sure they never dare set foot here again. Break the limbs and sever the meridians of those fools. As long as you do not kill them, any attack is permitted. Everyone answered with a united roar. The army led by Mu Xing charged forward. He declared, we shall become heroes who vanquished the evil demonic cult, and our names will be remembered in the annals of history forever. Do not be afraid. Charge! Mu Xing led the charge and went straight for Helian Wen. Helian Wen struck out with his bare hand, unleashing a wave of overwhelming killing intent. The surge of true energy hurled his opponent backward. A chaotic battle began. Helian Wen demanded, you there, you are the false martial alliance leader, are you not? Where is your master? The man replied, what nonsense are you spouting? I am Duanli Mu Xing, the leader of the Grand Martial Alliance. A blade of sword light flashed out and severed the ropes. Luan Zhun was also facing an opponent of his own. His voice turned noticeably cold. Are you the old monster you encountered in the secret vault? His opponent replied, addressing your elder so rudely and even calling me an old monster? I suppose growing up in the demonic cult left you without the slightest sense of manners. Let us see whether your skills are worthy of such insolence. Luan Yu was also embroiled in a fierce battle of her own. She stared at her opponent in confusion. You brought a zither onto a battlefield? Are you planning to sing? Her opponent replied calmly. There is no reason not to. Elsewhere, Shi Feng and Lu Yin were struggling to hold their ground. Every one of them fought using their greatest skills. Someone stood at a distance, firing arrows at the enemy, while Kai Er leveled his spear. He said coldly, we have met before, have we not? I never expected us to meet again like this. His opponent was Xiao Yin. She challenged him in return. Let us see how long the joy of our reunion lasts. A figure suddenly shot forward like lightning. The surrounding fighters widened their eyes in shock. Luan Zhun charged forward with his sword in hand. He swung his arm and unleashed a dazzling slash. His opponent's expression darkened. You are protecting your enemies even in the middle of battle? I never knew the demonic cult was so overflowing with benevolence and righteousness. Luan Zhun stared at him with murderous intensity. This man was attacking without caring who around him might die. At this rate, they would be placed at a disadvantage, but they could not simply slaughter innocent people. What could they do? Helian Wen charged forward with another technique, striking Mu Xing before he could defend himself and sending him flying backward. Mu Xing sprang back to his feet in astonishment, still seemingly unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. His subordinates could not conceal their shock. Alliance leader, Helian Wen stood motionless beneath countless disbelieving gazes. So that is your true identity. How do you intend to command the members of the Martial Alliance now? Helian Wen approached Mu Xing, his towering figure blocking the man's view as he threatened him. Tell me where your master is, and I will spare your life. Mu Xing struggled upright. Even after being knocked down, he remained defiant. For a traitor who seized power while the true master was absent, you are rather capable. But I have already fulfilled my role. Helian Wen looked at him and scoffed. Fulfilled your role? What do you mean? Just then, one of the subordinates pointed toward the sky. What is happening up there? Helian Wen turned around in surprise. A brilliant crimson beam pierced through the clouds and shone directly upon the enormous tower. Muxink smiled triumphantly. The gate to the heavenly realm has finally opened. Shifeng stared unblinkingly at the beam of light. Is that what Brother Yin told us about? Luan Yu hesitated. At the Divine Palace? Luan Zhen frowned suspiciously. The one known as the Heavenly Lord has not appeared on the battlefield at all. Was that his objective from the very beginning? A figure slowly emerged beneath the beam of light. Fools! You led the entire army outside to stop me, leaving nothing but corpses inside the Divine Palace. Yet you failed to leave any meaningful force guarding the altar. The Heavenly Lord slowly stepped forward and looked around. How revolting. You dared build a palace over the site of my former altar and even proclaimed yourselves cult leaders. You insects. He smirked and raised his eyes toward the sky. But now, everything will return to its proper course, no matter how desperately you struggle to revive those monsters. The gate in the sky fractured, forming a massive hole as light poured through it. In war, casualties are inevitable. Once this ritual is complete, not a single living creature in the entire Central Plains will remain standing on two legs. With that thought, he slowly descended. His feet landed steadily upon the ground. The host is not even here, yet the guest has barged in uninvited. Xian and Jitian slowly entered under his watchful gaze. The Heavenly Lord stood silently atop the platform, looking down at them. So the traitors have arrived. He glared at them and threatened, "Retreat now, and I will spare your lives." Xian glared at him contemptuously, as if he had just heard something absurd. You stole someone else's body and barged into another person's home. Who exactly are you telling to retreat? Seeing that Xian felt no fear, the Heavenly Lord drew his sword, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Then die. He moved with terrifying speed and swung his sword. Splinters of wood scattered through the air. Confronted by that astonishing power, Xian frowned slightly as he calculated his next move. Jitian hurriedly raised his sword to block the lethal strike. However, his remaining strength was no match for it, and he was hurled backward into the wall. Jitian collapsed in pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How foolish. Did you stand before me merely to place your hopes in someone like him? The Heavenly Lord reveled in his opponent's wretched state. After betraying me and running away, you should have remained hidden like the rat you are. Xian suddenly appeared behind him and swung his saber with all his strength. The Heavenly Lord reacted instantly, raising his sword to block. They stared into each other's eyes, unable to conceal the flames of hatred burning within them. A moment later, they both leaped backward. The Heavenly Lord could not hide his surprise. Your presence has changed. Xian steadied himself and chuckled. Thanks for noticing. Incidentally, I have grown a little taller too. His expression became more determined than ever. So, are you ready to obediently return that body now? He recalled how, with Wei Jitian's help, he had absorbed most of the Supreme Polarity Divine Pill's medicinal power. Even Jitian was astonished by his strength. Xian had reached the realm of bone remolding rebirth, just as Tai Wuguang had in the original story. He gathered his strength and leaped forward. Gripping his sword firmly, Xian charged ahead with complete confidence. He could win. The Heavenly Lord hurriedly unleashed a technique to block him, but Xian steadily drove him backward. He clearly had not expected Xian to become so powerful. The man outside the prophecy had grown much stronger than before. Even the Heavenly Lord could not afford to lower his guard. However, the Heavenly Lord gradually regained his composure. He calmly blocked each of Xian's fierce attacks. What was with that relaxed expression? Unable to contain himself, Xian shouted, "Do you intend to keep retreating forever?" At that moment, the Heavenly Lord curled his lips into a sinister smile. He had found an opening, as if that would ever happen. He raised his sword and counterattacked with lightning speed. Xian was hurled backward, and one of his sabers shattered before his astonished eyes. What was happening? Was his opponent truly this powerful? Xian flew backward while the Heavenly Lord stood motionless, silently watching him. Xian stared up at him in disbelief. What was this? How had this man suddenly become so strong? Seeing Xian's expression, the The Heavenly Lord mocked him. You were overflowing with confidence just moments ago. Did you not tell me to return this body? Sion looked at him in confusion. Return the body? The Heavenly Lord continued. The successor of the 100-sword martial god is already dead. A soul that has lost its body cannot continue to exist. His voice rang with triumph. However, perhaps a fragment of him still remains inside my body. Well, would you like to wager your life on that faint glimmer of hope? Sion suddenly realized something, and his expression froze. Wait, Tai Wugwang was dead? He stared at the Heavenly Lord in disbelief. Did that mean the only way to kill him was to cut down Tai Wugwang as well? Sion immediately pushed that thought aside and straightened up. No, first, he had to focus on winning this battle. He could figure out how to save Tai Wugwang after defeating this enemy. Sion frowned tensely. More importantly, as the Heavenly Lord stared at him challengingly, Sion knew he had to discover his weakness. Seeing Sion standing silently in place, the Heavenly Lord jeered. What is the matter? Are you planning to stand there forever? Sion suddenly noticed something. The light from above was shining directly into the divine palace, precisely where the Heavenly Lord stood. Sion finally understood. The man was absorbing the energy flowing down from the sky. Sion gritted his teeth in fury. So that was what it meant to borrow power from another world. Sion surveyed his surroundings for a suitable location. First, he had to lure the Heavenly Lord somewhere as far from the light as possible. He lowered his gaze toward the floor. Sion smiled provocatively. Let us see whether you can remain here after losing the ground beneath your feet. The Heavenly Lord stared at him in surprise. What? Without giving him time to think, Sion charged with a mighty shout. He drove both sabers into the floor with all his strength, shattering the ground beneath them. The Heavenly Lord retreated in alarm. What kind of petty trick is this brat attempting? The ground split apart, forcing both men to leap into the air. A massive boulder flew upward. Sion slashed down, splitting it in two and sending both halves hurtling forward. The tremendous force pushed the Heavenly Lord backward, his feet skidding across the ground. Sion rose and exposed his secret. You can only absorb the power you spoke of while receiving that light, can you not? No wonder you climbed all the way to the divine palace, the place closest to the sky. The Heavenly Lord glared after Sion exposed him. You lowly brat. However, Sion suddenly realized that even if he prevented the Heavenly Lord from touching the light, the massive hole in the sky would not close on its own. Zhiqian shouted from behind him, "You must destroy the Heavenly Lord quickly." He raised his voice and explained to Sion, the gate connecting this world to another is an existence that defies the natural order. If it remains open, those with weaker martial arts will be the first to transform into demons. Sion could hardly believe it. Demons? On the distant battlefield, Luan Zhen panted heavily despite having won. Mu Xing's corpse lay before him. A noise in the distance made him turn his head. Something seems to have happened at the Divine Palace. Is that Yun? Luan Zhen stared anxiously in that direction. He had to reach the Divine Palace quickly. Suddenly, a loud scream behind him made him turn around. A horrifying scene unfolded before his eyes. The corpses abruptly rose to their feet, their faces twisted, their fingernails lengthened, and terrifying growls escaped their throats. They lunged forward, reaching for Luan Zhen with their clawed hands. Startled, he raised his sword and fought back. Luan Zhen's eyes filled with shock. What is happening? At the Divine Palace, streams of otherworldly energy continued pouring down. Zhiqian and Sion stood side by side, ready to fight. Originally, this was only a side effect produced when the Heavenly Lord absorbed power. But if the rift remains open, no one in this region will survive. The Heavenly Lord scoffed, as though he had already foreseen the outcome. This region? I will not close the rift until it has swallowed the entire Central Plains. Even Sion had not expected him to be so ruthless. You intend to kill all your own subordinates as well. The Heavenly Lord laughed mockingly. Subordinates? They are all worthless refuse who could betray me at any moment. I will transform every living creature on this earth into a demon, and I alone will rule this world. Sion muttered helplessly. He has completely lost his mind. Suddenly, the energy that had been flowing into the Heavenly Lord began entering Sion's body instead. What is this? The Heavenly Lord's eyes widened in disbelief. Sion raised his arm and examined it closely. Is this energy being absorbed into my body as well? The Heavenly Lord could no longer remain still. He charged wildly towards Sion. Get away from there at once. A thunderous explosion erupted, launching Sion into the air. The Heavenly Lord looked up at him, then immediately leaped into the air and swung his sword at Sion. Fury and resentment consumed him as he attacked with overwhelming force. How can someone like you absorb energy from another world? Sion was knocked backward, but the Heavenly Lord refused to relent. Sion lay painfully sprawled on the ground, watching the sword point descend toward him. The Heavenly Lord landed and tightened his grip on his sword. Even with the power of the law of the One Clan, all you should be able to do is open the boundary gate. His eyes remained fixed on Sion. To absorb that energy, one must possess a soul from another world. Hearing this, Sion rose to his feet. I knew it. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You came from another world too, did you not? Where did you come from? The Heavenly Lord froze. You are not the fourth young master of the demonic cult. Who are you? Hearing that, Sion smirked. Since you're so curious. He rested his saber on his shoulder, placed one hand on his hip, and stood at ease. I am Lee Sion, from the Republic of Korea. The man's eyes widened in shock. Seeing his reaction, Sion quickly pressed him. That reaction. Do you know of a place called the Republic of Korea? The man merely remained silent. Sion slowly approached him. No way. Why? What is this? Why is he so surprised? The Heavenly Lord's strange silence made Sion speculate. Does he know someone from there? Or, are you also from the Republic of Korea? A loud shout echoed through the divine palace. If we are both from Korea, why are you talking to me like that? Sion then seemed to understand. Then again, after living here as the Heavenly Lord for so long, I suppose that makes sense. But the Heavenly Lord did not answer. His expression hardened as he charged forward, forcing Sion to raise his saber and block the sudden attack. Gritting his teeth, he appeared determined to kill Sion immediately. This is the world of a novel I once read. Sion could hardly believe it. What the hell? He has completely lost his mind. He hurriedly retreated, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The murderous intent in the Heavenly Lord's eyes intensified. This is the world of a novel I once read. Sion froze upon hearing that. What? The Heavenly Lord glared at him. In the end, He charged and unleashed a relentless barrage. This world was predetermined to end with the Heavenly Lord's victory. A voice made his sword hand stop in midair. Wait, the novel you mentioned. Was it called The Hero's Path? The Heavenly Lord froze. How do you know that? Sun was equalistant. It was written so the Heavenly Lord would win. How could that be? I never even finished writing the ending. One revelation after another left the Heavenly Lord unable to remain calm. Are you saying you are the one who wrote that novel? He stood there in stunned silence. Standing nearby, Ji Cheon glared at him before suddenly advancing to attack the Heavenly Lord. The Heavenly Lord suddenly curled his lips into an enigmatic smile, then spoke contemptuously. Has the Demon Emperor fallen so low that he attacks someone whose guard is down? He fell silent as veins bulged across his neck, but the wound healed almost instantly. Ji Cheon could not understand it. Was it useless after all? Even Sion could not believe his eyes. Regeneration? Damn it, he can even do that. The Heavenly Lord turned and mocked Ji Cheon. Did you think such a half-baked sword could sever my root? He turned back toward Sion. I hear you have crossed the boundary. That must be why the Overlord placed his hopes in you. But it is useless. He charged, raising his sword. With only the Yelu clan's sorcery, you have merely crossed the boundary. The Yuchi clan's root-severing martial art has been lost, so none of you can defeat me. The two clashed, neither willing to yield. Ji Cheon joined the battle as Sion gritted his teeth and struggled to withstand the attacks. The secret vault of Heavenly Demon Cave and the secret vault of the illusory Star Divine Thief were built with remarkably similar structures. Sunese ice widened. The Yuchi clan's lost martial art is. He quickly searched his memories as scenes surfaced one after another in his mind. Come to think of it, the secret vault of Heavenly Demon Cave and the secret vault of the illusory Star Divine Thief were built with remarkably similar structures. If the divine heavenly demon was a descendant of the Yuchi clan, then the Yuchi clan's lost martial art must be. He remembered the scroll he had read. Sion suddenly rushed forward. At that moment, everything seemed to become clear. Of course, the reason I was able to sever the root of the Yangtze water dragon was. The heavenly lord stared at him. What are you doing? Have you gone mad? Sion smiled faintly. He now understood everything. The heavenly demon divine art. The heavenly lord could not believe Sion was capable of it. Of course, the reason I was able to sever the root of the Yangtze water dragon was because I unconsciously circulated the heavenly demon divine art. Determination flashed in Sion's eyes. While struggling to survive, I unwittingly obtained the Yelu clan's sorcery and the Yuchi clan's martial art. It seems I'm the chosen one after all. The heavenly lord refused to believe it and charged, slashing downward. Coincidence? What kind of coincidence is that? Sion stood his ground and counterattacked. A tremendous explosion thundered through the divine hall. Fragments of the roof flew in every direction. Outside, Sion had already finished off several human demons. Hearing the noise, she turned around. Young hero Helion. Inside the divine hall, the battle was still raging. You, judging from what you said, you are the author of this world, yet you claim it was mere coincidence? Do not make me laugh. You must have used your knowledge to steal the memories of this world's inhabitants. Even Sion was impressed by his deduction. This bastard is sharp. The heavenly lord flew into a rage. Young hero Helion, you. The two charged again, continuing their seemingly endless battle. Ji Cheon narrowed his eyes as he watched. After evading an attack, Sion retreated. Using the momentum, the heavenly lord lunged in for the kill. Di Helian Yun. Sion thought quickly. Damn it, to sever his root, I need to use Supreme Wave Chi. Sion swiftly dodged the incoming blow. Their weapons collided with a deafening metallic clang. Spotting an opportunity, Sion pulled back. Gathering all his strength, he swung his saber. Overlord, attack right here with your strongest technique. Ji Cheon shouted, what? But if I do that, you will also... Sion hurriedly cut him off. Hurry! Hearing him, Ji Cheon planted his feet firmly and circulated the internal energy within his body. A moment later, his eyes snapped open as tremendous power surged from him. Ji Cheon swung with all his might, sending the force carried by his sword hurtling forward. The brilliant light even made the heavenly lord glance back. He scoffed. Do you think an attack of that level can stop me? But Sion smiled with satisfaction. That much is enough. He absorbed the incoming power and gradually focused his entire mind. Supreme Wave Chi. The heavenly lord leaped into the air and thrust his sword towards Sion. Recognizing his chance, Sion looked up. There! A strange light shone from the heavenly lord's chest. His heart lay within that chest. That is it. That is his root. Sion studied it closely. That must be the source of Wu Guang's life. The revolting thing wrapped around it must be the heavenly lord's soul. He stood still, staring at his opponent. If I sever it now, everything will end. But I cannot destroy Wu Guang's life source along with it. Sion did not dare act rashly. I have to think. The image of Wu Guang became clearer in his mind. How can I save Te Wu Guang? His thoughts intertwined, growing increasingly complex. The heavenly lord's soul supposedly came from another world. How can Wu Guang's life source and the heavenly lord's soul exist within the same boundary? No, perhaps. Sion seemed to realize something. What if the heavenly lord's soul does not exist in the same world? The source of life became visible when I crossed the boundary. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. There must be another, deeper dimension. If I take formless wave, chi, even further. He made his decision in an instant. I will try it once. An immense power surged forth and enveloped Sion's entire body. Formless wave chi, 9 moon divine art. He leaped without hesitation. The saber in his hand flashed as he charged toward the heavenly lord, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. They rushed toward each other, the distance between them rapidly shrinking. The heavenly lord gritted his teeth. Impossible. Sion knew his guess had been correct. There it is, his soul. He swung his saber without hesitation, his faith and courage making the blade in his hand steadier than ever. The saber pierced the heavenly lord's chest. He clutched the wound, collapsed, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Sion stared in surprise. What is this? You still refuse to leave Te Wu Guang's body. The heavenly lord trembled. No impossible. How could this happen? He slowly raised one hand. Wait, you. His next words left Sion stunned. Do you not want to go home? That is a gateway to another world. His voice continued quietly. Pass through it, and you can return to Korea, the place you came from. For what I have heard about you, Helian Yun's personality and behavior only began changing recently. He looked up, his voice becoming almost hypnotic. Your memories of home are still vivid, are they not? You must desperately want to return to your homeland. After all, this is not your world. The Heavenly Lord hurriedly continued. It took me centuries of research to open that gate. If you kill me, your path home will disappear. Sion fell silent, seemingly weighing how much of the man's claim could be trusted. The Heavenly Lord continued persuading him. Abandon that body and everything else. Return to Korea, then forget everything that happened here. His even voice continued. Once you leave, whether this place is destroyed will have nothing to do with you, correct? Images of those close to Sion appeared in his mind, all desperately struggling against the human demons. But the Heavenly Lord felt no sympathy for people he regarded as strangers. Will you throw away your chance to return home for people you have known for only a short time? Believing he had said enough, he presented Sion with a choice. Choose, wanderer from another world. Sion greeted Isti, you bastard. What kind of garbage are you spouting? His fury soared to the heavens. Do you take me for some shameless scoundrel? The Heavenly Lord had not expected such a reaction. Did you think those words would make me hesitate? That I would kill everyone here just so I could go home? Sion raised his saber as the Heavenly Lord stared at him fearfully. Just what the hell do you think I am? Sion smirked. No final words left, right? The Heavenly Lord panicked. Wait, just wait a moment. But before he could finish, Sion brought his saber down. The terrifying power instantly swallowed him. He lay motionless, his eyes still wide open. Then life suddenly returned to those eyes, and his pupils began to move. Before Sion, Wu Guang returned from the brink of death. The rift in the sky closed, and faint sunlight streamed through the clouds. Sion looked up, basking in the pure light. Ji Qion let out an exhausted sigh of relief. Sion smiled faintly. Now it is finally over. He walked out of the divine hall one step at a time, carrying Wu Guang on his back. Ji Qion silently followed. A voice called out, "Young hero Helian." Shifeng and the others hurried over to welcome him. Sion was so delighted that he forgot he was carrying Wu Guang and dropped him to the ground. Everyone is safe. Su Yun hurried toward him. She threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Sion blushed and stammered. Miss Seol. She clung to him, tears gathering in her eyes. When I saw the rift appear in the sky, young hero Helian. No, I thought you might return to that other place. Sion sighed inwardly. Miss Seol is remarkably perceptive. Honestly, I would be lying if I said I did not hesitate at all. Buxian and Guan Ho came running from afar, shouting, Yun! Luinjun and Helian Yun watched them approach. Sion wrapped his arms around Su Yun and reassured her. Where else could I possibly go? Corpses lay scattered across the ground, and the zither with its broken strings lay abandoned. Mu Jing had also been captured, bound, and handed over. Ji Qion stood in the wind, his hair fluttering. Those who followed the wrong path must now pay the price for their foolishness. The sun set as flocks of birds drifted homeward. 7 years later, the great war between righteous and unorthodox factions. At the Sichuan branch of the tea house, customers constantly streamed past the entrance. The interior was naturally just as busy. Calls rang out without pause. 3 more cups of grain tea over here. Helian Yin immediately answered cheerfully. Coming right up, as the customers drank their tea, they chatted among themselves. There is a rumor that this shop's owner is the younger brother of the demonic cult's leader. Do you think it is true? What nonsense are you talking about? How could someone from a demonic cult dare conduct business right under the Sichuan Tang clan's nose? Would you dare do that? The other man stammered, No, I only said it was a rumor. I heard the owner was falsely accused of that before. But did Alliance leader Te Wu Guang, the white dragon martial god, not prove his innocence? Are you saying the current Alliance leader has close ties to someone from the demonic cult? The man immediately panicked. Why are you twisting my words like that? Overhearing their conversation, Helian Yun reflected inwardly. It makes sense. Because of the battle against the Heavenly Lord inside the Divine Palace, the Martial Alliance could never have guessed what truly happened. No one from the righteous factions actually saw me together with members of the Divine Cult, either. That is why I can run a business here in Sichuan, even though the rumor that I belong to the demonic cult has never completely disappeared. Maybe that rumor is why my tea house is so unbelievably crowded. Just then, someone loudly called for 2 cups of tea. Hellion Yun returned to his senses and smiled. Coming right up. A short while later, he stepped outside and bowed as he saw some customers off. "Please visit us again." Seeing how friendly he was, the 2 customers remarked, "See, I told you the rumor that this shopkeeper is a great martial master was nonsense. What kind of master acts like that?" Hellion Yun sighed inwardly. Exactly. Being a martial master does not put food on the table. If business keeps going this well, then becoming the youngest tycoon in the Central Plains will no longer be a mere dream. Just then, a small hand tugged gently at the hem of his clothes. 2 children asked timidly, "Mister, is it true that you give out free food here?" Hellion Yin smiled kindly. "Of course. Hurry inside." He then called loudly into the shop, "Bring out 2 servings of nutritious grain tea." One of the attendants immediately answered, "Yes, sir." At that moment, a figure swiftly leaped past him, and a child ran over to embrace the newcomer. Tay Wu-Guang smiled and patted the child's head. "Hello, have you been well?" The child was Hellion Xian. He turned toward the shop and called with a bright grin, "Mother, Uncle Wu-Guang is here." Wu Yue, who was taking orders inside, heard him and responded, "Young hero Tay, you are here?" Hellion Yin also approached to greet him. "Wu Guang, why has the busy alliance leader come all the way out here?" Wu Guang smiled warmly. "I had too much work, so I fled here to avoid it." Hellion Yin was even more surprised. "You can actually do that." Meanwhile, chaos had erupted at the Martial Alliance. Where has the alliance leader disappeared to this time? Back at the tea house, Tay Wu-Guang sat down with Hellion Yun's family of 3 to drink tea and chat. The Zhuge strategist will take care of everything. Xian looked at him curiously. "Uncle, which do you like more, the Martial Alliance or the Sun and Moon Divine cult?" Faced with that question, Tay Wu-Guang gave an awkward smile. "What kind of question is that?" "Of course I like the Martial Alliance more." Hellion Yun sighed. "My father stopped by during his retirement tour not long ago. Just how many fantasies did he put into this child's head?" Back then, the former cult leader had told Shi Yin, "If you ever visit Xinjiang, you'll see your grandfather's magnificent palace and his millions of subordinates." Recalling this, Hellion Yun could not help sighing wistfully. "Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I last saw Brother Zhun and Sister Yu." As he spoke, Hellion Yin suddenly sensed something and glanced over his shoulder. The people drinking tea were also startled and looked up. "What is that? The sky looks so strange." The sky was now shrouded in a dense violet aura. Hellion Yun's face turned deathly pale, his expression visibly tense. Shi Yin tugged at the corner of his robe and asked, "Father, is heaven angry?" Hellion Yin did not answer and continued staring in that direction. "This is insane. Why is it starting again?" A rift had now appeared in the sky. Wu Guang's expression turned icy as he drew his sword. Wu Yue did the same, while Hellion Yun summoned his own weapon. He sprang into the air and shouted, "Didn't my mission end 7 years ago? What the hell is this damned world up to now?" And with that, the story comes to an end, a fulfilling open ending for everyone. Thank you all for watching until the very end. Remember to like and subscribe to keep up with the other stories on the channel.